This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet. After 3 days of men's T20 internationals, it was Austria that came out on top on net run rate. Actually, very competitive series. But now we hand over to the women over the next 3 days. The CE Cup T20IW, the host nation Czechia, again punching a bit above their weight against the Gibraltarians, and also Austria. Can Austria do the double in the men's and the women's? Let's find out. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Central Europe Cup T20IW, and it starts right now. Dobrano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day one of the 3-day T20IW CE Cup. So we have the best women's players from Czechia as well as Gibraltar and Austria here over the next 3 days. We have 2 matches a day, a 6-match series. Once again, top of the tree will walk away with the trophy. So we're starting with match number 1, and this one will see the home side Czechia taking on Gibraltar. Now, fair bit of distance between these two on the rankings, but let's see what happens when they hit the field. But first, we've got Michael Lonsbra to assist with the coin toss, the chairman of Czech cricket. Over to Michael, and let's see what happens here in match 1.
Welcome everybody to sunny Vinoř, just outside of Prague in the Czech Republic. Today begins the CE Cup for our ladies, and our first game is between the hosts Czechia and also Gibraltar. Ladies, welcome. And I've got the coin for the toss. Just to remind you, we've got 2 sides. Here's the heads, right, with the trophy here, and the European Cup League is the tails. Our home captain is going to do the toss, and Gibraltar captain is going to make the call. All clear, ladies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready? Yeah. Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's come down tails. So the Czech captain will make a decision.
We would like to bowl.
So Czech is going to bowl. Ladies, good luck. Go well. Good luck. Go well. Enjoy.
So the Czechs have won the toss and want to bowl, and a big moment for Jana Kominkova, her first time captaining her country. And Jana's a great story about a native European cricketer, how she got into it, actually through being a parent of a young Czech boy who wants to get into cricket and has gotten into cricket, and now she has made it all the way to the national team, and she is captaining her country for the first time. And for the Czechs, well, they're giving away about 40 spots in the rankings to Gibraltar here. So, I mean, this is going to be a real tough one. Of course, we saw Gibraltar here last year for the CE Cup, and they actually walked away with the trophy. Did lose a game along the way to Croatia, but they ended up coming back and doing enough. So they are the current holders of the Women's CE Cup, and they're led by Amy Valverde Benatar, and I think she'll be very important with the ball. Lizzie Ferrari, probably another one to watch with the ball and the bat. But they do have more experience every time I see them, Gibraltar. They've got a good program down there. They've got good facilities. They are going to be really hard to beat in this tournament. For Czechia, though, I mean, they are hurt a little bit by their regular captain, Katka Zhikova, being out, and also no Turka Kolchunova. So, look, it's an opportunity, I suppose, for some of their other players to step up and make a name for themselves. Weather-wise today, we're pretty good. I'm seeing blue skies, a bit windy, I will say that. That might be a little bit of a problem for the bowlers to control the ball. But from what I'm seeing here, looks pretty accurate so far. Danny Hudacek's had the day off, but he is back with me to start this CE Cup women's event. Danny, I know that you're hoping for the best for your country, Czechia, in this one. But like I said, they do come in as big underdogs, I think. They have won the toss. They've elected to bowl. So Gibraltar to open up with the blade. It's over to you as we get ready for the start of match 1.
Well, thanks, Vinny. Welcome to everyone as we hear a helicopter go over near the airfields here in Vinoř in Prague for the first game of the Women's Central Europe Cup. We saw the men's tournament wrap up yesterday. The women's will start right now with the host Czechia and Gibraltar, the winners from last year. I think Jana Kaminkova was very happy. You saw the fist pump when she won the toss and wanted to bowl. I think we had a relatively strong bowling lineup with the inclusion of Mimi or Josephine Soskova, which is who missed out on the last one. Good young bowler, and they have got a pretty decent bowling attack, the Czechs, but they'll have to take early wickets, I think, to halt Gibraltar, who are classy all the way down. As Vinny mentioned, about 40 places between these two sides. The Czechs yet to win an international game, only their second year of international cricket with the women's program, and they're improving all the time, but they need just a little bit of depth, and I think they'll hurt a little bit without two of their top batters in Katka and also Terka, who are not playing. Katka does throw herself around a bit. I'm sure she'll be listening to this game, watching the game on YouTube, and also Terka, who's injured, might be back on the weekend though. So we've got the umpires out. The batters will come out soon, I think. And there's here come the Czechs onto the field. This series was played in good spirit last year. It was quite a good victory in the end for Gibraltar, who quite a fair way down the track as far as their preparation goes and their experience compared to the Czechs. So nice day for cricket. It's well, hopefully we're not going to get any rain. None predicted until maybe Sunday evening, where there's going to be a thunderstorm. So hopefully the ground will still be here when we get in on Monday morning. But there's a few days here of international cricket. 3 teams playing. There's Gibraltar, there's Czechia, and Austria, who we'll see later on this afternoon. We'll play Gibraltar in game 2. That'll be a good game as well. But straight up, going to see the Czech bowling. See if they can get a few early wickets. It'll be vital to try to hold back these Gibraltarian batters, who are, again, got a lot of experience. The keeper, Sally Barton, is the world's oldest international cricketer, both or either men and women. I'm sure Vinny will tell you about Sally a little bit later. So just about ready for a start. Looks like I think it'll be Sharka Kolsunova to open. She'll be bowling to Amy Valverde. First ball of the Women's CE Cup for 2025. And right on the spot there. Good start from Sharka. Good Yorker length delivery, right on the money. Very good start. I want to keep it nice and tight. They've got, as I said, a pretty decent bowling attack to the Czechs in this game. And again, right on the money from Sharka. Good start. Big encouragement there. Venki, the manager, we saw him play for the men's team in the last couple of days. He's always a positive figure around any team that he's around. This one's hit down the ground. And again, another dot ball. Good start from Sharka. As I mentioned, the bowling attack. We'll see Erika Konsunova, definitely. As I said, Mimi Sulskova has come in as another good young bowler. Her brother Alfie's there or thereabouts for the national team as well, plays for Vinarati. Sharka again, another good delivery. Good start here from Sharka Kolsunova and the Czech side. We have a maiden. Rob Thompson in the chat. Good to see you, Rob. Go Sharka, he says. And hi, Terka. Well, she's not at the ground. She's supporting The sister. Oh, this one's got away from her a little bit. Turned around the corner, going towards the boundary, and it'll get there. Bit of a loose delivery there from Shaka. And full toss down leg side. And Valverde. It's the first runs for Gibraltar. Let's have a look. At the replay. Little bit just lost it a little bit there, did Shaka. Comes in again, and that's down leg side. Called it wide. Jules in the chat as well. Good to see you there. And KG. Jeffrey Mobbs was, I think, the first one in this morning. Looking forward to a good tournament. So it's a little bit short. Just got past the point fielder. Chase is on. They should come back for a comfortable 2. And they do. So just dropping that one a little bit short. And yeah, but pretty good over there. Pretty tidy from Shaka at the end of one. Gibraltar 7 for no loss. Vinny's back in the bin.
I'm in the bin. I don't know about the bin. I think it's more of a bunker for me because it's so clean in here. So how could it be a bin? But anyway.
It is a bin.
Hopefully it doesn't blow over. Yeah, right now we're starting the T20IW portion of the CE Cup. Of course, we had 3 days of the men's T20Is with Austria coming out on top. Although they had the same amount of wins as Norway, they won on net run rate. Of course, we've got 5 days of women's cricket now with 3 days of T20Is and then 2 days of T10s on the weekend. And in the T20 portion, we'll have the Czechs as well as Gibraltar and Austria. And then in the T10s, Austria won't be part of that series, but we'll have Croatia in. So we'll actually see not just 3, but 4 international women's teams over the next few days. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, Croatia here a couple of years ago. We saw Erin Vukovic, who's a very, very good player.
And she's back as well for Croatia on the weekend.
I know that Fawa Barba's playing for the Czechs as well.
Yeah, but there are some... In T10 internationals, there is a pathway. So as long as you have residency in the country and you're on the way to qualify for T20, then you're eligible. So there are some players in that zone, and Farmer's one of them.
Yeah.
I think the Czechs can't wait for her to qualify.
I think she'll be full international at the end of the year as well.
Yeah.
So, by the way, we have a fictional character in the chat who's supporting Gibraltar. It's Richie Cunningham. If you remember Richie Cunningham.
Well, actually, I can tell you Richie is very real, even though he does share a name with someone very famous. Hey, Richie, how are you? Good to see you. I haven't spotted him yet. Yeah, Richie is a wonderful, wonderful guy, and he always takes very good care of us, and he plays for the Pirates down there.
Pirates.
In Gib. And, yeah, Richie, missing you here, but hopefully we see you soon. Pavlichka with the ball.
Yeah, she's been good, Raquel Pavlichkova. She'll be vital with the bat. As we mentioned before, a couple of the main batters for the Czechs not here, and they don't have the strongest batting lineup yet either. So a bit of depth.
Yeah, so far, I don't want to jinx it, but so far, bowl's been quite accurate. I think one of the things will be, can they find 5 bowlers that can all do the kind of job that you're seeing Shaka and Raquel do at the moment? And you'd hope so for the Czechs, because they did have some problems, even given that they're fairly entry level in the international game.
Yeah.
There was one game earlier against Cyprus where they had 71 extras in an innings.
Yeah.
And you just can't be doing that, especially against good teams.
It's a little bit shorter. Caught up. Bit of venom there from Raquel.
Nikki Caruana is opening the batting with the captain Amy Valverde Benatar for Gibraltar. Gibraltar, the reigning champions of this tournament, of course. They won last year. And they'll be keen to do the double. And Croatia were involved as the 3rd team last year, this time Austria.
It's got past the stumps. The chase is on. They'll come back for 2. And pretty comfortable too.
Pretty unlucky for Pavlichkova there. Could have easily gone onto the stumps. Caruana is a dangerous player. And I look at this Jib batting lineup, I think it just shows you the difference between the two teams. I mean, in Gibraltar, they're sport for choices. They could have had probably 6 or 7 batters they could have sent out to open the batting here.
Yeah.
But they've decided for Nikki Caruana and Amy Valverde. Nice bally over.
It's going to be a fair delivery. And good over there from Pavlichkova. Only 3 from it. And
It's been brilliant so far from the Czechs, I've got to say. I think you probably stick with Sharka now. A lot of it as well with the bowling. It's kind of when you're in the groove, when you're not feeling the pressure, it's a lot easier. I think maybe, for example, that innings against Cyprus, we did see the Czech side not be able to pick up a win in their 5 matches against Cyprus, which was early in May here. But there were some times when bowlers just completely lost it and found it difficult to get it back. And so hopefully they all start well and they can have that confidence.
well, hopefully they can put a little bit of pressure on the Gibraltar batting. And it's nicely played, but straight to point. Because remember that Mimi's coming into the side. There's also a very good bowler in Erika Kunsova that'll give away very few extras normally. So maybe they're searching for one bowler, but within the rest of the team there are options. Yana Kuminkova as well.
Yeah, Yana can do a job for you. This one does get lost down the leg side. It'll go for an extra run as well. I want to say hello to Kroom. Hey, Kroom, love your work still. I know you got lit up a little bit yesterday with the ball, but that's all part of it. He's been taking wickets. I mean, I loved his catch the other day, Kroom. Will we see you on the field today? I hope so.
Yeah.
Because everyone's glued to the cricket every time Kroom gets a bowl. I'd love to see you get a bat at some point as well. Anyway, Sharka. Yes, so also I want to say hello to Anxious to Avoid. I had a question about Yanira Blagg, and I've got to say I asked the same question because everyone knows I'm a Blagger bragger. I'm a big Blagg fan for Gibraltar, but she's got an exam. So apparently she only arrives tonight. So she won't be part of this game, or this afternoon's actually against Austria. But she should be good for tomorrow. So thanks for that question as well.
So it's a better delivery there from Sharka.
While I'm here, I want to say hello to Ken. Hello to Cricket in Prague. I don't know who's behind that account, but hello to Cricket in Prague. Hello to Paul Kempen. Jeff Mobbs is in there. Ken's watching from Australia. Emmanuel Robbins from Perth. Hello to you. Hello to Jules as well. Jules Udabridge is in there. And if you want to shout out, now's a great time. We're still a little bit off the start of Hornchurch, so a few people might be double screening, but we've got their entire attention for the next 20 minutes.
By the way, Smart Solutions is number 3 in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Old XP ball. I retired after winning the first day, which involved me. It's very Macbeth. I had to block a few people that were above me on the rankings, but I won the first day and then quickly retired. Turka's actually number 1 right now.
Is she?
Yeah, Turka's up there, number 1. And it's weird because when you look at the standings, it has everyone's handles. They don't always match up. I think KG's number 2. Smart Solutions number 3.
I've just noticed I've got a 0 XP on the corner.
Throw a comment in and watch your XP fly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This will be one tapped away to the point region. In fact, they want 2, and they're going to get it. That's very good running from Amy Valverde. Good judge of a run there. And also sense the throw might not be whistling back to the stumps. So Danny's now going to get his first XP of the day. Yeah, so Richie said that Yanni's doing at A-levels bowling rockets. Looking forward to that. And Kroom saying he might be on bib duty today. It's not often I hope for an injury, Kroom, but I hope that you somehow get into the 11. That'd make me happy.
Ooh, 25 points.
Yeah, see, that's the dopamine hit that you're after. It reminds me of that show, Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Oh, yeah.
Which is quite famous. It was hosted by Drew Carey for quite a while.
Yeah.
He says that where the games are all made up and the points don't matter. That reminds me of the XP.
We have a Shobit and a Shub Chowdhury in the way.
Got a good view of the back of their head. By the way, it's Shobit's birthday on Saturday.
Is it?
As he reminded me.
He will continue to remind you. This one's a wide as well. Sharka's just losing a line a little bit. Saturday, Yana. We know Shobs. Yeah. You going to remind us again?
Probably will.
Big shout out to Shob's parents.
Always love to see Sharka on the field. I mean, she's very expressive. She absolutely adores her cricket.
Yeah.
Not often she plays as the only culture of her sister in the side as well.
She's the younger of the 2.
It's hit away pretty nicely. And that's going to be for Amy. Just timed that to perfection. Wasn't a huge swing or anything, but Shaka, this has been an issue on occasion with this wind. It's very left to right. It's quite a windy day. It's not too cold, about 15 degrees, but it's almost a free hit. That's not a free hit, isn't it? Outside the pads, and Amy guides it away to the backward square leg boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot, isn't it? And well, the checks. I'd like to see the back of these two. Well, there it is on 12. Caruana on 3. 22 the score. One ball left of the third over. Of course, it's a 6-over power play. Nicely bowled there by Shaka. Good end of the over.
Yeah, so takes us to the end of 3. It's 22 without loss. Yeah, Czechs holding their own so far. Just looking at the jib batting and what they've listed here. They've listed Noelle Legea at 3, Lizzie Ferrari at 4. She batted very well in this tournament last year. Rosie Riley at 5 and Prabha Raghunath at 6. Lauren Pius even at 7. I mean, it's a strong lineup. And yeah, you mentioned Sally Barton as well, who'll do the keeping for jib today. And she's quite a cool story. I mean, she was the oldest debutant and the oldest cricketer. And she still is the oldest cricketer to play international cricket. She doesn't mind me saying that. I don't think she's funny about it. I think she's proud of it. So she should be. Pavlichkova continues. The first one bang on line to Caruana, who's had some pretty accurate bowling so far. Yeah, so Sally, she's a great story. Born in London. And she had parents from the north of England, got her into cricket, represented Essex in junior cricket, and eventually settled in Gibraltar. And she is currently 67 years of age. So she has, but it's not just cricket. I mean, she's also, I know she's big into other sports as well. And yeah, she made her debut at 66 years and 334 days.
Wow.
And yeah, it's great stories.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's it. I mean, there's elite cricketers, and there are some of them have big stories. Others are these just how would you say, just good stories.
Yeah, that's sports about stories.
Yeah.
Life's about stories, really. But Sally's still just a bit of an inspiration, I think, to a lot of cricketers around the world.
Absolutely.
And we'll see her with the gloves in the second half. She probably won't be thrilled if she has to bat. She's listed at number 8. Maybe she will be, I don't know.
I tell you what, the Czechs would be thrilled if she has to bat, because that means they would have taken some wickets. This one's just pushed away to point again. Again, good over here from Pavlichkova.
I've been really impressed with Raquel in this spell so far. She seems to have a very repeatable action. She's got the wind kind of helping her, I think, taking the ball away from the right-hander.
It's just put it through the gully area. They should get 2. And that's all they will get.
Yeah, it's quite short. And that really doesn't give it a chance to move so much. And very easy little punch from Nikki. Nikki, I know, is always working very hard in her game as well.
Yeah.
I mentioned in the intro that Gibraltar, they have the benefit of fantastic facilities, which most countries in Europe would be very envious of.
Yeah.
The Europa Sports Complex down there with the indoor nets, outdoor nets, there's the artificial surface. That one's going to go through, and I think that will go. Just hit too well from Caruana. It's been threatening to break out for a while. And she punches that one away for 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. Just a little bit of width there from Pavlichkova, and got through the point fielder. A little bit too hot. Let's have a look at this one. And just didn't get down.
It's good balance and good shape there from Nikki. Just stays very side on. Wasn't a bad ball. I mean, that's the sort of one, if you get hit for 4 there, actually kind of went through a fielder in the first place. But Pavlichkova just needs to kind of shake it off and say, okay, tip your hat. If you bowl bad balls and go for boundaries, then you can beat yourself up about it. But if a good one gets hit for 4, sometimes you just got to say, well played. That was a good shot.
So Smart Solutions says 130 score-wise.
I think if the Czechs are able to hold Chib to 130, they'll be doing very, very well. That's excellent running. These two are brilliant between the wickets as well. To get 3 there You don't see many genuine threes in the women's. Oh, and you don't hear because it's one short. So it's only going to be 2. Oh, well, I take it back. It was good running between the wickets. I don't know which one was short. Let's have a look.
It was the best of running. It was the worst of running.
That wasn't the second run because that one, so it must have been the first run. This one here. Yeah, I think it's a good call. Umpire's in good position. It's Nikki. Naughty Nikki. But in the end, she costs herself a run. Amy gets the strike back. Last ball, the 4th over.
A little bit short, just tucked around the corner. Not too far away from the gloves there of front of her. Never really an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost an opportunity, though. Watch it just balloon off the gloves here. It's just through or past front of her before she could really react. So that'll take us to the end of the over. 35 without loss after 4. Sally's just outside, so we won't talk about it too loudly because we are very close to where the players are. But yeah, no, Sally, she also is a former political science teacher. She stayed for a decade in Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay.
So what a life. And she said publicly that she wants to play for as long as possible, and that's great.
And why not? Look, Richie Cunningham there talking about how Sally cycles to the football and cricket training.
Yeah, football, loves her football as well.
Yep.
And he says, I feel so bad passing her in my car on the way. Oh, anyway, Kuncheva gets the ball. Oh, what a shot.
Where they go backwards? How do they?
It's the latest glance you'd ever hope to see.
How did that end up there?
Look, he goes round it, all the way around, hits it on the follow-through. Bang. See? Hit on the follow-through.
Wasn't too far away from the
fielder was
stumps.
perfectly positioned there. Eva. Dang, bang. I don't think she hits it at all the first time. I think she hits it on the follow-through.
That's nicely bowled.
I mean, the Czechs, they've got a bit of a point to prove. And I think even by the way, we grade them obviously where they've come from. And,
Sure.
And they're still very new to it. But they would have been disappointed with some of their performances, I think, against Cyprus.
Yeah, I agree.
And so far, they've come out punching.
They're always very positive, though. It's, again, really good work there from Iana, the Terminator.
The Terminator. And I call that because she loves these Terminator-like glasses. She played still, maybe the shot of 2024 off Aaron Vukusic. He cover drove to the boundary. Hovering there. Again, good communication by Gibraltar. They're looking for a run. Quick turnaround. Big yell of no. I can tell you a bit about Gibraltar as well, because I have been there quite a few times. You haven't been to Gibraltar, have
Not
you?
yet, no.
Lovely place.
Monkeys, right?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. You go up the rock, the Barbary apes.
Yeah.
But they are monkeys. They had this whole big debate about it. They're a type of monkey. And they have to control the population up there. So
By control, you mean?
Not badly controlled.
Okay.
Ship them back to Africa or to Africa.
Really?
If they get to it, yeah.
They're exporting monkeys from Europe.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's only about, I'm not looking this up, this is all top of my head, so
Yeah.
if I remembered it wrong, I apologise. But it's about 25 kilometres to Morocco. So on a clear day, you can actually see from Europa Point, which is where the sports complex is.
Yep.
On a clear day, you can see Africa. Well, Alex, who's in my ear, has just asked me are there tariffs on monkeys. Cannot answer that. Also, it's a bit of a prank. I've seen like dads put bananas in their kids' bags.
Oh, really?
Don't recommend it. But I've been up the famous Rock of Gibraltar many times now. But where was I going with this? It's a small territory. So it's about 5 kilometres north to south and about 1.5 kilometres across.
Oh, good ball.
Very good ball there from Kuncheva. That's her length.
Yeah.
She's a player that did stand out a little bit last time we saw it. She improved a lot. I mean, look at this seam position.
Oh, very nice bowling.
I mean, unlucky not to take an opportunity so far or to create a genuine opportunity, Jacks. They probably deserved it. Last ball of the 5th over.
That's a nice looking shot through the covers. Chase is on. And I think the ball will stop. They'll come back for 2, maybe 3.
I'm happy with 2 in the end. But yeah, excellent shot. Again, the length there. If it's too short, it gives the batter a good look at it. And that's the difference between that ball and the ball before. But still a decent over from Erica. Goes for 6. And at the end of 5 overs, it's 41 without loss. Let's have a look what's happening today. It's actually the last day of qualifying in the ECS England in Hornchurch. And all eyes on Havering 11. Crooms seems to think he's not going to be in the 11. But I hope you're wrong, Croom. I hope someone pulls out of the game and get you in there.
They're playing Gagan.
Yeah, well, Gagan are pretty solid. They're the team that have hit 200 plus in the series.
Oh.
CFS Pinnacle Pro will play their last 3 games. They've got the triple header today. And that all starts in around about 10 minutes' time, actually. So if you want a multi-screen, you can. Oh, news as well is that Charlie Hunt will be there. Probably not for the first game, but he should be there from the second game onwards. Charlie and Nish taking you through the action today. Of course, Charlie, he's not really available for us anymore. Now he's working in Leicestershire, but he said he's happy to come in. Tina, actually, she requested the day off to spend time with her brother. She doesn't get to spend too much time with her brother over there in England.
That's a
and
good
so
idea.
I said, yeah, for sure. We can get a rookie in.
Yep.
And it's Charlie Hunt.
I got to spend time with family in Paris as well.
Yeah, that's nice, actually. I heard that. So, yeah, I'm pleased. Just go back to Gibraltar, though. I was going to say that, so it's changed now, but it used to be that there's an international airport there. Well, there still is. But it used to be that you had to walk across the runway to get into town, basically, which when you get across the border. So it would be like, like a train crossing, but for a plane.
Oh, okay.
So the cars and the people would stop, and there's only, let's say, 3 or 4 flights would come in a day. So and then they sweep the thing, and then big 747 lands.
Yeah.
And even with the rules with the airspace, you need special training as a pilot to land there because you've got to go around the rock and almost do like a U-turn to land.
Okay.
So that's the whole thing. This is Palmer who's getting a bowl. So onto the 4th bowler now.
That's a good piece of work there by the fielder.
And all four have bowled pretty well so far, I've got to say. No, it's early. It's early for Mansi here. And what else have I got for you? There's their own dialect in Gibraltar called Llanito. And it's basically got elements of Spanish and English in it.
Don't mention the Spanish.
I think they're aware of them.
I think it's the Spanish that don't particularly want Gibraltar to exist.
That goes back. It's complicated.
Yeah.
But if you actually speak to the people around there, they actually have a pretty good relationship because they've coexisted now for generations. So
they just want the monkeys back. They should just export them to Spain, and everyone will be happy.
I don't know if Spain want them.
That's a nice shot. Pass point, chases on, and we'll come back again for 2. They'll probably get 3, and well, big hand goes up.
Probably was 3 there.
Probably
it's
was.
Long throw. These are things you can probably learn. I know it's early in the series, but if you know kind of the relative strength of some of the fielders throwing arms, then it probably is 3 there. But I'm going to tell you a bit more about language because, as you know, I'm learning Spanish and something that's one of my hobbies that I've been enjoying. And so most of these players here, in fact, all these players in Gibraltar, if you speak Spanish, they'll understand you perfectly, and they learn it growing up. But there is this kind of native dialect that they'll speak amongst each other.
Okay.
So,
a bit like Jersey.
Yeah. Jere in Jersey. But it is interesting to me from a linguistic point of view, the Llanito language.
So let's get back to this. Valverde's on 18, Caruana on 13. 46 the score. We're into the last 3 balls of the power play. It's been a good over so far from Mansi Palmer. Comes in again. And right on line. That's the thing is, it's if the Czechs can bowl that line and length consistently, then the Gibraltar batters will have to make something happen. It's just those loose deliveries, the ones that are slightly outside of stump. There's the odd wide creeping in, but it's been pretty dissimilar. Like this one's a bit short. Oh, got away with it though.
Got away with it, but I think there's a clear line between when they've got the length right and no runs.
Yeah,
basically. And also, credit to Gibraltar. I think that they've sweated on the bad ball and then tried to hit it. So yeah, it's been a good effort so far.
It's a good start as well. They're going at just about 8 and over, which is pretty good at this stage. They can always accelerate. And this one is a nice shot. That'll be 4. just a little bit too short. And you can see her get into position right away and just hammered it over that mid-wicket area.
Yeah, that will take us to the end of the power play, end of 6. And the 50 partnership comes up, 50 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot. And good batting here from Gibraltar. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, just a little bit short and a bit straight.
So I looked up some examples of Llanito, which has elements of Spanish and English. And I suppose I know that there are many examples of languages where they borrow like words from other languages, especially English.
Yep.
Like you speak like Czech teenagers now that apparently throw in a fair bit of English expressions in their Czech.
Yep.
But for example, like ese tío es un show-off total. It's like this guy is a total show-off. Or voy a parkingar el coche. I'm going to park the car. So, I think that's pretty cool. To listen to. Here's the Terminator. It's Yana Kaminkova. She's captaining the side this week. She's coming on. So now we're on to 5 bowlers that we've seen. And to be honest, I mean, we know Yana can do a good job with the ball as well. So that's 5 we have seen. I mean, Mimi is another one we haven't seen bowl yet. Josephine Suchqua, who you would think might get an opportunity at some point.
I think she definitely will. So just anxious to avoid in the chat saying the outfield seems slow. It's sort of, it's a no ball, be a free hit. We've had a lot of rain in Prague over the last week or so. It's very short, and with the men's game, it would seem to speed up a little bit, I think, as the tournament went on. It was a little bit slower, but we've seen it faster here in Prague, but it's still not too bad, especially in that part of the ground. It's slightly downhill.
Yeah.
But the ground looking really good.
It is. It's got the slope. I've never thought of it so much, but it is very Lords-like, the slope of this ground. If you look at the pitch, I know we've got the reverse camera there. You can kind of pick it up there. I know that camera behind the pitch. We'll look at that in a minute. After this ball, which is a full toss and hit. Looks like Sharka does the fielding well around the corner. But you can actually see these pitches on a slope.
Yeah, it's slightly,
Yeah, there you go. Can you see how the pitch there has kind of got that slope down?
But I think it's it's partly that it'll drain well. That's a nice shot. That'll be straight to the fielder though.
It does drain well though, you're right. We see it suck up water and just be playable pretty quickly. You don't see the water pooling too much or anything like that.
We had about 3 months worth of rain in about 3 minutes on the first day.
Oh yeah.
And we played very shortly afterwards, and even the surface water, because of the wind here, it's a windy part of Prague, that surface water just that goes pretty quickly. So.
I'll give you my favourite Janito phrase. I just remembered it. It's something like La Casa Viene with a washing machine. This is actually hit pretty reasonably as well, but Sharka will do the fielding and keep it to 1. Yeah, so if you didn't know any Spanish, it would just sound foreign, and then you just hear perfect English. Because they do speak perfect English there, and a lot of them will speak, differently at home than they will in a work setting, for example.
I tell you what, my French is not bad, as Urs has been stopped, and it's a well taken run. Straight to Sharka, who fumbled a little bit, went to the right end.
Good arm though. He's been working on a throwing, I think.
I think so. I was in Barcelona when I picked up a newspaper and just looked at the sports section at the back.
Yeah.
And I could pretty much read it because Catalan is kind of a mixture between Spanish and French.
Yep.
So, and my French is okay, and it's enough to be able to read, Catalan to a point and get the general gist of it.
You can definitely see when you go to Barcelona the Catalan language, which is the language of that region. It looks very French. Yeah. But also it looks very Spanish.
Yeah.
So, it is. They're very proud of their language. And I suppose that's true of many regions in Spain.
I do like Barcelona. I think it's a great city. Oh, it's a nice ball leaning in from Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer's back. They're actually bowling pretty well when this is a tricky wind. It's very blustery out there. Often look at, can you keep the extras down? A realistic target, I think, to try and beat is to have less than 2 and over. And, that one obviously will be a wide, but they've gone 17. Oh, actually, as far as balls bowled, we've had 15 in 7 overs, just over 7 overs. So they're around about that two extras and over. Obviously, they try and do less than that.
Quick single and throws wild.
Told you, Shaka. She's definitely been working on her throwing. That one was a real an airmail to poor Susanna behind the stumps.
5 metres from the bat as well.
But good power.
Comes in again, and that's nicely hit through the cover region. Chase is on. They come back for 2.
Love that. That's Clara. Hurls herself at the ball. Just kind of had to make a choice. Could I keep running beside it, or am I going to try and make a play at this? And I love that effort. And I've loved the efforts of all the players so far.
As I said, it's a steep learning curve for the Czechs, but every time we see them, something improves. It's a long way to go. I think we'll see on the weekend as well with the T10s. They'll be looking for their first win. That's the big thing at the moment. We talked about a little while about the documentary.
They're 0-12
Yep.
lifetime. Czechia. I don't think they've been playing quite a year in the T20I sphere. It's great they've got a team, and I suppose each game's one closer to their first win.
Starting to get a little bit of depth in Czech women's cricket as well. There's PCC Queens as well as Vinarati. They've got a side.
It's nice to see more club cricket
in
the women's sphere. And I actually would love to see, if it was possible, to have an ECSW here at one point, now that we do have, as you say, 3 teams I can think of off the top of my head, with Brno, with the PCC Queens, Prague CC Queens, Vinarati Roses as well.
Yep. Another good ball hit down the ground, but it'll be just a dot.
It's a good shot, though. Even that is straight bat. This is something, I think when the Czechs bat, you'll see probably technically they're just not quite as equipped to deal with.
Have a look at the message from Af. Hi, Nat. Hi, Af. How you doing? He's a resident now in Prague. Look at that one.
Oh, I love this. He said that Af's put on the Czechia women's match on the Lord's changing rooms, while preparing for the Test Championship final. Even Bavuma's watching. Well, hi, Bavuma. I would say good luck, but of course I am Australian. That's wonderful to hear. Af, good for you. It's the end of the over. 62 without loss here after 8. Hello to Lorraine Blagg as well. I know that you're watching. Hello to Richie. Oh, yeah, and Richie's right. You do, and I should know this because I just did it. You do still walk across the runway, but just no driving. Now they've got a tunnel for the cars.
Yeah. This is hit just away from the fielder.
So, in Gibraltar, you can. How not many airport runways in the world that you're walking across?
I still find it weird walking across train tracks here.
Yeah.
In Australia, you can't. There's health and safety. There are signs up. You just can't do it.
Well, there's less and less of these ones you can.
Oh, it's a good stop.
It's fielded well, actually. A bit of a hot spot there. I think that one fielded her. But anyway, nice stop. Saves runs. No runs at all. This is Yana Kaminkova coming on to bowl a second over.
I love the fact that there's no magic spray. It's just get on with it. It's tough from Shaka. Kaminkova comes in again. And that's played nicely down the ground. And big effort there from the fielder. It's going to get towards the boundary. It's picked up and thrown back in. That's Pavlichkova.
So we saw Af. He's been involved in Czech cricket recently as well. Maybe he was with the Czech team at the ECW. I know he's back in the UK now. So, Af, what are you doing at the World Championship final? Let us know.
Especially in the changing rooms. Oh, it's got through Shaka that time.
It only cost him 1 run, which is not so bad. Maybe just getting whacked on the shin. He was thinking twice about getting down to that one, but still, Gibraltar been kind of held a bit quieter than they might have expected so far. Still no breakthroughs though. Yana's in the groove here. What a great story Yana Kaminkova is as well.
Absolutely.
We got into it because her son was playing cricket in the academy. Of course, the academy does great work here in Czechia. Again, haven't quite seen that next generation coming through, but it definitely is.
Yeah, look, it's not too far away, especially Danny O'Connor, who's, as we mentioned, is in Scarborough at the moment at the college there, and he'll be a fine cricketer for the Czechs, I think, in the long run. Alfie Solchek as well, Mimi's brother. He's just growing.
Yeah.
He's going to be I think he's going to be a good fast bowler for the Czechs. Very tall player. We've seen him play for Vinarati, and I think we'll see him. Oh, we've seen him play for the Czechs as well, I think, briefly. And both of those players aren't available, unfortunately, for the games that just finished for the CE Cup.
69 without loss after 9. Kaminkova finishes her over, which went for 7 runs, but it's been a little while since we've seen a boundary. So 3 full overs since we've seen a boundary. So I think it'll get to the point that these two, they're probably trying to up the ante a little bit, maybe look for those big shots a bit more. I was just mentioning it's a slight difference with there's a technical side of the Gibraltar batting, which I think Czechia aren't quite there yet. As far as just dealing with balls that are on the stumps. You see, they have a pretty simple approach here, these two. If it's on the stumps, it's kind of, unless it's very, very short, they'll just keep it out. They're satisfied with that.
Yeah.
I suppose with the Czechs, what we've seen with their batting, maybe because they haven't quite got that technical side of it yet, those balls get them out.
Yeah, true.
It's hard to blast these jib batters out. That's what you're seeing here. As this is Clara Kisova who's coming on for the first time. And, I mean, I suppose it's good in a way. We've seen, now we're on to a 6th bowler. We might even see a 7th bowler here for the Czechs.
Mm-hmm.
But then probably might be one of those things where, you know, give them an over and then you kind of see who seems to be in the groove in this game and you stick with them for the rest of the innings.
It's, again, down leg side this time from Kisova after a couple of wides. But, yeah, it's interesting that they've used so many bowls, still haven't used Suchkova. I'm sure we'll see her a little bit later. Kaminkova, the captain, I think just giving the ball to the different bowlers, different bowling options. Kisova, it's a better delivery. Hit nicely to point, just a single. So, good to see Luke Belgium in the chat. Liking your comments today. Very positive. And, oh, door's going to slam. Can't see a thing. Thanks, Vinny. For those of you who don't know, I'm peering through a door here, which Vinny tried to fix. There's a metal stake. He's got to get a bat to bash it in with, and the door just closed on me, so I think I missed that last delivery. There we go. Kisova coming in again, and loopy that time. Just played on the leg side. Couldn't get much of it. There, the batter. So after a bit of a dodgy start, couple of wides, been better from Kisova. So 75 up. Be a drinks break after this over. At the 10 over mark. Expected score is 167. But the bowling's been pretty good generally. This is called a wide. We'll see who Kaminkova turns to next. But certainly an improvement, I think, in the most part by the Czechs compared to their last series against Cyprus, where they had a lot of problems with wides. It's a pretty good ball. Stop with a foot. That's got to hurt. But just gets on with it, does Kisova. Again, another bowler bowling with a cap. And saw Kunsova from the top end. Just bowling with the cap. This is, again, loopy and can't get it away. Again, good bowling.
I'm back from my adventure, and it reminded me how I'm very unhandy. Now, there's plenty of things I'm lucky that I might have some natural talent with, but there are other things I'm useless with.
Whose bat did you try to break, by the way?
One of them.
Oh, this is going to be hit nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just lined it up, and nothing the fielder could do about it. You could see it get into position right away, and that was a nice shot there from Valverde.
Yeah, she's been sweating on that one for a while. you could see, even at that pace, even that's too short, isn't it? Because it gave Amy heaps of time to get in position, to get in the line, made it easy for her to play that shot.
Yeah, another moon ball. This is in the air, past the fielder, and that'll be another 4 runs. So there's Kuntseva out there. It's probably the best of the Czech fielders. Just couldn't quite reach it. Good over there for Gibraltar. 15 from it in the end from Kisova. And 84 the score at the end of 10.
Yeah, so I gave Clara a go there, but I think probably the fact that they have already used 5 other bowlers, still Suchkova potentially to bowl as well. I think they might have to give her a spell after that. And still searching for a breakthrough, the Czechs, with Gibraltar 84 without loss after the first 10 overs. Let's have a little bit of a peek ahead to next week. Now, unfortunately, I'm only available for the first day of the ECS, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how it transpires with 5 teams in the Challenger Division and 6 teams in the Premier Division, and that's actually the order they finished last year, by the way. So we saw Bohemians win and Prague CC get knocked over in the final, and it's 3 days of the Challenger Division and 4 days of the Premier Division. Pretty simple structure as well, with the teams playing each other and then playing that Final Four system. The top 2 get the double chance. And yeah. What are your thoughts? I mean, Vinarati and Spartans being in Challenger looks a bit funny, but again, it's based on last year's performance.
I think it's fantastic because there are going to be fewer blowouts. It gives the opportunity for teams like Ostrava and Dominators to be competitive in games. Not that they weren't competitive necessarily last year, but you could tell that they're playing PCC or Bohemians and then or Brno, and it was always going to be a bit of a hiding.
Of a bloodbath.
Yeah.
But what I will say is the record, which was actually set and then I suppose stopped last year, was the consecutive wins by Prague CC, 24.
Yeah.
And I suppose now if we're in this 2-division era, and I think it works really well here. It doesn't work in every country, but it definitely works very well here.
Absolutely.
But if that continues, I mean, you can't see Prague CC ever winning 24 games in a row again. If you actually look at their win, a lot of them were big wins against teams that just weren't really in their calibre.
Yeah.
But still, they've got that record and it still stands, the 24 consecutive wins in ECS cricket. And that all starts slightly earlier start time as well. We'll go to 5 games a day. So I think it's a 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 here in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India start each day next week.
There's a bit of a changing of the guard with PCC as well, because I mean, you look at some of the players they had in the past. I mean, Suresh is going to be there, I'm sure, even though he's got a little bit of an injury. I'm not sure about Arun. Arun might be there. Arun Ashokan,
I think
the former.
He's planning to play.
Yeah, but you look at the old guard is playing in the 2nd division now in Czech cricket, whereas you get a lot of the newer players who are playing 1st division, and they've got a very good side. They always recruit well to PCC, but it's a little bit of a different looking side to when we first started here 5 years ago. Bohemians. Again, they've got a handy side. They won well last year, well captained as well.
They're out to defend. I mean, and Bohemians won the first ever T10 event here in Czechia. Let's not forget the Czech Super Series. By the way, happy anniversary for Friday.
Thank you.
5 years of ECN cricket in Czechia.
Yeah, I know.
I still go back and watch that first game sometimes. I remember seeing that. I wasn't here, but I saw it on TV, and I just thought, what is this ground?
That was the first time this ground had ever been played on as well. Good ball. It's Marcy Palmer's.
Was that the first time this ground had ever been played on, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep,
wow.
Yep. So they shifted it because it was the Banks field is pretty much where it was, I think, or it might have been moved slightly. Yeah, I think it was pretty much there. Oh, just past the bowler. Bit of a chance there given, but single in the end. And the other ground was, I think it was, the Banks field was slightly closer to where we are now. Now it's closer to the road.
First time so not this actual
not
complex,
Vinosh,
but the first
Vinosh.
time this particular ground as part of the complex.
Yes.
With this pitch, right?
Which made it very slow for a start. The pitch was very low as well. But it was just freshly laid and it was just not really set. But it was good to see. We did play on 3 different grounds in that tournament. It was over 5 weeks, 5 weekends, I should say. Terry O'Connor was was the, oh, that's a bit scrappy.
He's been around in the chat a little bit this week as well, Terry.
Yeah.
Nice to see him chiming in.
Yeah, it's good to see him. It's in Brisbane. No idea what the time is in
And
Brisbane.
it's still, I actually think it still is the only tournament to this day that's been played entirely in whites.
Yeah.
With a red ball.
Yep.
We've had occasional teams turn up in whites. It's been kind of interesting.
With a white ball?
Sometimes, but normally we've got some pink balls.
Okay.
So you had one team in white, one team not.
Okay.
Andrew Ryan's team's one of them, by the way. I know. So, but yeah. Great memories.
Yeah, it was great. And we played at Velvari, which was good. It was pretty wet. Actually, the whole tournament was pretty wet.
With the bus, right?
With the bus, yeah.
The double-decker buses, the change rooms,
Yeah.
which is awesome and also a bit dangerous if there's cricket balls flying around.
We actually, it was Barbarians. One of the Barbarians was the first to hit the bus, hit the top of the bus. Didn't hit a window, just landed on the roof. It was a pretty big hit.
Hey, good question here from Anxious to Avoid. I'll come back to that in a second. But right now, I can tell you it's 89 without loss after 11 overs. He's saying, yeah, obviously this Czech team is almost entirely Czech. You look at the Czech names, and they've learnt and played all their cricket here. And with the men, obviously, it's a large immigrant influence in the team. Are there any actual kind of Czech-born Czech players?
Yep.
And I mean, I know one, Martin Verndl, who picked it up, and we've seen him in the national team recently. Mm-hmm. And there are a few others, right? Especially around Vinarati and
there were more. I think the issue is that it's hard to get adult Czechs to play cricket. If you, for instance, I mean, it's such a weird sport to get the mechanics right if you haven't grown up with it. So it's difficult. We have had some in the past that have come in and started playing, that have seen it somewhere and come in. There's also other players like Mixtari, Ben Solchek, who's Alfie and Josephine's dad, who played in the national team for quite a while. Vojta Hasa, who we'll see no doubt for Vinarati, who's the owner of the Down Under. There have been a few. There were a couple of youngsters that came through. Scott Page was coaching them, Damien Caselli and also Adam Holub, who were both very good bowlers for the Czech team. 16 when they started playing. Yeah. So there are, but with the coaching kind of stopped for a little while until Chris and Renato Pierce started again. So the aim is, I mean, it's a long game. Yeah. We're seeing it with the women's team. It says, nicely hit. Good piece of fielding. We're seeing it with the women's team, and a lot of these players are either juniors who have come through the academy, or the parents of juniors who are at the academy. Yeah, I know, exactly. So yes, in the long term, yes, there will be hopefully Czech players coming in. Danny O'Connor, who was born here, his dad's from Liverpool. Yeah. He's a good young talent. He played on the network when he was 14. Yeah, he did. And played very, very well. Hit a 6. Yeah, took a bunch of wickets as well. He doesn't lack confidence, does Danny. Not a bad thing for a cricketer. But it's true what you say. It's a generational thing with so much work happening with the academy. And often, Chris and Renata are down here, and their day is, okay, we've got under 12s and under 14s and under 16s. It's a long day. It's just a matter of time. They've even got a team, I think, in the third tier of Czech cricket now, the academy. Pretty competitive, actually. So, and a lot of these players, we look at Mimi here. Yep. I know he's been involved, the Kochunova sisters. Yep. Kunsova. Yeah, there's another one. And so, yeah, the short answer is, the future seems quite bright. Yeah. I often say this team here, the Czech women's team, they're kind of the pioneers of the international women's game here. It's less than a year, I think, since they played their first T20Is. Mm-hmm. I think with these two now, they've almost put on 100. I think for me, it's about time to hit the go button. I'm not saying they're batting defensively, but the balls that they might be blocking, it might be time to go after them. And even with the running to push, if they really want to maximise their score here. Gibraltar still yet to lose a wicket. They're 97 without loss after 12. So, and I love the thoughts from Terry. Terry is watching right now, and he was saying, it was pretty stressful because the carpet arrived for the pitch 2 months late. So they only finished playing
laying the pitch the week before the Czech Super Series started.
Yeah.
And this is Corona times as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the first tournament we actually organised after this lockdown period. In fact, it was the first T10 cricket we played after that that lockdown period where we couldn't play at all.
The other thing is we were the only cricketer on the planet.
Yeah.
So, because the IPL was suspended.
Yeah.
And so we had a lot of people tune in. There were at some points I think it was like something like 18,000 people on the chat
but
watching.
That's not even including kind of the subcontinental platforms as well.
No.
You know, it was insane. I mean, it was a weird time for everybody back there in 2020. Nice little dab from Nikki, take her up to 30 now. But it was a strange time for many, many, many reasons, not just cricket. But what it was, kind of almost accidentally, because we thought on ECN, we had our first European Cricket Series, so club-based event in Spain in March.
Okay.
And it was a 5-day series at Sporting Alfaz, near Alicante, where we'll be later in the year. Good length, that. Good shot as well.
Yeah.
Just beats the short cover. I'll get a single. It brings up the 100 as well, I've got to say, for Gibraltar and the 100 partnership between these two. Yeah, so I think the idea back then, I don't know because it's hard to go back in time. The idea was we would organise a European Cricket Series here and there. You know, probably along a more normal line of, you organise one, maybe one every month or couple of months. and then you do 5 days and you probably have the same crew on each one because that's how it works. And we did that one, almost like a tester in March.
Well, I know they were in Finland before as well, but I think it was the domestic league.
So this is the thing. That's how it might have worked out, but with the coronavirus and the shutting down of sport all over the year, all over the world, suddenly the demand was there to have cricket as much as we could.
Yeah.
And that was the start of it. I don't think that was the intention of ECU when we first started. But we kind of, once we drank the Kool-Aid, that's pretty much it. This is pulled away nicely. I think that'll probably go. This outfield's pretty quick. And Caruana will catch in with the boundary. Get just a fraction too short. Only a fraction from Palmer. But well, put away by Nikki Caruana. So, we shot we actually meant to have a T10 in Sweden. So this is around May. This is getting organised and it's for June. At that, we will have as much cricket as we can because that's what we're getting asked to do. That's what the people want. And to be done safely and obviously with the coronavirus. End of the over into Palmer. Bowls her 4 overs for 26 and the 104 for 3. So we were meant to have one in Sweden because the regulations said that's fine because we had to go where the regulations allowed us to do it. But then Sweden fell through. They changed the regulations. Yeah. Because you remember Sweden was a little bit different the way they approached it. So then we went to Finland and we asked them, they had their T20 up and going. So we actually showed T20 cricket from Finland. For the most part there. But the first kind of T10 we organised was the Czech Super Series. And I think it was, the 13th of June was the first game. It was over 5 weekends. Apparently it was a great time as well.
It was fun. I remember we had the finals here. We had 2 rounds here. We had the first round. The next round was in Vilvari. Then we went to Brno, which was great. There were 3 Brno teams. There was the Rangers, the Raiders, and the Raptors. Yeah. No idea which one was which. And Moravians.
Can I have a guess? Rangers, Raiders, Raptors.
I think that's right.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think that's right. They could have been more helpful. This is in the air, just over the top of the fielder. Good effort there. And coming back for 2, just out of the reach of Matani there.
Yeah, that would have been a great catch. She never really jumped. She couldn't time a jump, or she didn't jump. So she just put the hands up and kind of hoped it stuck. We'll check this out in the replay.
I think she might have got fingertips.
Circles. Definite fingertip job there for Matani. That would have been a brilliant catch of it at the start. Benatar on 47.
I like Pat Benatar. I think she was great. Little pocket rocket.
Pat Benatar. Well, I will say that Pat Benatar gets me going in the morning sometimes. Maybe a bit of all fired up.
Yeah, that's an Australian song.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Rattling Sabres, they're called, from Melbourne. And it's a cover of an Australian song. There you go. Bit of music trivia.
Terry's got a bit of info as well. There's Nikki will get this one through the field. Kisava's after it. I like the way she goes after those balls that run into the outfield. Okay, here's another interesting bit. I didn't know this from Terry, who was the Chief Operating Officer at the time, back in 2020. He said the original plan was it to be the Czech T20 League. Before we agreed to partnership with ECN, they had bids from 5 broadcasters from Australia, the USA, and India.
Really?
So I didn't know that, because I found out about it when it was kind of a done deal, and I was doing a show at that time because everything's virtual. So I had Terry on my show, and we talked about it, and it was very, very fascinating. Well, I'm glad that you, I suppose, had a huge step in our development.
Yeah,
Sharka's bowled a pretty good little mini spell here. Been pretty accurate. I think she's bowled well today. Probably. There's quite a few bowlers that you'd say have deserved a wicket, but obviously Gibraltar put a high price on their wicket as well.
Yeah, they're batting well. Good batters from Gibraltar, and there's still plenty to come as well. But no, I got fond memories of that. Okay, the commentary dog as well,
Of course.
And then the next year, Talia came along, and that wasn't quite as successful.
That's a pretty good finish to the spell from Sharko, who goes none for 30 here in the opening match of the tournament, and Gibraltar are 107 without loss. Yeah, I call 2020 the Wild West for ECN, because it was kind of, no one really knew what they were doing as far as organising tournaments. I know, for example, the Czech Super Series was weekend tournaments, so you had people driving huge distances to come down for the weekend, then they drive back. Often now we've got probably settled on a crew of around about 8 people that are at an event, more or less.
Yep. 111. It was definitely.
And so, but back then they might have had 2. Yeah. And even how we score, how.
I remember the
umpire clothesline from Joe Foster there, first one of the day.
I remember it was before 2 circles.
Very good. That was it. Before we go back to that, that's a good umpire clothesline from Joe, because this would have been a 5th over. So actually, credit Joe with the stat. And he's just, it's a lot of the umpire clotheslines are unnecessary. That was a rare necessary one.
That's Yana Kamikova, who, she's the captain.
First captain. Well, I've seen that happen even in an ODI. Happened recently, I think, in a women's ODI where someone bowled their 11th over, and they got a few balls in. They're like, oh, hold on. And they had to stop them, and they had to count the balls, but then switch the ball in the middle of the over. Yeah. Crazy. Okay, you were saying with the TV production, were you saying? With 2 circles?
Yeah. So it was Stan was the Czech guy who we got in, who'd never seen cricket before.
Yeah.
It's well run. Straight to that short cover. It's very good running between these two. But he picked it up really quickly, and the actual production after a while, because the first day no one knew, the tower was very low.
Yeah.
We didn't really, they didn't really know what was going on.
Classic Wild West.
Classic. I'm sure they thought they were covering croquet. But then they came up with different innovations. They had a drone. They had Comcam. They started Comcam. I was doing interviews with players, so they would give me a microphone, and I'd do interviews with players who hit a 50 or whatever. There were lots of little things we tried. Some things unsuccessful. This is a good piece of work.
Great running once again.
I did sort of mention, because Pete Vincent, the umpire, was umpiring a lot of those games, and I did say, why don't we just ask Pete? I said, let's have a quick look. 49 for Valverde, 115 the score. Let's see if she gets his 50 on this ball. Not quite.
So ask Pete was the thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just turned around and said, why don't we ask Pete, the umpire, what his decision, why? And all I see is just waving from the staff, no,
can't do that.
No, can't do that.
All right. Can she bring up her 50 here? Amy Valverde Benatar.
Think she can. Nice shot through the leg side. And that's it'll go. It's a committee meeting out there on the boundary, picking up the ball. Nice shot. 51 now.
Yeah, better than run a ball as well for the Gibraltarian captain. It's been a good start to her series. 5 boundaries in there, striking at 111. She set up a very healthy total here for Gibraltar.
How much did Terry have to do with that first organisation? Because I mean, I know that it ran pretty smoothly considering other places that we go to now. Oh, this is just over the top of the keeper. Well run.
Yeah, what Terry said actually, he went with ECN because all the others, they would have had to have paid for the production themselves and organise it. And it was a better option for the long term to go with ECN, as is evidence with these
absolutely.
series. Well, Terry, again, there'll be a statue of Terry one day here as a visionary. Maybe ECN headquarters as well, you know. End of the 15th over. And it's 119 without loss. Maybe Ockie the commentary dog. Maybe it'd be you and Danny and be Ockie the commentary dog statue of under the table.
I was considering, like, I'd love to bring them back, but Ockie would be great because she'd be underneath your feet for the whole thing, sleeping.
Yeah.
As we see here, this is upcoming events.
I'm got to say, looking forward to going to Finland for the first time.
Yeah.
I've never left the airport there. I've been there in transit. But right now we're in Hornchurch and check you out. But there's some of the upcoming events that take us actually through to kind of mid-July in Grefeld.
It's well bowled. Nice shot.
Commentary news. Tina was pretty excited to be able to do a home European cricket series, just like you love doing it here because this is your home.
Yep.
Tina lives very close to Kiel in the north of Germany in August. But annoyingly for me, but good for her, Germany qualified for the next round of the World Cup qualifiers, so she's unavailable.
Oh, no. Well, that's good.
But we moved a few things around. We'll be okay. But anyway, so we'll go to her place and she won't be there.
So going back to Ockie the commentary dog, she was great because she just, whoever was sitting next to me, she'd be right underneath their feet so she could keep an eye on me. And she knew at the end of the game instinctively that now it's frisbee time.
Really?
So yeah. There's all these shots. If you look, because the cameras never shut off, they just kept on rolling, right? And there's so many shots of me just going out, deliberately getting into the camera site and getting Ockie to catch frisbees. There's a lot of rain around there, but and at Velvari, oh, nice shot. That's hit through the covers, 4 runs,
That's
lovely shot.
Shot of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
She actually goes for this, and I think they know less than 5 overs to go now. Let's extend these shots a little bit. It's a classical back foot drive. That's another one. It's not a bad ball. It is not a bad ball. You see where it's pitched, but she picks up the length very quickly. She goes deep in her crease, which gives her a bit more length to work with. That was a classical back foot drive. Steve Waugh would have been proud of that one.
Yeah, it was a great shot. So, yeah, there was even one time between games where she it was a comment from, I think, Kyle Gillam's dad. Is that what's that dog doing on the field, but not just doing on the field, like actually doing on the field.
Oh, got it.
She decided to
make her mark.
Make a lay a landmine. Nice shot. That's 4 runs again.
Well, that's brilliant batting, really. That's a drive off the back foot and a drive off the front foot, and they are both absolutely a picture of perfection as Emil Valverde Benatar moves to 60 now, and at the end of 16 overs, 127 without loss.
So, yeah, anyway, the next year I tried it again, but I had another dog, Talia. It was a rescue from Dubai, and she took her security detail very, very seriously.
Yes, true.
Anytime any walked past the tent, she'd launch herself at them, and even when we tried to leave one day, she ran back to the tent because she wanted to stay here and be security. So yeah, that didn't work out as well. So,
but we still got a love for that. They're still cricket dogs for us.
they are cricket dogs.
Anyway,
Again, I'd love to bring him back, but I think Talia's mellowed a little bit.
some of the long off fielders are still in counselling, I think, after.
She escaped from me and ran at Sabah and Divisi at one stage. That was a bit frightening.
Here's Raquel Pavlichkova, who's going to bowl over number 17. Still no Mimi with the ball.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Surprised me a little bit,
Yeah.
but I suppose still 4 games in the series. 4 overs to go in this one. Anyway, Terry's saying no one needs to see a statue of him.
It'd break anyway.
He'd be a model.
He did break very easily,
I
Terry?
can definitely sense in the waters, though, definitely with
good piece of fielding.
with Amy here, that she's got her 50. She's going for it and
Yeah.
going with the running. I think they'll be pretty unselfish from here. Just trying to maximise their first innings total, Gibraltar.
That was a really nicely taken quick single too. So again, nice shot.
I don't see them not running for too many they hit now.
No.
Even if it goes straight to a fielder, I think they'll go. She's impressed me with the ball though so far.
Yeah, pick of the bowlers for me. I think Sharka's bowled well in parts, but Raquel, I think she's improved a lot in the last year. It's a good ball.
A bit of extra pace about her as well. That was a nice ball. It kind of shaped in a little bit from that tram line. Yeah, so 25 extra deliveries and we're into the 17th over. So it's more like 1.5 an over, which is a vast improvement of what we saw early in May when we were here.
I mean, there's still room for improvement, of course.
Oh, definitely.
But it is much, much better. And another good delivery.
She's a gamer.
Oh, yeah.
Raquel, I love that about her. She's very, very competitive. You can see internally motivated. She loves pulling on that blue shirt of Czechia. It was a very good delivery again. Get that late tail. That wind is going left to right. She's using it nicely. Sometimes too nicely.
Yeah, didn't quite go that time.
Yeah, it's a good sign with the movement. Yeah, it makes such a big difference. I mean, Gibraltar, yes, they've had to bat well. That's the thing. They've had to earn their runs most of the time, which is kind of what you want. I know for Czechia it's going to be a huge ask to compete with Gibraltar, but you know they've had some good moments here.
I mean, to be honest, they're not going to get this score. I'd love to see them do it, but in reality, there's just a gulf of experience. One came through pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, it's got good pace. I've given it a bit of a delayed jinx with the wides.
Yeah. Uh-oh, that's a bit loose.
Yeah, no one was backing up. No one was fronting up either. That was the problem there. The throw went to the bowler's end. It wasn't a bad throw. You see the bowler wasn't there, and it's a bit of a slow reaction from the fielder to realise where they needed to be.
I like the comment from Badal, yeah, in the chat. Good bowler, I agree. And so I think the pick of the Czech bowler so far. And again, nice delivery.
Yeah, a little bit of a stat here saying that Amy Valverde is not too far away from the highest ever score from a Gibraltarian in a T20I. And in fact, it's shared. She has scored 68 not out before against Estonia, and Lizzie Ferrari scored 68 in this tournament last year against the Czechs.
Yeah, I think it's again straight to the field, a well run, good communication from these two. Yeah, I remember that innings. It was very good, very well played.
It'll be the end of the 17th over. It's 134 without loss. I feel like often, okay, you haven't taken a wicket in 17 overs, you feel it hasn't been a very good time. But actually, I'm very heartened by what I've seen from the Czech bowlers here. They deserve a wicket, really. It wouldn't be a just kind of reward from their efforts if they were to go none for. But I think this is what I said at the top of the broadcast as well, that technically Gibraltar are able to handle those good deliveries, and they've been able to cash in on the loose ones most of the time. I
think for the most part, everything just seems tighter with the Czech bowling. There's the fielders are all around the bat, and they're forcing the Gibraltarians to, like this one's just gone through the keeper. They're going for everything, but it's good backing up and good running and good experience play. But the tactics, I think, are kind of there for the Czechs. They've got the field up. They know that if they've got good bowling, that they're just going to be pushing it for a single rather than hitting the big shot. So I like what I've seen from the Czechs. But then again, I like what I've seen from Gibraltar as well. They're a very solid side. And just flick down the leg side. It's Konsova who stopped that one. Bit of foot fielding.
So this is actually the fourth T20IW 50 for a Gibraltarian batter. And Amy has two of them now. Lizzie Ferrari, the other one we just mentioned. Lauren Pius, the other one, scored 54 not out in that same innings, actually, as Lizzie Ferrari last year, if you remember. It's going to beat the fielder, I think. It's a well-executed cut shot. Caruana, well, maybe she will be another half-centurion here. The way things are going, she plays this shot very well. She stays very side on and just kind of lets the ball come to her. It's a well-executed cut shot. Good footwork as well. Gets that back foot back and across, and it runs across this very fast outfield. Nikki Caruana, though, she was pretty unlucky to not score a 50. Her best score is 49 not out. Rosie Riley's also in the side. She has also scored a 49 not out.
It's another good shot. Just dabbed down on the offsides. Going to run, is it? There's a fielder back there. It's Kara Kisova.
So that's the thing. You look at this Gibraltar batting lineup, and they've got several batters. And I actually think they might even, I don't know about the Austria game, but if they were to play the game again, they might have two completely different openers.
Yeah.
I
think they should, to be honest.
So you look at all these players that have scored runs at international level, and with the Czech team, you see, especially with the couple of players out, it's just they don't have those runs on the board.
I think there are 250s hit by Czech batters in the last year. One of them's Terka Kulcunova, and the other one is
It's Katka.
Katka.
Yeah,
and neither are playing in this tournament.
Exactly, and they even got Noel Legaya, I should say, has made runs against Jersey.
Jersey are a good side too. I saw them about a month back, and they were very, very competitive.
So we actually got a couple of things to watch, don't we? We're on 50 watch for Nikki Caruana, and also can Amy better the top individual score for Gibraltar batter in the T20I of 68. And that's what we'll keep an eye on as we go after 18 overs. It's 145 without loss.
It's a really good looking shot. Saw the replay closer up at that shot with the high elbow. Lovely.
Yeah, it's not one of those cases where extras are the highest score or anything like that. We've had 34 extras, which I think if you can keep, like I said, keep it below 2 and over, you keep it below 40. And I know, but that's just a realistic target, I think.
Yeah.
That if you can beat that, you can say, okay, at least we made them earn the runs. Otherwise, you could easily have double the amount of extras like we had before, and they're 170, 180 here. And as you said, I don't see this really being a chaseable total, regardless.
No.
But what you're trying to do is compete. You can set yourself little goals, and I think the Jacks, this is probably the most complete bowling performance I've seen from them in a while.
I agree.
Not ever.
Yeah, I agree. Comes in again and just tucked around the corner. Conserva will pick it up. I think she's the best of the Czech fielders, Erika Kuncová. It's a good one-hander pick up and throw. And again, it's all in just little improvements. I like the fact that there's a short cover in. It's Mansi Palmer there. Yana Kominkova's just behind her. But again, it's just good line length. This is in the air, just in front of the Terminator.
Yeah, it just fell safely. So I still think that, you might as well have a catch and cover.
Well, I think it kind of is, but she's maybe not in.
Not enough.
Yeah,
it needs to be another 5. They've got cover around her as well.
Again, this has just gone to a short point, and they've taken a single. Good running. I mean, there's.
It'll be 50 for Nikki Caruana, so she does pick up her first half century in T20I cricket, and that's just like I said. She would have probably been a little bit irked that her best score was 49 not out and deserved a 50 on that occasion. But now she has picked up a 50 in the first game of this series. Well done to her.
Guy coming in again. This one's going to be called a wide. But yeah, look, we saw them last year, Gibraltar. They're a very good side, and we'll see where they are compared to Austria in the next game. Austria got some good players. A couple of ECNs, Blue Crew in there.
Yeah, you can see actually on her wagon wheel. She's been very good letting the ball come to her, playing behind the wicket, cutting, pulling, and
nice
pulling.
Shot.
This is going to be a big pull. It'll bring up the 150. There will be 4 more runs, and that in fact equals the highest individual score by a Gibraltar batter, as Amy equals her personal best, 68 not out.
What about the men's side? There is it higher than any of the men's totals or men's?
That's a very good question. I went straight to looking for the high scores for Czechia, and I think you mentioned it. That Turka. and Katka do have these the 250s.
It's a nice shot. Oh, dropped. Tough catch. Hit very firmly. And, well, if there was anybody you wanted to hit it to, it was Erika Kuntsova. Just couldn't quite hang on to it. Hit pretty hard.
It was a spicy one, but like I said, now it's time to hit the go button for Gibraltar. They have had a couple of Centurions with Avinash Pai 107 not out, and also it was 101 by Karen Stagno. So a day will come, I'm sure, where certainly maybe even this series, the way that they're adding. I suppose maybe need to take a few more risks early and go at a rate that you are going to score. Basically, let's say if you face half the bowling, you've got 60 balls to get 100. So you need to be at that kind of strike rate.
Looking at those bowling figures, they're all pretty good. And no wickets, of course. The only expensive bowler there is Kisova, who's just bowled the one. Apart from that, it's been pretty tidy from the Czechs. Comes Kuntsova. And again, nice delivery. Come through for a single.
Yeah, so twin 50s, and we're going to the last over. And Erika, I think she has bowled very well. It's a classic case of having to work very hard for a wicket, and very hard actually. It's been a steep learning curve, but like I said, I think the Czechs have asked the right questions. Just Gibraltar have been able to handle them.
It's just lost it down leg side a little bit. Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, they're a good side. Gibraltar, as I mentioned, and a lot of depth, but a lot further in the development with Gibraltarian cricket as well. But the Czechs, I think, especially first up, pretty good performance so far. Let's have a look with the bat.
I was just going to say that the last single that Amy Valverde took her to 69 now, which is the highest individual score for a batter in a T20IW for Gibraltar, so congratulations. Well, she already held the record. She shared it with Lizzie Ferrari.
Yeah.
Now, she ain't sharing. She's got it herself. And she's the captain. She can bat Lizzie as low as she wants.
This one's just wide of the field. A good piece of fielding there. Knock it down. It's Eva Konasova.
So what do you think? Okay, I think the Czechs have bowled pretty well without taking a wicket.
Yeah.
What would their realistic objectives be with the bat in the second half?
Just try to bat as many overs. I don't think they're going to get the total. When you look at the only two batters who've hit 50 so far for the Czechs, just in the air, nice shot down the ground.
I think they'll want 3 here.
I think so.
I don't know if they'll get it though.
No. Realistically, I think just staying in and sort of scratching around for as many runs as they can get, getting players. I know that Raquel Pavlichkova, I think, hit a 30-odd in the game. Was it? Or was it actually? No, it was the keeper, Susanna Franova.
Yeah, Franova.
Who's a good bat.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, the ability to bat out the 20, I think, would be a win.
Yep.
Again, you don't want to be too defensive either because you want to try and score, but I mean, that would be something I would say. And just quickly, Richie made a comment saying, yeah, the Gibraltar team been working so hard, been training up to 4 times a week, plus 1-to-1 sessions, and loves the commitment. His last ball, or not, or yes. So Gibraltar will finish with 161 without loss. Czechia battling bravely there. I mean, they played with a lot of heart, but I just think in the end, I mentioned that the technical ability of the Gibraltar side, and they have the same two who bat the entire 20 overs. Amy Valverde Benatar finishing on 70 not out, the first ever Gibraltarian women's player to hit 70 in a T20I. Nikki Caruana with a maiden T20I half century as well. So Gibraltar obviously very, very handsome total to have on the board. They hit 11 boundaries in the 20 overs. But the Czechs, I think they can be very proud of their efforts as well, Danny.
Absolutely.
And the openers come off. I'm sure they'll get a good reception. The Czechs, they can hold their heads high. But now it's time to get to work with the bat and see if they can handle the pretty tricky Gibraltarian attack. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first 20 overs of the Women's CE Cup.
Yeah, it was, again, Shaka, the first over was pretty good. That one was a little bit loose. What's she doing with the finger up? Who's she quietening down? That's That's cheeky there from Shaka.
I like it though. It's look, in the end, they chased a bit of leather, but I think that Gibraltar had to work pretty hard for their runs. It's
Agreed.
I can only go on what I've seen recently from the Czech team, and obviously we've all followed them for a couple of years now. That was me trying to do something handy, giving the old knock. That's not my best angle either, just saying. And Paolo giving me a bit of a hand there. Eventually we got that sorted, but it was down to business for these two. Like I said, the Czech bowling, I think, was much improved. They were way down on their extras compared to what I saw in May. They did create a couple of chances, tough chances with the ball. Couldn't quite hold on. That was Amy Valverde's 50. Brought it up nicely. But these two shots for me, they were the two shots of the innings. The one off the back foot, the one off the front foot. It was classy stuff. Really, really classy stuff. And Gibraltar, they are cruising. As we see the Scott Page bench in the background. Nikki Caruana also played very well. She's a good worker of the ball, slightly different style. Let the ball come to her, cut very well. She brought up her first 50 in T20I cricket. I know she would have been so proud. Great reward. And you can just tell, Gibraltar, they've got the ability to train. They've got a player group that are very determined on improving quickly.
Absolutely. Look, again, that was the catcher went down towards the end. It was a pretty spicy one, but well done. And to both those batters, both hitting half centuries and a pretty decent total there for Gibraltar. The Czechs, as I mentioned, I think that it's beyond them to get to this score, but it would be good for them for a fighting performance. See the scorecard here, and it's 70 even for Amy Valverde and Nikki Caruana with 54. 37 extras as well. As you mentioned, Vinny, not too bad considering what happened last time. Only
Not
just
too
under
bad.
that two and over. I think the point of where the development is with Czech cricket, with the Czech women's cricket, I think it's pretty good.
29 extra balls in those 20 overs.
Yeah.
So that I think might be their best effort as far as the amount of balls that they actually had to deliver the legal 20 overs in the innings. 4 overs were given to Žarka Kolčinova as well as Rachel Pavličková, Erika Kudžova and Mansi Palmer. Of course, no one was able to get the breakthrough. Kisova probably the only over that went off the rails a little bit, but you actually look at all those other economy rates and they are all between 6.5 and 8.5. And I think from a team point of view, and there were some concerns with the Czech bowling, but I think it held up pretty well. We didn't even see Josephine Suchkova in the end.
Yeah.
We thought we might see her get a bowl at some point. Gibraltar with 161 on the board off the 20 overs. The Czechs with 162 for the win, but let's see if they can go toe-to-toe with a Gibraltar attack that are pretty keen on ripping into the Czech batting lineup. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break and we'll see you after it for the chase here in match 1 of the ECN Central Cup T20IW.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second innings of match one here in the CE Cup T20IW. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you as we get ready for the chase with Czechia, the home nation, coming out to bat for the first time in the series. They're chasing 162 for victory. Gibraltar setting them that target after they scored 161 without loss in their 20 overs, but not really necessarily a true indication of the efforts from the Czechs, who I thought battled and held this fairly strong Gibraltarian batting lineup to 8 runs and over. Twin half centuries for Amy Valverde Benito, who finished on 70 not out, and Nikki Caruana, her first ever T20IW 50. So in 54 off 63. So as the Czechs get ready to go to work, it looks like it'll be Susanna Franova and Pratibha Chowdhury going out there for them. And my opening partner, once again, is Danny Hudacek. Now, Danny, let's see if the Czechs can be as competitive with the bat as they were with the ball.
I'm sure they'll definitely try. I think the two batters mainly, I think Susanna Franova, the openers here, of course, but Susanna Franova hit a 30-odd and was upset that she got out. She was... she's very, very competitive, is Suska. And also, Raquel Pavlichkova has been looking good in the nets, according to Michael Lonsborough had a bit of a chat with him. Apparently, Mimi Suchkova has got a bit of a shoulder injury.
Right.
That's why she didn't bowl, but hopefully she'll be right for the rest of the tournament.
One person that doesn't have a shoulder injury, I think, is Lizzie Ferrari, who's ready to go with the ball. She's a natural outswing bowler. She bowls with good pace and rhythm. She's played a lot of men's cricket as well. So here we go with the chase.
A little bit short. And, well, they should have looked for one there. They're going to go for one eventually. It was a pretty good call in the end. They'll get off the mark with a bye.
That's one thing, because the Czechs just plainly haven't played as much cricket as the Gib openers have, is that understanding between the wickets.
Yep.
We saw the running be very, very good. So a couple of runs for free there.
Just put it back down the pitch. Good bowling and well kept out there by Chowdhury.
I thought the first one would have been called a wide. It's only been scored as a bite. So keep an eye on how that one gets scored.
I think the umpiring has been very good so far this week. It's, of course, ICC level umpires for these official games.
Yeah, definitely. They've been excellent. But Lizzie hasn't quite found a groove yet, but she can be very, very tricky when she gets it right.
Yeah, I remember it from last year. Very good bowler. It's nicely played. Well timed there by Chowdhury.
Yeah, and it was very well played. Straight bat technique. That's a very dangerous ball, straightening down the line.
Yeah, so getting a little bit fresh here. The sun's disappeared. Oh, it's a bit of a shout. Gone. Well, first wicket down, right in front of the stumps. Pitched up, and Chowdhury up to go for a duck.
Yeah, disappointing, especially after she kept the other ball out so well. But it will be the first one down. Ferrari excited. Why shouldn't she be? She's into the action. Didn't get a hit because they didn't lose a wicket in the 10 overs. But let's check it out here on the replay. And this one straightens down the line. And in the end, Joe Foster had no alternative but to give it out. Excellent piece of swing bowling.
Yeah, really good bowling. And, well, Pratibha, after walk off, after, as I mentioned, she was timing the ball pretty well. Just missed that one, just with that bit of in swing. See it from the reverse angle, and clearly going to hit the stumps. And just no footwork at all. Just missing that one, unfortunately. So, new batter is Mimi Suchkova. Josephine, really, but everyone calls her Mimi. And again, good young player. I think she's only 15, Mimi. Saw her on network a little while ago as Desi walks past, the manager of the Czech team, who's kind of the spiritual leader of this Czech women's side as well. Has done wonders for. Well, basically, it was her that started the women's program here in Czechia. We might see her playing on the weekend as well in the T10s, which will be good to see.
Yeah, definitely. No, that will be great. And also you mentioned Farmer Baba available And let's remember, you know, in the T10 format when they had some of those extra players available, they've even pushed Spain to a golden ball before.
Yep.
In Barcelona last year. Anyway, Amy Valverde Benatar done it with the bat. Now she's going to try and do it with the ball. So Vranova faces up.
And an appeal not out, says the umpire. Looked like it was going down leg side. We don't have the best. We don't have a view like what we used to. I think with it's actually
Pretty tight.
it is pretty tight.
It's very tight, actually.
Tried to play down leg side. There's a bit of outswing. Well, it comes in again.
Oh. I reckon that's, you know how sometimes it takes the batter a while to get their eye in?
Oh,
She's okay there.
good piece of feeling. They'll
They'll
be safe.
Well, let's have a look at this.
Oh, it's very close. I think the right decision.
Probably you can't get that out real time. I'm just curious. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think she's
Out.
short.
So it's going to be out twice. She's not out. Let's get on with the game.
Richie Cunningham saying Lizzie swings it miles.
Yeah, and this wind's going to help her as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's a good ball. Perfect line and length there.
Oh, well, you can forgive the Czechs for getting the benefit out on occasion. That first WW, though, I think maybe the umpire hadn't got their eye in to use my analogy from before. But and anyway, Gibraltar, they want the 10 wickets here.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of responsibility on young shoulders with the Czechs. Nice shot, straight to the fielder. They'll take the single. That's well run. I think that just went. And Vranova gets another. Look at this one. Nicely hit, straight to the fielder. A little bit of a fumble, but Mimi was on a bike. And that was nicely taken single. Have to be careful, though. It's a bowler again. And just kept out. Footwork a little bit ropey there from Mimi, but kept it out nicely. Good bowling again from Valverde. 4 on the score. They've lost that one early wicket, though.
Quick hello to Richie, who thanks for that comment. And hello to Lorraine Blagg as well. Saying well done to Lizzie for the early wicket. Amy would love one as well.
It's just been pushed down the pitch again.
Very happy to see Mimi back in the lineup, though.
Yeah.
And obviously, yeah, they've given her the responsibility in the number 3 position. The fact she can't bowl at the moment because of that shoulder injury. It's nice to see her in the action. Anyway, end of the second over, and it's 4-1.
Yeah, it was, well, again, what we'd expect, I think, from Gibraltar, just nice tight bowling, not giving much away. So,
I mean, could have easily been a wicket on a couple of ways. The LBW, I think, was a very generous call for the batter. And then, yeah, the run out, if you were able to use technology, I think the run out's out.
yeah.
Ferrari will get their second one after a wicket made in the first. This one straightening down the line, maybe not quite enough. She had kind of like a fake maiden, I call it, in the first over because it did start with a ball. It was called a bite. I'm sure it was actually a wide, but a very generous call on the bowler. Went for a bite past Sally Barton, who's out there, 67 years young, oldest player in international cricket.
Yeah, she does a great job behind the stumps for Gibraltar. And so it's just played, that's tip and run at the moment.
I don't mind that. They're going to force the play. And there comes a moment where you can't just keep patting dots. But having said that, this would have been out by some distance.
Yeah.
A big distance.
Well, they're making him have to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a tactic or just the fact that Mimi's running.
Yeah.
It's in the air, just away from the fielder. I'll just get that one again.
But if you take out that hesitation, you know,
Yeah.
the run-outs rate goes down heaps.
Yeah.
Not to 0. But when you don't quite have that feel, that judgment, and you have that uncertainty, then you end up with these cataclysmic run-outs where 2 are at one end and all that kind of thing.
It's down leg side, going to be called a wide. But it's good positive play from these two. So they're both off the mark. Front of us on 4 and Suchkova on 1. But you saw that with Gibraltar towards the end of the innings mainly, where they'd hit it to a fielder and the communication was so good, they'd just run and they'd put the pressure on the fielders. And you're right, it's exactly what they're doing here. Like this one is, again, if it hits, it's out. But if it doesn't, then it's a
run.
It's a run.
And runs have been hard to come by, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Czechia.
I like it.
And it does change the strike. So, okay, when one of these hits the stumps, you probably say it's a bad decision. But it's a calculated risk.
They've got to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
So I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and now you change the strike. You just feel like things are going your way a bit when that scoreboard's ticking over.
Yep. Stuck around the corner. Nice looking shot. I'll look for 1. They might get 2, but they've decided not to.
Yeah, it's been a plucky effort, is what I call it so far from the Czechs with the ball and with the bat.
Yep.
I'm happy to see the intent, and they probably know they're not going to hit a whole bunch of boundaries, so they're going to have to play a bit of small ball to get a respectable score on the board.
It's a bowler again, and it's a good ball.
That's the length. I think it's length she hasn't really hit so far, but I think it's a dangerous length to pitch up, try and hit that popping crease end of the 3rd over. And Czechia are 9 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start from them. They've lost that early wicket, but Gibraltar, very tight bowling. 162 the target. Can't see them getting it, but again, it's just about just positive batting, I think, and also just seeing how many overs they can bat through with the Czechs.
A quick hello to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand as well.
Yeah.
Viewers from all around the world. No, the World Championship finals actually on as well.
What's
at the
that?
moment. That's Australia, South Africa. A one-off test for world domination.
I saw Marnus is opening the batting. I thought he hadn't scored a run for about a year and a half. So hit back to the bowler. Maybe a slight chance.
I think it might have been one that carries. Let's have a look. Has to go down.
Just bounced
Maybe
in front.
Not quite, yeah.
But Khawaja and Labuschagne, I saw, were opening the batting for
I just think Marnus is undroppable. And they needed an opener.
This is in the air, just away from the fielder. And another single down to to 3rd.
Yeah, so just good feeling about this partnership at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big cheers from the Czech team as well, and Venki shouting encouragement. Come on, Mimi is the call. So yeah, no, it's I'm going to keep an eye out on the Test Championship. Oh, nice shot. Just kept it out. It was too called, and they'll get it as well.
Yeah, again, forced a good throw. Throw didn't come in with enough power. This is good hand-eye coordination, but you actually have a look at how she plays it. It's just a bit of a difference. Look how the bat comes through from horizontal. So it's a very much more difficult shot, whereas probably the Gibraltar openers are playing that with more of a straighter backlift.
Yep.
Now, it's a good result. She gets 2 runs, but that just kind of shows a real a key difference between the 2 batting lineups.
Oh, it's going to go to the boundary, I think. It should be a no ball as well. It has been called, and it'll be 5.
Yeah, how about that? Non-standard Minibo. No ball +4 as Valverde gets the length wrong. And it's well just worked, isn't it? Just got to get any bat on this. I like her setup, actually. There's a lot to like about Susanna. And she'll actually get the benefit of the free hit as well coming up.
Yeah, absolutely.
First boundary of the series for the Czechs.
First boundary. And well, I'm cheering on the inside. But it's encouraging as well. Again, compared to what we saw with Cyprus just about a month ago. It's looking very positive for the Czechs. It's a bit short, bit of a swing, and they'll get another single out of it.
The other thing is, Mimi's very well drilled with her running. Look, she's just, let's have a look at her. She's getting that lead. She's basically running straight away. I don't know if she'll be able to turn around, actually, but she's getting a running start. She makes it easily. Now, it was a bit tighter, obviously, for Suska, who had to actually play from a standing start there. But still, it's nice to see that intent from the Czechs so far.
She does come from a cricketing family, though. So has been hit to point again. well run between these two. With her dad, Benji, who's...
Let's have a look at Zuzka's and her technique with the backing up. So is he important?
Yeah.
See, again, she has more of what I call a standard, what I would coach for is kind of run 2 meters and stop, so you can still go back. I think I mean, I love that there's the intent there, but I suppose with Josephine, if the ball's hit straight back to the ball, she could be in a bit of trouble. Like this. Yeah, unfortunately, it will be the first wicket as that partnership is broken, or second wicket in total, but the first run out. This is kind of the one I was worried about, that overcommitment. So it's a really good example of the backing up and that you're in the game when you're the non-striker as well.
Yep.
And I applaud that she's looking to come through for this run. But because she's running so quickly, she just can't turn around in time. When she was sent back, you can see it kind of doubles down. She's over halfway down. Amy was very quick to get back. And the opening partnership continues for Gibraltar with the Caruana to Amy Valverde Manitar combination. But still, I liked what I saw from Amy there. She'll be run out for 4. It's 19 for 2.
I'm sure she'll look back at it, and Venky will have a chat to her as well and just say, look, it's a bit too keen. She's really running, and it was never a run on.
So I'm a big fan. This is a simple bit of coaching I would have, which is run, but then be stationary by the time the ball is being hit.
Yep.
So run while the ball's in transit. You're probably still 3-4 meters. That's fine. But then you need to be able to go, then go through with the run, or be able to just prop, or be able to turn around.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing. But I love the intention to try and score.
Absolutely.
Erika Kucheva comes out at number 4 for the Czechs.
So, I knowing the experience of the Gibraltarians as well, I'm sure that they've spotted that and they knew exactly where she was backing up and where to go. And it's again, it just comes from experience. I'm sure Sally would have had a bit of a chat and said, "Look, she's halfway down the pitch."
The other thing is, it kind of forced Suska into a weird spot where if she had just gone through with the run, she was probably going to get run out. But I don't think there was a run there. Lizzie Ferrari comes back to bowl third over. It's 19 for 2 after 4.
It's just played down there by Erika. So again, it's good to see these two. Suska front of her, as I said, hit a 30-odd in one of the games against Cyprus and looked pretty good throughout. Hits the ball pretty cleanly as well. Oh, this is going to be dropped. Sally couldn't quite reach it. And it was a good piece of bowling. Just stuck a bat out, did Kunsova. Oh, she's not happy with herself.
Yeah, I mean, it popped up for a little while, didn't it? We'll have a look. I mean, it actually gets big. It's probably about chest high. Sally didn't get a good first step and was always chasing it. Check it out in the replay next to 2 circles.
Came in quite a bit, actually. Yeah, just couldn't quite reach it. Did well to get there.
Under the lid as well.
Yeah.
Didn't get that clear a review of it.
It's down the leg side. I think it's going to be fine. It's,
I think it's one of those ones that if it would have hit the batter in the original stance, then it's not a wide. But
it's a pretty close one.
So where's she standing here? She's standing maybe 2 stumps outside.
Yeah, it's a wide for me.
Yeah.
Just. But I know where the umpire's coming from that, because it's not.
And you don't want. You'd rather. This is one of the forms of the game that you probably would give the benefit of the doubt to the bowler and some of these things. But it's that profile wides thing. If the batter steps inside, and if it would have hit him in the original stance, you look at the original stance here.
So that's what I think. I don't think it would have hit her in the original stance, because that foot didn't really move. It's a moot point anyway.
Yeah.
And well run. Really well run.
These are the runs that they were never taking before. And
Exactly
I've had
right.
a run out. I often say, if you haven't had 2 rounds in the innings, you haven't tried enough runs. That kind of sounds strange, but it's something actually I said to Gibraltar back when they first were on the network at the start of 2023. And by the way, it's amazing how far they've come in 2 years. I mean, to give you an idea, I mean, there's one game they made 15.
Yep.
That was against the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Okay, bit of a mismatch, sure.
Well, that's a one that's been hit down the leg side. Another single.
But it just shows you with the facilities they've got. It's one thing to have the facilities, but you've got to have the motivation to improve.
Sure.
And that's what that always comes out to me in this Gibraltar lineup. 22 for 2 then after 5 overs. Of course, we'll look ahead to the ECCW, and of course, we know that the Czechs will be involved in that one in the emerging division, along with Malta, Greece, Croatia and Sweden. We saw Cyprus pretty recently in the Challenger division, along with Austria, who are part of this tournament as well. I'd love to see Gibraltar playing a bit more T10 cricket one way or another, and that's something I know that they know we would love. And, we'll try and find ways to do that going forward as well. And I'll actually be in Gibraltar, by the way, in August, the 2nd and 3rd. There's a men's European cricket series there. Because, I'll tell you the reason, is when we're in Wimbledon in England, and I will be doing Wimbledon as well, but we can't use the ground on the weekends. So we decided, okay, we'll go down to Gibraltar and we'll play Saturday and Sunday there. So I'll be going down to the Europa Point and always have a good time there. Hopefully not too good a time.
I did see one of the great finishes in ECN history. It was in the Continental Cup last year before last, with Gibraltar.
Yeah, 9 down and with Portugal. Is that the one you're thinking of?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Portugal.
Or no, I think it was against Romania, the host.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true.
Yep. And it was Hungary was the other team that was there.
Yeah.
And they needed something like, I don't know, 12 of the last 2 balls. 11 of the last 2 balls. It's just turn around the corner, nicely played. And it's going towards the boundary. It's pretty quick down there, but it won't quite reach. They'll come back for 2.
Good running.
They got launched at the fielder.
The old offload.
Yeah, the offload straight at her face. Let's have a look. And close.
There's one to see if it hits you in the waist. It's not a no ball here. It's probably a no ball under T10 regulations.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's, Joe is saying, I think that's not above your waist. It's hitting you in the waist. Probably the right call.
So there was, I can't remember, it was something like 11 off 2 balls with only 2 balls left or something. And one of the batters just came up and he just hit, smashed 2 sixes.
I remember that.
After looking sketchy. He didn't look like he was hitting it off the square. Oh, this is in the air. Gone. No, dropped. Well, that was, thought she got to it then, the fielder. But she just couldn't quite hang on to it. Another single. Let's have a look.
Did she get there in the end?
I think so. Oh, maybe not.
Not quite. Probably one that she had a time over. Maybe she has a dive at it. I think it was James Fitzgerald. That's how I remember James, I think, that came out and launched the last 2 out of the ground. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gibraltar fans.
That absolutely shocked the Romanians. And I think that what I said is that they've knocked the Romanians out of their own tournament. And that was it. Yeah. That was it. It was a fantastic
back
finish.
in August. I'm going to say 2023.
Yeah,
was it last year? 2023.
No, it wasn't last year. I think it was the year before. But that was a really good tournament. And
he went 4-6-6 to finish.
Yeah.
That's how I remember it anyway.
But he hardly scored a run before then. And it's just like, I think he just went up to the umpire and said, how many balls left? 3. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. So it was great.
Actually, I'm going to dig up the link of that and I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah.
It's a bit of homework for everyone in the chat. Everyone loves homework.
I did go out to that. They went out to the to a pizza restaurant afterwards, and I did catch up with them and had a bit of a chat with them. Really nice bunch of lads, actually.
They definitely are. I get on well with both men's and women's team of the Gibraltar.
Oh, it's a nice shot around the corner, and that's going to head towards the boundary, and being stopped. They'll come back for 2. Get a nice shot from front of her, just tucked around the corner.
She's got a brilliant hand-eye coordination. But again, look at the bat. There's this whole thing where this is a ball middle stump, and it's coming like it's risky. Put it that way.
Risky, fine margins.
But it's just something. And again, if that ball bounces, then you're a huge LBW candidate. So this is probably something. It's not going to be something that she could change overnight.
No.
And obviously she's playing very well. Look at the runs away. But something against good. If you're trying to succeed against better bowlers, they'll find you out. Because eventually you will miss one like that because you're not playing it with a straight bat. But in the end, she moves to 15 and check out 28 for 2.
I think what's saving her at the moment, because she's done that a couple of times in the last couple of overs, is that she's not trying to hit the ball too hard. She's just basically guiding it down there. She's maybe missed out on a couple of runs by not hitting a 4, but at the same time, it's a much safer shot. So you can see here, it's the end of the power play. 28 for 2, and I think again, with what we saw against Cyprus, this is very good by the Czech batting. This is called a wide, and he gets I mean, no disrespect to Cyprus, and against a better team than Cyprus. I think Cyprus had a good, solid side. Gibraltar, I think, are a step above them. But very, very good application here from the Czechs at the moment. This one's, again, hit straight. Whoa. Well, they'll get more.
Well, you get a genuine 3 here, at least.
At least.
And that's also what happens when you start taking runs on.
Yep.
Other runs pop up.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's worth taking it on, even risking a boundary for a... Oh, geez, that was close. For a wicket, I was going to say. Maybe can't believe that's missed. And then they end up hustling through for a 3. I don't even remember the Czech team ever running a 3.
No.
Since I've been covering them, at least. Helen Mumford, by the way, has the ball.
Nice shot. Beautiful shot through the covers. Again, going towards the boundary. I think it'll get there. And it will. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Franova. That's my shot of the day now.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. That's the thing. She's a different proposition when the ball's outside off stump as well. You know, that backswing doesn't really matter. And Franova, like I said, she's a natural hand-eye athlete.
Yeah.
And that was beautifully struck away. And I love this as well. I love the smiles. I'm so happy that she's been working hard on her batting. Again, the Czech team, they don't have the kind of resources. They don't even really have nets. They do a lot of indoor work as well. They've been working hard. And
there are the nets in Žižkov, but there's so much traffic going through those nets because you've got all the Prague-based teams that use them. Yeah,
true, yeah.
So I know that they come down here quite often and play. Hopefully there'll be another pitch soon. This one's straight to the field. A good no call as well. They do come down here and do quite a bit of training. So it's good to see. But there might be another ground. Hopefully another ground, a women's and juniors ground.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. They do have 2 full cricket grounds here at Vinaj, and the plan is it where the car park is now?
No, it's behind us.
Okay,
it's quite a bit of a slope.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they're going to level it, what they're going to do. It's looking very green, but it's got quite a bit of a slope to it. Whoa, that's... did she get outside off stump?
Yeah, I think she got a fair bit outside in the end. Probably not the shot. Probably could have driven that one away, especially after you've drilled a 4. And actually it's put the fielder back now at deep cover point. So it's forced a field change, but it probably changes their shot because that fielder's gone back. It's looking for something that's not quite there. Mumford, by the way, is pretty close, you know. Has a good look. Decides against it. Does Joe Foster. It's mother-daughter combination.
Oh, yeah.
I think with Helen Mumford in and Megan Mumford into the side. So, yeah, congratulations to Megan for getting a game here in the CE Cup. And I don't know about playing with your mum, what kind of dynamics that creates. Are you truly equals on the field?
I'm sure that... Is it... it says...
We've had that for Czech.
Gone.
Oh, yeah, we'll be out. And so Kuncheva is going to have to go. And Helen Mumford does. Just keep it, Mum. She has it lifted up off the full toss. I think it was Legea. Who was actually in the end? It was too quick for me. Caruana might have been the takes catch. And so the 3rd wicket falls. And the stroke of the 7th over. It's 38 for 3.
Yeah, good little partnership. And just didn't quite get onto it. There did Erica. And a neat catch taken. So, new batter will be Raquel Pavlichkova. This will be an interesting one. If they can stay in for a while, I think they'll get a few runs because Raquel's been batting pretty well as well. But, it's been a bright start from the Czechs, even though, it's all in perspective, I think.
Yeah, you treat it like you're batting first. I mean, if they get to 100, I think that'd be a real... a milestone that they would celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially against a jib attack, which is a pretty testing attack.
Yeah,
you're not going to get weak overs from this Gibraltarian lineup. You're not going to get a whole bunch of extras either, you'd imagine. As this is Caruana, she's going to hold on to the ball after taking a good catch there to get Erica Kuncheva out. She's going to bowl over number 8.
Hi to Helix in the chat. Good to see you. Martin Hurst as well. Martin J. Hurst. So, and Vinny's there as well, you're number 2.
I'm up at number 2.
You're competing.
I didn't realise I've made such a big run. I was going to say it might have been the Hamzikova mother-daughter combination for Czechia.
Yep.
Remember that? But anyway, nice to see actually. I'd love to know how many players have represented Czechia in T20I cricket, considering they've only been playing about a year in the format.
You mean in the women's game?
In the women's game, yeah.
It's down leg side. We call it wide. So in front of her. It's on 19. 39 the score. So I think down the bottom we can safely say that I don't think they'll get the 162 they need, but it's not about that at the moment for the Czechs.
The run rate's good though.
Yeah, it is.
5.5.
Nicely turned around the corner, just be a single. Been impressed so far with front of her.
Here you go. Apparently, there have been 23 different players that have played for Czechia in T20IW cricket.
Okay.
And they played their first game. In fact, it was this week a year ago.
Yep.
It was, remember, it was just before the CE Cup last year, so that makes sense. It was June 8th. So they've been playing for 1 year, and they've actually had 23 different players. So they have exposed a lot of players to the format. Good sign.
And there will be more. There'll be more eligible, more the youngsters coming through as well. So they're just a little bit too young to be in this side, 14-year-olds and such, 14, 15-year-olds coming through the academy. And but it's good. It's really good to see. So, and it's good to see the folks in the chat getting behind this team as well. Of course, it is a very young, inexperienced side. It's a big swing and a miss from Pavlichkova. And but also good support for the Jibs, which is great. Oh, Luke Belgium saying Australia in a bit of early trouble. So I'm assuming Marnus is out.
Actually, he's not out, but they have lost a couple. They've lost 2 of their top 3. Kawaja out for 0 and Green out for 4. So you got Lapashane and Smith in at the moment.
Nearly at 400. It's a hit down the ground, and I didn't go for that one. It was good communication. Luckily, because they hit the stumps that time.
Well, who was it? Rabada that was watching the game before the game was watching this game. Obviously, he's inspired because he's got 2 for 9.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Was he a Czech supporter or a Jib supporter?
Bowler supporter, I'd imagine.
I think so. Big swing and a miss. Good bowling there from Nikki.
You can see that she's using the breeze pretty well. It's maybe not as breezy as it was at the start of the innings, but she's getting that natural in swing. You can see the seam positions there. It's one of those ones I think the batter's better off getting across and trying to open up that leg side rather than backing away.
She celebrated something then. I think she thought it might have hit the stumps, but it didn't. Oh, another big swing and a miss. So, Pavlichkova not being able to hit the ball. Good over there from Caruana. And just 2 from it. 40 on the board after 8, going about 5 and over. Going exactly 5 and over, the Czechs.
5 and over for 20 overs. Batting out the 20 overs is 100. Honestly, that'd be a very good effort if the Czechs were able to get up to that.
Agreed.
You can see the run rate was pretty steady there around about the 8, wasn't it? Even through that second half of the first innings.
I know we're not halfway through this innings yet, but the next game we've got Gibraltar up against Austria.
True.
What can you tell us about Austria?
I can tell you plenty. Austria side that we saw them at the ECCW last year, but we've even seen them before that. They've got some quite experienced players, and they've got a couple of players even, Andrea May Zapita and Priya Sabu, that played for Europe in the Meltle Shield.
Yep.
Get it wide down leg side first up Mumford. That's Helen Mumford coming back for a second over. They've got a very experienced player in Joanne Stiglitz, who actually umpired here in the CE Cup last year.
Yep.
So now she's playing for Austria. Austria, they don't really have the internal system for somewhere like Czech, to be honest. But they have a team, and they have played a fair bit of cricket in the T10 and the T20. So I think Austria-Gibraltar will be a pretty good game. I suppose with Austria, sometimes it's a fact that they might rely on a handful of players versus a look at this Gibraltar lineup and there's maybe a bit more depth.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be a really good game this afternoon. And actually on the rankings, they're about, I think Austria's 60 and Gibraltar 34. So, but it's closer than that. I can tell you that. I guess time will tell. They play each other in matches 2 and 3, by the way. They play back-to-back in the tournament. Second half of today and first half of tomorrow. That could be the games that decide the CE Cup. Oh, bowled here by Mumford. Front of her. It's moved on to 22 now. And I love her competitiveness as well. She's somebody that we always love to watch on the network. Good bowling though from Helen.
Yeah, but look, against Cyprus, I think she was very competitive as well. And yeah, misses that one. It's good bowling, good line outside off stump. But yeah, look, it's much more settled, I think, from the Czechs as well. It was all a bit chaotic in the games against Cyprus. We saw, I think Fenke's been doing a bit of work with them, chatting to them. I think also with Jana Kominkova coming in as captain, I think that might have just settled things. She's I wouldn't say she's experienced, but she's a calm head. So that's Helen Mumford bowling to front of her. This is hit nicely towards the boundaries. A player back there, just be a single. Hit pretty nicely. There was a full toss.
It's Lauren Pius doing the fielding. And I mentioned that she scored a half century last year in this CE Cup.
Pavlichkova on strike. She hasn't been connecting very well yet. Just sometimes it takes one out of the screws. And, well, swing and a miss again.
Can I talk to you about the Austrian team? One more thing that comes to mind. At the end of the ninth over here, it's 44 for 3. They were involved in, I think, what might have been the most tense finish I've ever had.
Okay.
Definitely in the top handful. Obviously, we've had quite a few games. But they had to play Spain in the ECCW, the first ever one in 2023. And whoever wins makes the finals the next day. So this is the last game before the final starts. Whoever wins this game basically goes through. Whoever loses out of the tournament. So second last day of season 2023. And it went down to the last over. And it was super tense. Super tense. In the end, it went to a golden ball.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Austria, they weren't able to score off the golden ball, so they were out of the tournament. But it was an intense... The bowler, Basharat for Spain, she was kind of losing it. You know, she just kind of got the yips, and they had about, I think it was 12 or 13 to get in the last over, and the wides were coming in then. Yeah. She even threw one, just kind of lost action, threw one, went over the batter. It was intense, but in the end, she was able to force golden ball, and they brought back Naomi Hillman-Bermejo to bowl the golden ball. And, it was Hannah Simpson-Parker, unfortunately, wasn't able to score off it. But yeah, I don't think it's Hannah Simpson-Parker in this squad. Of course, we didn't see Mark playing for the men either. So they're missing a player there who's quite a talented player. But yeah, looking at their squad, looks pretty good to me. They've got one of the blue crew actually, Sriya Komati Reddy. Sriya's here.
Good bowler.
Very good bowler. Priya, who was actually part of our blue crew here for the last series that we covered, the Czech Cyprus series. So she's in there. I think she'll probably lead the side. So yeah, looking forward to that matchup this afternoon.
Yeah.
I think he's been very miserly here.
It's been good bowling. Nice shot there. And just bouncing in front of the fielder. Didn't quite judge that as well as what she could have. Just pulling the plug. Like she's coming in and then just, well, getting out of shot. But bounced in front of her.
Yeah, in the end, Nikki. A bit bemused that didn't go to hand. Hung up in the air a long time, but didn't quite carry.
So almost at the halfway mark of this innings, 46 for 3. I mean, pretty good application by the Czech so far. And again, this one's a full toss, not put away there. There is a big gap behind square, but headed straight to the square leg. Pavlichkova is on 1. In front of her on 25. Been pretty good, off 31 as well. Vichkova's having a few problems just connecting with the ball. Again, sometimes it's just one you need out of the middle to get you doing that. And that's another swing and a miss.
It's a bit of a blind spot for Rachel so far in this innings. How that ball's gone between her and the stumps. Just I think maybe as soon as that ball's missing the stumps in her judgment, I think she needs to get across and be able to hit from outside her legs, be a little bit easier. As we'll get to the end of the over. 47 for 3 after 10. The players will have a little bit of a drink. And we can have a little bit of a peek at where we are at the moment. Of course, we're in Hornchurch with the ECS there. And Charlie's not too far away from making an appearance. Bit of a cameo today. Finland, Bulgaria, then Belgium, Krefeld. Back to Sweden, Wimbledon, which actually does include, I haven't put it there because it's kind of sandwiched in the middle, but a 2-day adventure to Gibraltar on the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd of August. I'm really looking forward to doing that. Put myself down for it. And then we go to Croatia, to Germany, which is where Tina actually lives, pretty close to Kiel. She's from Hamburg. But unfortunately, she can't make that. We go back to Romania. I'm glad Romania get another one because they had their first one kind of very heavily rain affected. So that just worked out well. Hungary, I know you're planning to be in Hungary, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone wants to take care of a couple of dogs, I've got to find a dog sitter. So yeah, we'll see. I'll have a chat to a few people. But yeah, looking forward to that with Phil G as well. That'll be chaos.
Yeah, you guys, you're a good pairing. I know that. Switzerland was pretty late add to the calendar because we'll be starting the Shields on the 15th. So we had this kind of week to jam in another series. And I know that's actually the new ground in Switzerland. I don't think we're allowed the old one after we broke all the solar panels on the roof of the grandstand and a fairly hefty bill at the end of it. But it's not that. It's that we go to the ground of the Zurich Nomads, who actually made the top 4 of the ECL during the year. And then we go into the Shields and we then have a couple of places we return to. I know that we're also planning, there might be a late change there as well, with a trip potentially to Cyprus on the cards for, listen to this, an all-international tour.
Wow, okay.
So maybe a bit like this actually, but with kind of T10 and T20 cricket for both men's and women's.
Three or four teams.
Roundabout. So I'm not sure how many teams just yet, but it might be, I think it most likely will be multi-team for the men's and the women's. So it might be about a 9-day trip of all internationals.
That sounds
There's
fun.
a bit of breaking news.
What is that going to be in August?
It's going to be, no, it won't be in August. It will be probably October, November.
Good, because August would be hot.
Yeah, I know, because I did June last year, and that was pretty hot.
This one's hit back to the bowler. No runs.
It's a good example of good backing up from Rachel, who gets she there, but then she's at least able to stop pretty much at the moment of contact and turn around.
Mimi would have been off.
Mimi would have almost been tackling the batter as she hit the ball, but no, I'm happy to see backing up being done.
Yeah. Full toss and just dropped down. And no runs. Got away with that one. 47 the score.
And actually, something I remember I said to Gibraltar as a real basic tip when they were a couple of years away from where they are now. They're well coached by now. They've got Simeon Nayak, who's coaching the side, and they've got a lot of support there in Gibraltar at many levels. But remember when they were really just starting out in this modern era with this team coming together. In the T10, they were getting bogged down very easily. Well, that would have been out as well, I think, if that had hit. Wrong end. No end.
Well run in the end.
I love the chaos.
What's happened?
Front of her comes back for 2. She's all right. I think in the end the throw hit her twice on the way back. And that would have been out for 1. And then you can see the old kamikaze style from Raquel. That one hits her there, and then it comes in again. And it actually hits the stumps, but she's safely home. I love that. Like I said, she's a gamer.
Yeah, she is.
So with the Gibraltar team, I remember just saying, look, there's 11 of you here to score runs. You're a team, and that will involve risking your wicket sometimes to score runs. It's no shame if you get out.
True.
That was a real practical thing. And let's talk about backing up, having the bat in the correct hand, and stealing legally and ethically those 3 or 4 metres.
That was, again, not called wide, but She did move out of the way. That one must have been very close to that off stump, or the leg stump, sorry.
Yeah.
But, all right. Let's continue. And just... Oh, again, that was a risky one, but they got away with it.
It's risky, but you got 7 wickets in hand. You got 9 overs to go. It's the 50 up as well for Czechia. As they bring it up here in the 11th over. Actually bounced over the stumps. Not sure if it was online or not. Lauren Pius, who's come on to bowl.
Raquel was definitely running. When do you put someone behind the stumps, or when do you just get the bowler to go there?
Yeah, well, we'll come back to that because it's an interesting observation. End of the 11th over. 50 for 3. Pius goes for only 3 in that over. The bowler is in a follow-through, so she just didn't have time.
Yeah.
I mean, one option is you could throw it to the bowler instead of going at the stumps, and if it's out by that much, but you're going to have to throw it away from the stumps.
We were talking about that, like, every time I used to play, when I played cricket, as a bowler, if it's on at the bowler's end, you go back and take the stumps.
Oh, but that depends how quickly it comes back to the stumps, right? So
true.
This is hit very hard to cover, and they've gone on impact. And at the moment, even if the bowler's trying to get back to the stumps immediately, they're not there.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think there's a conscious decision ever now for a bowler. They'll just go back and back to their runs, or they'll watch the game. There's no conscious feeling of, I need to get back to the stumps, because no one else is there.
Yeah, I see it. I do see bowlers doing that. I mean, Amy Valverde Benatar completed a run out that way earlier. Yeah. I think they'd probably make a judgment if there's a run out on or not, or if there's something on. But it should be an automatic. If the ball's hit,
it should be.
and they're running, you should be going back to the stumps. Doesn't matter how many they're running. So the other thing I was going to say, a bit out of the box, is how you could counter this if Gibraltar is to actually have a fielder, let's say fielding right next to the pitch, almost fielding where the non-striker starts, and they can become like a wicketkeeper at the bowler's end.
Yep.
And then you take that responsibility off the bowler. In indoor cricket, they have a field like that. It's called the receiver.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've got heaps of fielders, Gibraltar. There's an out-of-the-box tactic, which I think then Gibraltar just have to practice a nice friendly throw to that fielder.
By the way, Phil G's in the chat.
Hello, Phil.
He'll be back here tomorrow with me. So, yeah, Chaos in Budapest in September.
I'll get to do Friday with Phil. Peacock Friday.
Oh, yeah. I won't be here again.
Oh, you missed it. Nish, by the way, sidestepped Peacock Friday pretty cleverly in England. We know that he struggles with the concept
of bright clothing.
Yeah. He's had a couple of goes at it, but that's the one day he requested off.
I bought... there's a certain Chinese online company that I buy things from. This is it's called a no ball again. It's bounced twice. And I bought a couple of jackets specially for Peacock Friday.
Ah, yeah. I've seen them.
I think I took them to France and didn't use them because we didn't have Comcam.
True.
And then went to Jersey and brought one and didn't have Comcam. It says hit nicely over the top. Nice shot. It is a free hit. Going towards the boundary. Don't know if it'll reach it.
Oh, don't know what ball they're facing. There we go. There it is. I gotta say, our crew at Two Circles do a great job. But with so many hundreds of balls over a week, there are times that they might not find the ball. That was one of those times. And let me say, it didn't go to the boundary in the end.
Yeah, that's going to be called a wide. So, so I still haven't displayed them, and I've got a day off. I'm not sure if I'm working next Friday either. Maybe.
I was just about to check.
Probably. Hopefully I'll bring it.
I have a feeling that it might be you and Phil next Peacock Friday. So don't worry, you'll get your Peacock Friday.
Yeah, but we don't have Camcom, do we?
You can get out there and show yourself.
Oh, this is going to be out. No, it dropped. Well, life there for Pavlichkova. And pretty straightforward catch there, I think, for Ferrari.
Lizzie will be so disappointed because this is a Class A goober, really, for her. But she just seemed to be on the move.
Yeah.
Just needed, I suppose, to stop moving. And I think she would have swallowed that one.
And that's I was going to say an optimistic appeal.
You know what? This fulfills a lot of the criteria, but I just think there's an element of doubt. I know Raghunath will be happy she'll take the wicket, but she's so far down. I don't think you could be certain what the ball was still going to do in the 2 metres or so after it hits the pad. Let's have a look at the replay.
Closer, given not out. Let's have a look. And
I don't think I'm giving that. And just based on the fact that it's so far forward. I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but it's so far forward that...
Was there a bit of bat on that as well?
I don't think there's bat. And look, let me be clear. I mean, there's a very good chance that was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if I'd be comfortable giving that out. I think there'd be an element of doubt in my mind of what the ball might still do, if it might have shaped past the leg stump.
Yeah.
At that pace, it's a slow pace as well.
Bounced over.
Hey, but let's tip our hats to Zuzka, who walks off with 28 runs. And you can see she's put her body on the line.
Being helped off the
that
ground.
innings, but she's the fourth to fall, 57 for 4.
Yeah, it's a very good innings there from Zuzka. And, well, look, the umpire had no hesitation.
I mean, I can see why it's given out as well, to be fair.
Yeah. It looked from... We've got a strange angle, to be fair. And from our angle, it looked like it was... it's pretty loopy, these shots. It's gone through 4 runs.
Well, good news. The Terminator is there to the rescue. And she will start with a boundary. And she is a powerful striker of the ball. You see it there, first ball. So, funny old over here for Raghunath.
Yeah,
He's got a wicket, but has also been hit around a bit.
This one just gives that full toss. And Gominkova hit it firmly. Again, is it Lizzie Ferrari out there, I think, who doesn't get down to that one, not having the best over in the field. So, Gominkova, the captain, starts with the boundary. This one's hit pretty firmly as well. Puts the hand up. Don't know how many quick singles there'll be between these two.
Yeah, but still, it's going to be must-watch TV, end of the 12th over, and it's 62 for 4. Bit of Nish chat just quickly. Nish will be on the commentary with Tina for what will be finals Friday, this Friday in Hornchurch. So he better have his peacock shirt sorted because he'll be...
Just paint him. Can you paint him?
That's an option.
Yeah.
Well, Wayne actually said he wanted to have the hotel info and he was actually going to ship him some shirt. He was going to do his shopping for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that offer's still on the table.
So what's the story with Nish and the colours?
Oh, no, he does what... I mean, the thing is, Nish, he's awesome. He's his own character, though.
Yeah.
We love Nish. Absolutely love him. But, you know, his version of what he thinks is a Peacock Friday shirt.
That's a nice shot over the top.
That's a good shot, actually. Rachel kind of breaking the shackles a little bit here. And we'll get a 2. So that's good running as well. Yeah, let's just say that what he thinks is a 9 out of 10 is a 2.5 at best. So he just needs, someone like Wayne to make some choices for him.
I luckily have quite a few loud shirts in my shirt collection. I am wearing pigeons today.
Yeah, true. I like your shirt.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's short and got it behind. No run. Sally does the fielding. Moves quickly. So it's again going back to this game. I think it's a look. There's a gulf in class between the two. I'm wondering. So you're talking about Austria. I know they've got some good players. How competitive the Czechs going to be against Austria? We'll see that tomorrow in the afternoon.
Honestly, I see it shaping up a little bit like this.
Yeah.
Like this game. No, like Gibraltar, I think, deserve to be favourites going to the Austria game.
Yeah.
But I think it's a pretty close contest.
We'll see. This is just hit over the top nicely over cover. Good shot from Pavlichkova going towards the boundary, and it'll stop just before. They'll just get the 2. It's again well run. But nice shot there from Rachel.
The thing is with the rankings with the women's, because a lot of them haven't played a lot of games. There's been so many new teams. I mean, I think there's 30 new countries who played T20Is in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
That's even, think about in 2019, it went from 10 to like 40, bang. But the rankings, you can't always rely on them as an indicator because it depends who you've played.
Sure.
You might have wins, but who have you played? And I think, in a sense, teams then get a bit strategic about who they want to play, and if they feel, it's in their interest, they want to play it. Which not all teams do that, but definitely some.
Well, the thing is that it doesn't really help your rankings if you beat a lower placed team. So Gibraltar here, even if they go undefeated, I don't think will improve their rankings that much. Whereas if Austria beat Gibraltar in a game, or even win the series, their ranking will jump quite significantly.
Yeah, definitely. So it's the end of the 13th over here, and they are going to get a 5 and over at the moment at 65 for 4.
Yeah, looking good. It's very competitive, a lot more competitive than what they were against Cyprus, and they've applied themselves. I think Venky's helped a lot. It's good having Desi here as well. I know she's the spiritual leader of this Czech women's team, and I think just applying themselves very well, I think. So good to see.
Yeah, definitely. Just think everyone pretty determined to track the improvement of these teams. Yeah, big thanks to Grant Thornton. They've been helping out the Czech cricket organisation with some of their compliance and things like that. Right now the flags, you can see, is being affected by the wind. It's a bit of the left to right here. And it's going to be Noel Legea to bowl here in over number 14.
A little question here from Anxious to Avoid. Is Nish the American commentator on with Tina Goff?
I love this.
He has got an American accent, but he's not American.
Yeah, he learnt his English in Cyprus at the international school, and that's that's a debate in itself. They do teach English in a lot of places around the world with an American accent, and he's picked it up perfectly.
Yeah. It does sound a bit odd because you'd never hear cricket with an American accent.
Yeah, but he knows his stuff. So
he does. Yeah, absolutely.
And so, we love Nish's voice.
So, and you had another commentator in the box yesterday.
Yeah, we had Shobhan yesterday, who I know has a bit of experience, Fanco in India, and commentating Bangladesh as well. So yeah, it was great to have him on yesterday. And he's going to do a couple of games of the European Cricket Series as well. I know that planning to get him on the circuit now and then.
Cool.
Obviously, as you know, there's so many matches now. So sometimes it depends who can do certain things, who can not do certain things, because everyone's got lives, everyone's got commitments that they're trying to work around as well.
He does have a velvety voice as well.
He does. I know that he's kind of modelled his style on Harsha Bogle, who's a very famous Indian commentator. Again, very smooth.
Oh, smashed. That's went to Ferrari, just a single, but hit hard by Kaminkova. She moves on to 5. We've got us on 8. 68 for 4 at the moment. So, look, it's good to have another voice in the bin, or the igloo, or whatever we have. We have the bin here. This is left down leg side. So I know you wanted to call it the bunker, and it was. I
know you like it as the bin.
Well, Phil
I don't
mentioned
know
it
if
the
I
other
want to spend all day in a bin. I'm not asking the grouch.
No, but it is. You look at it, and it is the size of a dumpster.
Don't have your commentary dumpster as the same ring.
Commentary dumpster's great.
Right, get in the dumpster.
But it was Phil. It was I don't know. He just looked at me and said, "Get in the bin." I don't even know what it was, but it was like the bin. It is. We haven't seen any go in the pea patch yet.
Yeah, true.
So a little bit different to the men's game. There's shorter boundaries as well. Yeah,
slightly shorter. But I think with this outfield, we're still seeing a few boundaries, aren't we?
Yeah.
Along the way.
Well, it was, as mentioned before, it was quite a bit of rain. This is in the air, just in front of Ferrari. It's just well to go down and just cut it to a single. There has been quite a bit of rain here in Prague over the last week or so. We did that massive dump and the high winds on day one, and a bit of overnight rain as well in other places. And Kaminkova against that one, square just for a single. But this ground's very dry. The outfield's looking lovely. and it is pretty quick. Not quite as quick as what we saw it last year and the year before, which was like tap it and you get 4. It's not quite like that, but I can imagine quite big scores coming up in the ECS next week. So bowler comes in again. And hitting the offside. Again, just between fielders, and they'll get a single. Again, a nice little partnership mounting up here. 72 on the board. In fact, it's 73. And as I said, good application here from the Czechs, and a much improved side. It's a pleasure to watch. That's a typical Yana Kaminkova no movement leave. Seen those a few times as well. So, Vinny, anxious to avoid, just ask a question.
I read it. I think I know. I think anxious to avoid is talking about Rico.
I think so.
And Rico is just off. He's had a big workload, so he doesn't get too many weeks off. He's got this week off.
Yeah.
After finishing Romania, which ran over time 3 days, by the way.
Yeah,
But Rico will be here on Saturday, actually. He's going to do the ECIs with me, and he'll go follow through the European Cricket Series. End of the 14th over here, 75 for 4 after 14. Yeah, but the other thing was, originally I think Rico was meant to be on another tournament, which ended up not happening, which is why I was very comfortable just with you and Danny, same as in Hungary, but
Me and Phil.
So yeah, it's you with you and Phil. Sorry, it's like when your mum gets all the kids' names mixed up.
It's good to have Rico here. I mean, it was his first year here last year.
Exactly, yeah.
And it was great. I very much enjoyed my time.
He loved Prague as well.
Yeah.
I think he was pretty annoyed when he wasn't on it in the first place. But I said, well, sorry, we're all here. So.
To be fair, there are 3 of us based here.
Yeah.
Plus also from yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So Shobi,
with Shoban.
Shoban.
Yeah, Shoban.
Yeah. So 4 of us based here in Prague. So for Rico to get a gig.
Yeah. And he's also lucky that I won't be here except for the first day, the first morning, first 3 games actually on Monday. I'll be here. Yes, this is Lauren Shepherd getting a bowl, and she almost gets a wicket. It'll pop up, but won't go too far. Just be a single. Nice to see Lauren getting a bowl. Yeah. So I actually promised. I'm the best man at a wedding next week, and it's in Venice. So, and I promised my friend that I would be available. I said, give me any date that's not, like I knew it wasn't a Cardamom Oval date. I said, give me any date, and I'll make sure I'll be available. And it just happens to be the Prague series, which is where I live now.
Yeah.
So, look, anyway, that's why Rico gets a gig. I think, because if I was here, I don't think I'd be able to justify it.
I really enjoyed commentating with Rico in France. That was really good fun. He does come up. He's got a random fact of the day, which should be my job, but
You can throw.
he's got a quiz question, and I mean, being a competitive quizzer like I am, I always try to answer him, and I normally get pretty close. If I'm not right, I do get it pretty close. It's normally a nice shot, got past the fielder, almost.
Yeah, it's better ball though from Shepherd. I mean, she's been a little bit shaky early in the over, just finding her feet, but that's what she's trying to do. I mean, she's got a good left arm action, but got to pitch it up.
Yeah,
it was a good shot though, once again from Pavlichkova.
Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, she's settled in now. That's good bowling. I like what she's got about her as well. Just looking at the highest scores for the Czech side in a T20I, and I know they have had a couple of times that they have had people score half centuries.
Luke's saying that the game's meandering along. I think you're right in a sense. It's a shot of the stumps, playing for pride. I wouldn't say it's necessarily pride. I think it's just experience, and I think the goal, because they were never going to get this total. I think the goal was to go in and bat and be competitive. They've been taking every run they can, and I think it's a really good effort. So I kind of disagree with you. I understand what you mean, Luke, but I kind of disagree with you a little bit on that one. It's not just for pride. I think it's genuine love of the game and trying to get as many runs as possible. But no, Luke's comments have been excellent today. I've been enjoying what I've been seeing.
Yeah, definitely. This is hit well. In fact, gets past the fielder. They'll settle for one. I'm just looking up the Czechs. They have a higher score in T20Is of 120 for 6. That was last year in the CE Cup against Croatia. They scored 120 on the 14th of June, and they also scored 110 against Croatia on the 15th of June. But they've never scored 100 apart from that. So if they were able to do it against Gibraltar here, and a pretty testing Gibraltar bowling lineup, it'd be a pretty good achievement if they could reach the 100. And there's still 5 overs to go. They're 81 for 4. This is what's coming up, and we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from the second match of the series with Gibraltar to play Austria. Austria playing their first match in the series. So the toss will happen in around about 50 minutes, and we have the first ball in about an hour and 20. And I think we're going to run on time. So I think the men could learn a few things from the women.
Yep.
Because we were running late last couple of days, actually. So, yeah, pace of the game's been pretty good. We haven't seen too many extras, which I know can sometimes blow out the time. But, yeah, join us for that, of course. In the break, you can turn over to Hornchurch.
Looking forward to lunch today. This one's hit down the ground. Nice shot. 4 runs. Well done there from Pavlichkova. That's nicely hit down the ground. And the score moves on.
Yeah, that's very well hit. It gets too short from Ligea. And Rachel can line it up. She'll be feeling a lot better after this. Big gap straight down the ground. See, mid on, mid off. Still up in the circle. Didn't want to risk the shoe. There's plenty of small bones in your foot. Maybe that's not a bad decision to pull the foot out the way.
So Pavlichkova moves on to 16. Kaminkova's on 9. 85 the score. And really good application from the Czechs. So, but Gibraltar, I mean, they are a class above, and they've got a lot more experience in the side. Been very few wides, and there you go.
This slight different interpretation from each of the umpires. I think he's sticking with anything down leg, and the bowlers, they're kind of used to anything being down leg being called a wide.
Yeah.
By the way, the highest score that the Czechs have ever scored against Gibraltar is 96.
Okay.
And that was actually bowled out in 14.1 overs.
When you consider that the only 2 batters who have hit a 50 in international cricket, in Katka and Terka, are not playing in this series.
Yeah.
It's the others have stepped up.
Definitely.
Frontover, we know, has been improving and getting more competitive. But Pavlichkova here, Kaminkova, it's been nice to see that our players really taking responsibility and applying themselves in a way where they've got it seems like they've got a purpose with the way they're batting.
Yeah. Purpose is a good word for it. And they've just plainly hit a lot more balls.
Yeah.
And they've taken risks like this.
Yep.
But they've gotten away with most of them. And even, maybe be disappointed to be run out, but it's the price of doing business. You look at their score, they are going to bat the 20 overs out. Definitely looks that way, at least.
Looks that way.
And they've gone at a kind of 100-plus rate.
Yeah.
100-plus total rate.
Lined that one up. Hit it pretty firmly. There's a fielder out there. Slight misfield. Just get a 1, though.
Yeah, Prabha Raghunath out there. Does enough to make the stop. Yeah, so I honestly, I'm very bullish about the Czech prospects. Even heading into the T10s where they're going to get Farwa Barber. They might get Turka back.
Yep.
Don't think Katka's going to be available, but yeah, definitely. This is the kind of, and I'll call it a success. I think they've played well today.
I mean, Farwa's.
Oh, watch out, wrong end. Turn around.
Uh-oh.
There you go. And I think it's going to be Rachel that's going to be out.
Having a little chat.
Now umpires will be like, uh-oh, what's happened? But I think that the Terminator hadn't left the compound. Let's have a look at it. Well, she did for a while, but let's see who gets back first. She says, nope, and she does win. As long as she stays there, which she does, then it will be Rachel that's out.
Definitely no communication. They've been running on everything. And so I think Jana was the one who was naughty then. She should have just run, and then think that would have been okay.
Well, she would have been because they threw the bowls in anyway.
Yep.
And at first it would have been an amazing catch
Yes.
if it had stuck.
Yeah.
But anyway, she can hold her head high there. Raquel will be second run out of the innings. You can see there, Caruana almost takes a specky, and it's a race to safety in the end. The Terminator wins it as Pavlichkova run out for 17. Sally Barton with a hand in the dismissal, and it's 89 for 5.
Yeah, it was good cool heads in the end. So, but it's a shame. And Pavlichkova looked good in parts. She had struggled early missing the ball, and when she started hitting it, it was scoring pretty freely. So, Nancy Palmer will be facing her first delivery.
Going to say, if you do want to head over to Hornchurch in the break, which I'm sure a lot of people will be, you can say hello to Charlie, because if all's gone to plan, then he will be there.
Yeah, I haven't heard Charlie's voice for a while. I like what he does, Charlie. He's very well prepared and comes up with a lot of interesting facts. So it'll be the youngest. That'll be the youngest.
It's a pretty young
commentary
yeah.
team.
Yeah, I think they did Croatia last year, actually.
Are they?
Those two.
Yeah, it's good to have young'uns.
We'll try and get a diverse audience. This is a funny one. Isn't called a wide. Yeah, I don't know. This, to me, it's wide. You know, she steps towards to hit it, but I don't think she makes any sort of crazy early movement. Anyway.
So full toss. And again, no run.
End of the over then. So 4 overs to go on this one. 90 for 5 after 16 overs. Been great to have your company so far. Yeah, I love, what's the word? I love variation. I love diversity. So different ages, obviously. Having an international women's player and Tina be a regular this
that's
year
fantastic.
has been great. Different experiences. I know that Rico and I do a lot of it. And partly that's availability, that we've basically committed our lives to it now. And, and we're very happy about that. But I think also it's probably healthy, I think, in the longer term, that I actually don't think that Rico or I should do as much if there's other people that are available.
Sure.
And because I just think also it keeps us fresher, but you get those different insights.
Yeah.
I know it's not something that even a lot of people can handle. As you know, it's quite a big quantity.
It's pretty tough. I mean, like I did France and Jersey almost back to back, not quite. And there was a tournament here, and it was good to get home. So Rico's a machine.
Yeah, he definitely is. Is Shepherd coming back for another over?
That's a nice shot through the covers, going towards a boundary, fastest part of the ground, and will not quite get there. They'll come back for 2.
Well, I've seen the Terminator run a couple of 2s. I haven't seen a run of 3 yet, but I would like to see it at some point. Let's just say we might have a bit of a timeout. But I know her son's very proud of her as well, representing Czechia, and he'd like to do that one day in cricket as well, I'm sure. Nice shot, though. You can see she's got a good crisp swing of the bat. Played that straight through the line.
Yeah, it's a good shot. She's improved a lot, hasn't she? I mean, it's funny because that's another one of her famous leaves. But I remember one last year where she left it like that.
It was after she hit the shot of the season.
Yeah.
To Vukusic.
And just stood there and was LBW without moving a muscle.
See, I think it was even bowled.
I might have been.
Middle stump.
Yeah.
She didn't move. It's like someone dropped the controller.
Oh, it's gets away with that slightly. Oh, confusion.
Oh, no.
Oh, I think she's gone. Oh,
I don't know if the ball went on the stumps. Maybe it did, but it wasn't handled cleanly by Barton when it came back. And Jana was still turning around and discussing it instead of getting back.
Yeah.
But I think the hands hit the stumps here, do they? Looks like they do.
Oh, maybe not.
I actually think it's not out, and I'll tell you why. I think that the hands definitely hit the stumps here because you see them move, and then the ball hits the stumps. But it's unclear what knocks the bail off.
Yeah,
I think benefit of the doubt. But the funny thing is, I don't know if we'll get another replay.
Yeah.
But I don't know where that's a great shot, actually. Jana, has she put enough on it this time? Running away towards the boundary, and it gets there. Well, the Czech skipper stepping up in the moment after surviving the run-out appeal. She slams the next ball through the cover for 4. Nice shot.
Lovely shot. She loves that area, which is, again, considering this is a player who really hasn't played more than a year of cricket, that's a lovely shot.
But yeah, I was going to say that, here, she's still turning around saying, hey, you go. Then she actually would have been run out because she turned around. If she'd actually kept going, she was fine.
I totally agree with your assessment of that. I think the ball wasn't handled. It did get back onto the bails, but I think the gloves took the stumps. So you can't give it out. Good decision by the umpire, though, to be fair.
He was looking at that. And the thing is, it still might have been that the ball knocked the bails off, but you couldn't tell.
No.
You really couldn't tell what caused the bails to drop.
No.
Not out, pitched outside leg stump, so lucky one.
But I think a fantastic decision by the umpire. That was a really good one because, obviously saw that the ball might not have been in the. You're having fly issues.
We've got a huge fly in the bin.
You should be.
As soon as you called it the bin, we've got flies.
You do realise that we're both from Australia, and one fly in a bin like this would be a godsend.
It'd be a good result. This fly might not be.
You'd normally have 40,000.
This fly, I've tried to shoo it away, but it's making my life pretty hard. Oh, there you go.
There you go. What have you done?
It lives, which I don't know if I should have let it live.
No, they're fine. They're out going to be doing country stuff. Because we are kind of in the
I love the expression of Shepherd here. That goes very close to knocking over the stumps. It will be the end of the over, and after 17, it's 98 for 5. Hey, you were talking about lunch. I wonder what we're going to have for lunch. We had the biggest kebab yesterday.
Oh, really? I missed out on kebab?
No, but it was... This thing was like... it was about as big as my whole arm, from the shoulder to the wrist, and probably the same thickness. So it was a good... I mean, we're lucky we had the half-an-hour extension yesterday. Yeah, it was a tough one.
Good kebab, though.
But it was good.
Good. I did get a message in the group chat about putting my pie order, so I was quite happy that some of the pie shop pies will be here next week, and I did order kangaroo pie.
Ah, yeah.
Which is not named after.
I need to do that. I need to put in my order.
Yeah, kangaroo pie on the 3rd day, and I did go pies all 3 days.
But the thing is this for next week? I'm only here day 1.
Oh, unlucky.
Damn. I guess I could just go to the Down Under.
You could get out of Down Under.
This is Raghunath getting another over. She had a pretty action-packed over first time out. Took 1 for 10.
Might go to Beer Geek tonight. Phil, do you want to come to Beer Geek tonight?
Yeah, okay.
He's in the chat.
Commentators meeting.
Yeah.
Rico will be an apology because he doesn't arrive till Friday.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could have a Beer Geek meeting. One of our favourite hangout spots here.
Yeah, 30 different beers on tap. Excellent wings as well.
The wings are what I'm keen for.
Yeah. You're not going.
Everyone wants the Prague tour. No, that's the thing. I know with the Blue Crew, Prague is one of the highlights of the year. It's such a vibrant city, and there's so many great places to go.
And the hotel is just next to a metro line, so
you can get in easy.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good. But I've got dibs on it. I think Phil does as well. I think you do. So, Rick. Oh, it's hit the Terminator.
Time to clear the benches. No, I think it's an accidental throw that hits the Terminator. Well, I'll be back.
But no, I can understand why, and it's good to see different people come in. I know Russ is coming a little bit later as well, and be very keen to show him around. I spent a bit of time with him in France. That was good times. This one's hit just on the leg side by Jana, just a single.
I've just found out that, that will be the 100, by the way, for Czechia. They'll bring it up in the 18th over. So that was a real milestone that we were looking out for, and they've achieved it. So well done. They've really shown a lot of heart in this innings. Gibraltar will walk away with the win, though. It's been pretty clear for a while. I was going to say, I just realised the 1 day of ECS I'm working, it's not a Down Under day.
What?
So I won't be getting any pies from the Down Under.
Oh, it's on a Monday?
So
you mean the... Okay.
Down Under's not every day.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's on...
It's 3 days.
Yeah. It would be Tuesday and Friday and Sunday. Disappointing.
That's all right.
Well,
I won I came second in a music quiz at the Down Under the other day. Oh, it's out. Swing and a miss there from Palmer. She goes for one. Good bowling there from Raghunath. And another wicket goes down. So yeah, I came second. I played as a solo team. There's only a few teams there, but yeah, that was it was good. And second prize at the Down Under. That's a good ball. That came in quite a bit.
Really did come in with a win. It seemed in as well. It's
Yep.
excellent bowling from Prabha Raghunath. So second wicket for her. As Mansi Palmer will go for just a single. And Jackie out 101 for 6. But they have exceeded now their highest score in a T20I against Gibraltar.
So the second prize is 6 frozen pie shop pies. It's even as I host the quiz down at the Down Under on Thursdays, as you know, that's the prize that everybody competes for, and even the teams that win the first prize, which is 1,000 crowns off your bar bill.
I'm interested.
They often just say, we just want 1,000 crowns worth of pies.
I love that.
So-
hey, look, Sharka's getting a bat here
That's good to see.
at number 8. See how she goes.
All pitched up and nice looking shot.
Into the over, so it's 101 for 6 after 18 overs. Raghunath with a very good over there, takes 1 for 3.
Good comment here from Phil. Well done, ladies. Maybe the men's team will take a few tips from your application to the game. Ooh, shots fired there, Phil.
Yeah, it was a tough one for the men's side. I mean, they were outclassed, really, weren't they? And I suppose a lot of this, the prism of what we're looking at the women's team right now is how disappointed they would have been with their lack of competitiveness against Cyprus.
Yes.
In that 5-match series, they never really got close and collapsed with about, sometimes I think they were bowled out for 26 one game.
Yep.
It was a tough watch sometimes. But,
Yeah.
you know, they've got the 100 here. They've got 2 overs to go. Let's see, with a bit of luck, maybe they could even get above the 120, which is their highest score ever in T20Is. But it's not going to be easy because here comes Lindsay Ferrari to bowl the 19th over.
I thought they were good in the field as well, a lot tighter with the fielding and the bowling. A couple of catches went down, but they were pretty tough ones. And this one's a good ball, straight up from Ferrari.
Post-day news, Phil is actually hosting a quiz at Oak
Yes.
tonight.
You know Oak. Oak's great.
Oak does an amazing... They do a big breakfast, and then they do an even bigger breakfast.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous one.
Oh, yeah.
That's one that's taken me down once or twice.
That's my premier brunch place in Prague. And Nick, the owner's a really nice guy as well.
Actually, I think I went there when you introduced me to somebody, or I ran into somebody when I was out with you, and then he said he had this place, and I said, I'll go for breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, that would be Nick, and I would have bumped into him. He would have been not very sober at Beer Geek. He was a regular there until he got his own business, and now he just can't. But now you see him sometimes around. So, but that's highly recommended if you're ever in Prague. Check out Beer Geek, the Down Under.
There's too many places to even list. That's the thing. That's why I love this city. It's got so much going on, and the buildings, the architecture.
Yeah.
It's almost like stepping back in time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get back to the game here because we're almost done, and in fact, it is time to be done for Yana Kaminkova as Ferrari comes back. She gets it right, uses that breeze nicely. She rattles the off stump, and that's the 7th wicket down now for Czechia. 101 for 7.
Yeah, so again, it's a good effort here from the Czechs. Looks like it'll be Eva Gonasova will come in next. But good little innings there from the skipper. I think hit some really nice shots, especially through the offside, but just too good the bowling there of Ferrari.
Yeah, nice cameo there from Yana. She can probably afford to bat a bit higher, I would say, as well. But I mean, she provides a bit of an insurance policy. And I don't mind her batting there as long as the batters above her are trying to be busy and not just blocking out. And
Yep.
so, okay, so yes, they lost Suchkova to the run out earlier. We talked about that a bit. But it was in the attempt to keep the rate high. So I don't mind that. So maybe they do have the balance right there. New batter comes out there, Eva Konasova.
Again, another player who's come in because their child is a player. I think I can't remember her name.
It's Mum Squad, though.
It is. It is.
Have you seen the Mum Squad shirts?
No.
So they have a team now. There's a Mums team.
Yeah, that's Yana that put that together.
And their shirts are amazing. I don't know if she's got it with her. I'll ask her to bring it later in the week. But it's kind of, like Mum Squad. They play in the indoor competition, I think.
That's good to see.
And it's like, who would sledge the mum squad? You'd be put in the corner. You'd be going to your room.
That's a good pace there from Ferrari. If you look back at the umpire.
Yeah, anxious look, but no need to worry about that one. So it's 102 for 7 as we head into the last over. It's been a pretty entertaining first game of this CE Cup T20IW.
Yeah, Luke Belgian saying free publicity, talking about the Oak and Big. We've been doing it ever since we've started here, talking about the Down Under.
Like
and
not a paid endorsement. It's,
no.
The Down Under is somewhere it was shut, I think, the first time that I came here in 2021.
Yep.
He talked about it a lot. And they've just recently done it up as well, down under the Australian pub.
Fantastic, because they used to have a kids section, which was great for mums, because they could just chuck the kid in the kids section and have a coffee for 3 hours. But it didn't really look good on the bottom line.
Business.
Yeah.
Hey, look, speaking of mums, it's going to be the daughter of the mother-daughter combination. It's Megan Mumford getting a bowl here. And I suppose this is an opportunity for her to get a bowl. I mean, she wouldn't be in their recognised bowlers, but it gives her an opportunity to have this last over. And who knows, maybe she can even pick up an international wicket. First one goes a bit awry, so it'll be a free hit. Won't be a bit wicket off this first ball.
I'll tell you what, Eva Konasova wasn't moving from that crease. It was probably a run in it, but didn't want to go anywhere. Yeah, this one's
much better.
Yeah.
In fact, that was a free hit. So Sharka probably forgot because didn't even try and swing on it. Maybe thought it was going to be a wide, but it was well inside. Good comeback from Megan.
Yeah. It's got a very slinging action. And that one's down
I actually think if she can get it right, that's an awkward arm angle to face. And Megan, I've known her for a while as well. I'm happy to see her getting a go in the side. And again, it's nice to see her get this opportunity, but let's see.
And got that one right. It's a nice shot as well. Oh, trouble at the keeper's end. Well, run in the end.
If that was picked up clean, it's going to be an easy run out. Konasova really didn't respond too much to Sharka Koltunova's call. But well done to Sharka. She gets off the duck. I know she'll be happy about that. Gibraltar, they'll be a bit disappointed that they weren't able to force the play there.
Finley's Chickens coming in, saying hi to Phil and Vinny. Oh, gone. Gets a wicket. Well done to Megan Mumford. The first international wicket. Big hug. And that's the end of Eva Konasova.
How about that? It's a great moment for Megan Mumford. She gets absolutely right. And I said this, with this arm action she's got, it's going to be awkward. She's got the long limbs, gets it spot on here. Couldn't have been any better. A little bit of bite back off the pitch, hits middle and leg. And how about that? Who's the first one to congratulate her? It's Mum. Yeah, Mum with a big hug.
That couldn't happen too often in international cricket.
Not too many people take the international wicket and then have Mum there as the first one on the scene. But it's a very good bit of bowling.
Oh, yeah.
And I bet the Helen requested that position. Great to see, though. Happy moment. A little bit of the old jiggy from Mum as well. Well, she'd be able to play for Mum's squad for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, could have been 2 in a row as well.
That's well played, actually, by Kisova.
She'll be pretty disappointed she only gets the one over here, Megan, because she's been very, very good after a bit of a shaky start. But hey, who hasn't had a loosener in their life?
Cool. That's called a no ball.
All right, so now we got to get behind Clara and see if she can.
Free hit.
Yeah, free hit here. Yeah, Clara has a look at it, doesn't really fancy it. Says, I'll take the next one.
All right, let's see if she swings. And it's down leg side. Call it wide. They'll take an extra one. It's gone to the bowler's end, but nothing on.
Oh, they're going to get more here.
They will.
All right. So none becomes 3. Yeah, Megan Mumford getting this chance. It is her first ever game, and so it is her first ever wicket in T20I cricket.
It's still a no ball. Still a free hit.
Won't take a wicket with this one because, yeah, it's a free hit. Still 2 to come in the game. Checks up to 109.
By the way, Finland's Chicken, it's Danny here, not Phil. I know we sound alike. And I still haven't checked out your channel. I know that Phil was going to send me a link. I'm not sure if he might have done. Finley's Chicken's got a chicken YouTube channel.
Going to check it out. Then.
Yeah,
Okay,
I need
we'll
to check it out.
All right, last ball coming up in this one. Can they get the one run that would tie their second highest score in T20Is? They will. In fact, that'll be a no ball, I'm pretty sure.
It's called a wide.
Got a wide, but I think this definitely bounces off the surface. Have a look.
Maybe.
Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah.
we'll have the chance to take a wicket here. Last ball, and it's gone. There you go. 2 wickets for Mumford then. And that is a pretty interesting over, but it's an over that brings 2 wickets. She'll finish with 2 for 8. She can probably send the umpire a box of chocolates as well, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that second last ball should have created a free hit. But she does rattle the stumps. And so entertainment all round in the end. Check here. Now, we mentioned 2 objectives. Could they make 100? Could they bat out the 20 overs? They do both. They finish 110 for 9. But Gibraltar come up with a win by 51 runs here in the series opener.
Yeah, entertaining game, full of a lot of highlights from both sides. And it was good to see the Czechs being competitive, but also good to see how good Gibraltar are. And it was pretty good type bowling for the most part. They did bowl a few wides. Probably we'll have a chat about that during the break between their match against Austria. They have to tighten that up. That's what's coming up next in match 2 here, the Central European Cup. Europe Cup.
Yeah, Central Europe Cup. We always just call it Senior Cup, don't we?
Senior
It's
Cup.
got a bit of a tradition here now, and it's great we've got the men's and the women's both taking place this year. So that game's going to start in 55 minutes' time. We'll have the toss in 25 minutes' time. Gibraltar versus Austria, Battle of the Reds. But let's go back and have a look. And yeah, we were very bullish, I suppose, with the intent from the Czech batting unit here. You know, missing a couple. Obviously, Ferrari got that early one after we saw Chowdhury keep one out, couldn't keep the next one out. But there was a bit of hustle and bustle about the Czechs, even though sometimes it was kind of self-destructive. We saw Suchkova get run out, just over-committing from the non-striker's end. But I mean, in the end, they do bat out the overs.
Yep.
They do get what I think is a pretty respectable score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, taking nothing away from Gibraltar, they're a very good side. They didn't ease up at all against the Czechs, and the Czechs were competitive for most of this innings. So well done to the Czechs, but also well done to Gibraltar. They did put down a couple of catches. This was the OVW.
Yeah, I thought that one might have been a bit of a harsh one because I wasn't sure what the ball might have done afterwards. But in the end, it was a spirited innings from Frunova. I think she's found a bit of a home at the top of the order the series. Finishes with 28 off 38 balls. And kind of the extra ball count, I think, very similar, only about 2 difference. And, this is something I thought would have been the case at the start of the game. And then we had this one, the old classic run out. 1 runs, 1 doesn't. And it was going to be the end of Raquel, who stuck around for a while. She ended up scoring 17. That was the second highest score in the innings, equal with Yana Kaminkova. And we saw 5 boundaries in the innings. So again, that wasn't too different to the first innings. There were 11, okay. So yes, it's a bit less, but yeah, Ferrari came back and looked like they might be able to clean up the tail. And then it was enter Megan Mumford in a memorable over, her first over in T20I cricket. Gets a big hug from Mum, 2 wickets, a little bit of the jiggy, everything you'd hope for. And that was the last ball, which crashes into the off stump. And Gibraltar, they have reason to celebrate. They take 9 wickets on the way. Czechia score 110 in response. But I'd actually say it's actually their best team batting performances I've seen from them. I know they might have scored more runs before, but it might have been in times where one batter's dominated. But I loved their application, and you can really see the improvement in there.
Ditto that with the ball. I mean, look, Gibraltar hit 160 odd, but it was good from the Czechs, much better than what we saw against Cyprus. But of course, it's a long way to go for them as far as the whole world of cricket goes. Let's see here, Frunova at the top, batted very well. The keeper for 28 off 38, and good scores for Pavichkova and also Kaminkova. Starts for Suchkova and also Erika Kuntsova as well.
Yeah, so you can see there the extra's probably a bit higher than Gibraltar would have liked. But I will say they were tough conditions to bowl. It was very blustery. And a couple of those probably weren't called. I probably would have called a wide in the second innings as well. But front of her with 28 leads the scoring. 17s for Pavichkova and Kuminkova in the middle order there. As far as the bowling went, well, it was nice to see Gibraltar throwing the ball around a bit as well. In fact, we saw less than nine different bowlers used in the innings. As far as the wickets, well, Megan Mumford, she actually steals the figures with 2 for 8 off her 1 over. But Ferrari was brilliant. I think once again 2 for 9, including a maiden. Wickets for Raghunath took 2 for 13, her 2 overs. And Helen Mumford, the mother of the mother-daughter combo, 1 for 13. But no one really did a bad job. I even like Lucas Shepherd with her left arm. I'd like to see her bowling a little bit more. Amy Valverde Benatar could have come back but didn't bowl that. 3 overs, none for 17. Bit unlucky to miss out on a wicket. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 45 minutes' time. Stay tuned for the toss. It'll be on the screen and also on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. The Austrians will be hoping to make it 2 CE Cups in a week, and their women's side will be representing when we return in a few moments' time for match 2 here in the ECN Central Europe Cup T20IW.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Cup T20IW. And Gibraltar, they did start with a good win against the Czechs, and they have to go back-to-back Gibraltar versus Austria now in match 2. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Yeah, welcome to the second match versus Gibraltar versus Austria. The home team is Gibraltar and Austria. Oh, sorry. And the home team flip the coin and Austria will call it.
Heads.
Yeah, it's a heads. You call.
You're gonna bat first.
Johann Stiglitz, the Austrian skipper, has won the toss and elected to bat then for Team Austria. And of course, we saw the Austrian men winning the CE Cup. Could the women do the double for Team Austria? We'll say we know Austria pretty well in the T10 game, not so much in the T20 format here on ECN. It's the first time they've played in the Women's CE Cup, but watch out for a couple of players that have actually played for Team Europe in the Meltul Shield, Priya Sabu and Andrea May Zepeda. Watch out also for their captain, Johann Stiglitz. She is a very, very good leader. She's very experienced as a captain as well. I say it and I mean it, she's one of the better captains I've seen in European cricket, men's or women's cricket. For Gibraltar though, they were led very well by their captain, Amy Valverde Beneta, and she scored 70 in the first game, the highest individual score by a Gibraltarian woman in the T20 format. And she got good support from Nikki Caruana. I just wonder if they stick with that opening combination or if they want to give other players a hit. So early in the tournament, I think they'll probably just stick with it. But the Austrians, I think they'll be relying on someone like Sriya Kumati Reddy with the ball, maybe to make an early breakthrough. But they won't have to worry about that just yet, because Austria, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat. Really good match coming up, I think. The first time these two teams have met in a T20IW as well. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball with news from the toss that Austria have won it and they're going to have a hit.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone here in lovely Prague at the Vinors ground for this Central Europe Cup game between Gibraltar and Austria. First time we see Austria in this this tournament. Of course, women's international cricket here live from Prague. Looking forward to this one. Gibraltar had a good win against the Czechs, against well, a very plucky Czech team actually. The pretty good performance. Gibraltar just outclassed them in the end. But Austria will be a different kettle of fish, I guess. With the Austrians electing to bat first. So it'll be a new pitch for them. I don't know how much I know about this pitch. It does play a little bit differently. You see here the two teams. And Gibraltar with some good performers. In that first game, they won up in the series. All up out of the three teams. Austria will be the first game here, as mentioned. So they played against the Czechs down in Vienna last year and were quite dominant against the Czechs. But I think this is the first game ever between Austria and Gibraltar. So we'll see how they fare. It looks like Giannani's in the team, Mariana Giannani in the team for Gibraltar, and competitive side put out by Austria and led by Johann Stiglitz. So the supercomputer knows something we don't, tipping Austria, even though Gibraltar have had a good win, have played already in the first game here, know the conditions, and ranked higher than Austria in the rankings. The supercomputer is tipping an Austrian win. Let's have a look if the supercomputer's right, or whether we see something different when the match starts. The umpires are walking out, and joined in the bin by Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, pleased to be here as Austria deciding to bat. And, you know, dive a bit deeper into the numbers. I mean, Gibraltar, they've made a bit of a run up the rankings. They have a 7-2 record in T20Is. But Austria have actually played 50 matches. So and they've won 18 of them. It has a lot to do with, again, who you're playing, where you're playing, where you're at. So Gibraltar will have a good sense of where they're at. I probably still have them as slight favourites against Austria, but it really depends a lot. I mean, it's been mentioned, the so-called big three with the bat for Austria of Andrea Meza-Peter, as well as Priya Sabu and John Stiglitz. And Emma Kirkman's listed to open. She's kind of a bit less experienced. She'll also do the keeping for Austria. She's going to go out there, but she's an out-and-out hitter. You know, it's an opportunity, kind of a free shot at the power play, if you like. But I think there's those three real experienced players which I think will hold the key to this contest. But interesting, the supercomputer favoured Austria, despite being much lower ranked. Yeah,
well, I mean, obviously it knows something we don't. But looking forward to this game. It should be a very competitive between the two sides in red. And Gibraltar, so I think they were pretty impressive in the previous game against a plucky Czech team who I thought played pretty well throughout that. But Gibraltar just too many runs, not losing any wickets.
So just going back, so Gibraltar played 9 T20Is now, including that 9th one this morning. But before that, I remember they played a 3-match series against Estonia, where they had 3 big wins. Estonia were a bit under strength, even so. I think Gibraltar the better team. That was back in April last year. And apart from that, they've only played the CE Cup. So, they've got a very good record. This is going to be a very good test for them, though. And I don't even know who's favourite anymore.
It's good to see him back in Prague, though, because I know they had a good time last year. We were, I think we were watching. Was it the World Cup? I think we were watching, or the Olympics? No, the World Cup. It was the World Cup we were watching, or European Cup. European Cup. That's it.
No, the Euros. The Euros.
Yeah, the Euros. In a place called Manifesto, another plug, and the Gibraltar team was there celebrating, and it was quite fun to see them out. And
so it's hard to. It actually didn't click for me until just then. That was actually the last T20I they played before today. Priya Sabu faces up. Ferrari with the ball, almost ready to go, and Austria. You can see there start 56% favourites, but we start in the Goldilocks zone between the 40 and the 60%. This should be a really entertaining contest. Priya Sabu's worked really hard in her cricket, just constantly improving and taking a game to new heights. Let's see how she goes here against the dangerous Lizzie Ferrari. First one's going to sneak inside, but we know that Ferrari's a genuine outswing bowler. I wouldn't say there's a lot of wind right now, but there's a bit of a breeze left to right in your screen that will help her stock delivery.
That was pretty wide. Maybe the batter followed it a little bit, but
never really moved her feet there, Sabu, and so maybe it looked a bit wider than it actually was. Sabu will get off the mark here with a pretty good push. This will test the outfield. In fact, outfield was almost passing the test. I love this, though. The hat was discarded. It's Shepherd who chases that down and saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, it's a good hustle. Just worried about the ball getting over the boundary.
Some impact there. A little handoff saying you can throw it back. Never had that issue with the cap getting stuck on the ponytail. A couple of Norwegian players might have, though. Lakshana and Vinay Ravi with some magnificent hair.
Yep.
Good lines, though, from Ferrari early here.
Yeah, look, she bowled pretty well in the last game. Kept it nice and tight. And, but they did bowl quite a few wides and no balls in that previous game against Czechia. I think they'll would have had a chat between games and try to correct that. There's too many free runs. Nice looking shot on the leg side. Chance for a run out. And not on.
I think that's something they would have been disappointed about, the amount of extras. But having said that, they did use 9 bowlers in the wash-up as well. So, some are probably a bit more recognised than others.
So it'll be Kirkman facing her first delivery, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, she's a fun player to watch as well. Loves to give it a thump. That's what she tries to do first ball. I think it's quite clever coaching as well. You've got your, I mean, there's no bones about it. You've got those three key batters. Now, there's other batters in there. Malika Mahdi was a pretty talented number 5. But by putting Emma up the top, you're saying, look, go out there, have a whack. The most they can have is 2 outfielders. And if it comes off, it comes off. If you get out, it's no problem. But you won't be wasting any time out there.
That's good. Just a little. Oh, gone. Wow, that's a big wicket. And that's Priya Sabu who has to leave.
That's an absolute peach of a delivery from Ferrari. Sabu just trying to keep it out, but the swing takes it past the outside edge. That's the ball of the day from Lizzie Ferrari. Let's check it out on the replay. It angles in, just leaves her a bit. It is an absolute seed from Lizzie.
Oh.
Top of off stump. Stumps are destroyed, and a very important early strike for Gibraltar. Austria 4 for 1.
That's a beautiful delivery. Just cut in with the swing, and Priya Sabu goes for 3. That wasn't in the game plan for Austria.
Yeah, no way. Let's have a look one more time. Angles in, really. Okay, feet not really moving, but you can understand that because where the ball pitched. But just completely did it. And have a little fist pump there, little lawnmower from Lizzie Ferrari. She enjoyed that. That's every bowler's dream scenario. 4 for 1 after the first over.
That's a big first over there for Gibraltar. And well, Austria probably their top gun with the bat is back in the sheds.
And still, it's Andrea Mazepeda. It's coming out at number 3. She's a talented player as well. So yeah, an opportunity for her, and she'd be very comfortable opening in another scenario. So let's see how she handles it. But it will be Amy Valverde Benatar, who was brilliant in the first game, player of the match. She's going to come on and bowl over number 2.
Yeah, there were no let up with the bowling. It's all pretty consistent. They did use 9 bowlers in the previous game. I don't think they'll do the same thing here. So here comes Valverde.
Oh, that's gone as well. In fact, it might be bowled. It's gone onto the stumps. Watch this. And yeah, I think it's LBW as well, but the bowled will take precedence. It's 2 wickets in 2 balls. This is such a weird one. It hits one foot, goes onto the other foot, then rolls back onto the stumps. It's going to be a second wicket in succession, and Austria 4 for 2.
I don't think... Yeah, it is bowled. Yeah, absolutely.
She kind of steps on it and back onto the stumps. It's a freakish thing. But let me just show you the LBW shot. I think it's plumb. The LBW straightens down the line.
Yeah.
So it was already going to be LBW, I'm sure. And Joe actually kind of holds his decision back because he notices. It's good observation. That goes onto the stumps.
Pretty confused because didn't see Joe Foster put his finger up. And so she was wondering what was happening. And I think she turned around and saw the bail off and realised that she'd been bowled. So that's a huge start. But definitely out LBW. Which one? I mean, I guess the bold.
There's a law, actually. Even if he'd given that LBW, it would be revised to bold.
Okay.
So bold takes precedence over an LBW decision. There are certain times in the laws of cricket that they give a priority.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a strange one. But it was about as clear of an LBW as you could have ever hoped for as well. But again, Amy creates that wicket by swinging it down the line and pitching and hitting the stumps. In the end, it got there anyway. New batter comes out, and it's Sheetal Bharadwaj that comes out. Interestingly, at number 4, they haven't gone to Stiglitz just yet. Valverde, wicket first ball. Oh, another one. It's a chop on. It's a team hat trick for Gibraltar. Oh, well. Serenity now as Amy has the perfect start. She bowled 2 balls. She's got 2 wickets. Both have somehow ended up hitting the stumps via the bat or the batter. And Austria 4 for 3.
This is a fantastic start for Gibraltar and a nightmare for Austria. Just on the back of some very good bowling. Let's have a look at this one. Again, just a bit of movement in the air. Chop back. And, well, it's a first baller there for Bharadwaj.
Oh, wow. So plenty going on early doors here. Bharadwaj, again, just played away from her body a little bit. She'll be disappointed. I suppose she didn't waste any time while she was out there. But she was the 3rd wicket It's 4 for 3 after just 8 balls of this one. See, the bat angle there created it. She's almost trying to hit it to leg. It's probably not the right shot. And it just opens up that possibility of the inside edge.
I like the yoga pose as well.
Very stable base. Yeah, I wish I could do that. It'd tip me over like a cow on the field. Anyway, hat-trick ball. Joanne Stiglitz does come out. This will be a huge moment. Amy Valverde Benatar, the Gibraltarian skipper, for a T20I hat-trick. It'll be our 24th of the year if she can do it. Here we go. Oh, and it's a Danny Hudacek, also known as a wide on the hat-trick ball. And why does that always happen when you're in the commentary box?
I don't know, but it does very consistently. Oh, well.
Oh, well, onwards, upwards. She's still in very good position.
2 new batters out, 3 wickets down. They're big wickets as well, but 2 good batters out there in Zepeda and Stiglitz.
Oh, it's well played as well. Joanne Stiglitz, she is a real character. You know, she's led the side for quite a while. I know sometimes they split the captaincy duties now, Austria, but I think she's invaluable. And she's a real fighter as well. You know, she's one of those players that she'll do anything for the team.
They just stabilise now.
Plays that one nicely. Confident little push inside half of the bat. So Joanne is off the mark.
Yeah, good looking shot. And, well, I'll just have to play carefully at the moment. Zepeda hasn't faced a ball yet. But a fantastic start for Gibraltar. So, yeah, Luke Belgium in the chat. What a day Amy's having, indeed. Comes into bowl again.
Oh, that could be out. There's no bat in that as
Gone.
well. It is. Well, it's a 3rd wicket in the over. Just playing across the straight one here. If there's no little edge on that, then I think it's a pretty clear decision. And, wow, that's another crippling blow. Might have even missed the pad there to add insult to injury. Let's have a look.
Oh.
Yeah, it just plays across it. And Joe Foster this time has to raise the finger, but the result is the same. And Austria are 6 for 4 after only 11 balls. And remember, they started this match as favourites.
Yep, not anymore. It's first baller there for Andrea May Zepeda. And looks like it could be Sriya Reddy, the new batter. She's
just
very
looking
good
for any bat there. That was the only thing that could have saved her.
Yeah.
And Sally Barton was pretty confident. She's already coming in to celebrate. Yeah, she looks in a good place, Amy. She's a born leader, isn't she?
Yeah.
This side, let the performances do the talking. Sriya Reddy, the new batter. Oh, this one hits the back of the bat. So what an over from Amy. She takes 3 for 2. And we had that period there of 4 wickets in 6 balls. So 4 for 2 in 6. That was the run. But right now, 6 runs for 4 wickets after 2 overs.
What a start. And, well, there's Asif Malik in the chat. Oh, my God, was Austria this week? Not really. It's just good bowling. Just really, really good bowling. Just no respite. And a bit of swing as well. So these balls will swing for quite a few overs. There's no moisture on the surface, so they'll keep their hardness. And, well, what a start for Gibraltar.
Especially when you win the toss and bat. Oh, that was almost another one. That shaves the off stump. Joanne playing across the ball. Maybe she should have played with a straight bat.
Yeah, absolutely. Carnage at Vinor, says Phil. Well, it is at the moment. Still a long way to go, though. And with Stiglitz there, they could salvage something out of this, but she'll have to stay there. Otherwise, they'll start getting into the middle order.
84 expected. That's a reasonable shot from Stiglitz. Finds the fielder. Thing is, these two are only just getting started. You can keep them on. And especially with this new ball, they're controlling it well. Mentioned earlier, maybe Gibraltar bowled a few too many wides compared to what they would have hoped, what they would have targeted, but certainly have had it right here so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty good strike, this one from Joanne. Goes with the hit, forces the fumble. She gets another single.
Yeah, brings Shreya on strike. She got a pretty good one first up. Turned her around a bit. Facing Ferrari. This is Ferrari, 1 for 5.
This is where all the training that I know a lot of these Austrian players, they've been doing what they can as far as training. I know they might not have some of the facilities that they would have in other countries. For example, Gibraltar, where they've got some great practice facilities. But we saw some of the Austrians out yesterday while we were calling the men's tournament out there. And Sri was certainly one of those. She'll get at least one run here. Nice little glance away. I think two, but they're happy with one given the situation right now.
Yeah, look, anything at the moment. There's still plenty of time. It's only the third over. So they just need as who was it? It was Richie Cunningham saying that they need a partnership here, Austria, and that's definitely what they need to do. They need to settle things. Got the right batter out there in Stiglitz. Just turned around the corner. Nice shot.
Yeah, you can see that it's kind of cool in a crisis. She's not being too defensive here either, but she's not being too attacking. Just trying to get something going. Into the over, it's 9 for 4 after 3.
Yep.
With Joanne on 3 and Sri already on 1.
Yeah, great start for Gibraltar. Again, steadying over there, just a few from it, but not much needed.
Now, you've got somebody that'll be feeling very confident coming back to bowl again.
She's giving herself another over. That's a surprise.
Well,
captains.
I think that's fair enough. We've all known the sort of captain that will just over bowl themselves.
Yeah.
I don't think this is one of those situations. If anything, actually, earlier she didn't bowl her 4th over when she might have. I liked the way they threw the ball around. And even, of course, we had that really entertaining finish, didn't we, with Megan Mumford picking up a couple of wickets in the last over. A change for Gibraltar, though, in this game. Megan out of the side. That's a good shot. It's a very solid strike, and that could run away to the boundary. It does. So Joanne Stiglitz, shot of the innings so far, elevates over cover and finds 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Just took on the fielder, only a little bit over the cover fielder's head, but really nice looking shot. And just crawled over that boundary.
I was going to say that it's Ariana Giannini that's come in for Gibraltar, so good luck to her as well. Slightly wrong down the leg side will be called. But that's the one that doesn't swing. Most of them have so far. It's actually kind of swung it into the wind, which, like I said, it's not the stiffest breeze right now. It can be very windy out here.
Yeah, it can be, definitely. So there will be generally more swing if you're bowling into the wind. Just got to do with air resistance with the ball. I did see a diagram about how balls swing the other day. I
was chatting to Tina's partner, who's actually a high-level physicist, kind of top of his field, kind of. And so trying to explore some of the dark arts of swing. It's a no ball, actually. It's been called for having too many outfielders. Had 3 outfielders that ball. So Joe Foster rightly calls it a no ball. And Amy's like, oh, yeah. And that wasn't someone just outside the circle. It was 3 on the boundary. So free hit here and a chance for Joanne to turn this into something more. Gives it the old college try. Finds Ferrari at mid-wicket. They do get a single. But, yeah, it's been very, very good swing bowling. It's doing just enough as well.
Yeah. So the dark arts.
Yeah, the dark arts of swing. He wasn't able to give me too much new stuff, but he gave me some good non-cricket stuff, such as the squirrel thing.
The squirrel
and
thing?
the way he said it was just like, oh, you know, the squirrel thing. That one doesn't get called wide. Joe's in a good mood. Apparently, there's no distance from which. Apparently, it's a famous thing in physics. You can drop a squirrel that it will not stay alive when it hits the ground.
Okay.
It will always live.
Oh, okay.
You know? Because they
what if you drop it into a volcano?
But, okay, well that's different. but they basically become like gliders or something. So
Yeah.
the actual correct answer is how high would you have to drop a squirrel so it doesn't survive the fall.
Yeah.
It's you have to calculate how long before it would starve. So, yeah, apparently they get like almost like their bodies become little parachutes.
Yeah.
I hope they haven't actually tried this out in real life, by the way. Nice shot by Astria, who will get a single there. But
Guaranteed they have.
he had some, because we were talking about high catches and kind of speeds the ball comes down and
Yeah.
acceleration and all that. Very interesting guy.
But it's got nothing. Yeah. Look, I did see a diagram somewhere, probably on a random Facebook feed, and it was interesting. But again, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. This variation. It's such a. The ball's actually slightly changing shape every ball, every time it's hit, every time it hits the ground.
Yep.
The wind's a huge factor with swing. Also, the wind's probably the biggest factor.
That and humidity, I think.
Yeah. Well, see, humidity is one of those things that people say,
It
but
definitely is.
in cloud cover, things like this.
I remember playing at Alphas, actually, and it was humid, and I was getting the ball to swing. I bowled 17 overs straight, I think, down in Alphas, and I was still swinging. So it definitely has an effect, because I think just the air is thicker, if that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe.
But breeze, if you're bowling into the wind, you'll get more swing because there's more resistance. If you've got the wind behind you, you'll get less swing. So
This is what the scientists should be working on. Anyway, it's 18 for 4 after 4 overs. And a wicketless over. Kind of mini recovery here from Austria after they found themselves 6 for 4 after only 11 balls bowled. Ferrari resumes the attack. It's a good ball too. Good ball that bites away and beats the outside edge of Sriya's bat.
yeah, just tight bowling. It's just very little to work with for the Austrians. And again, they wouldn't want to take too many risks until probably quite a bit further into this innings, considering they've lost 4 big wickets. So, ECN Highlights asking if we're watching the final of the World Test
We're
Championship.
keeping an eye on it. I know we had 4 early wickets there. 4 wickets in the first session. We've had 4 very early ones here. But yeah, definitely. South Africa have started well.
Yeah, they elected to bowl as well. Again, because of the low cloud cover and a bit of swing in the air, apparently, according to people in the know. It says, hit through the gap. I should get a couple here. They could possibly come back for 3.
Probably is 3 there if they go, especially with a handoff. I suppose maybe they don't want to risk it at this stage just for the 1 run. And another interesting fact is that Austria have never actually played at this ground, the women's team.
No.
I kind of always under the impression they must have, because the CE Cup goes back a while. But it's only recently that there's been the women's version of the CE Cup.
Yeah, it's only 2 years.
Yeah, only last year, and Austria weren't a part of that. Of course, Joan Stiglitz was part of the umpiring team last year for this tournament.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think there's I don't know. We'll see in the match tomorrow afternoon how much of a gap there is between Austria and the Czechs. I know that the Czechs last year when they played down in Austria, it was a pretty one-sided affair. But you never know. This year I've got a good feeling about the Czechs. It'll be difficult for them to win a game, but we'll see.
This one might have taken a little bit of the bat. Lucky it did, I think, for Sriya Reddy. Squeezes it away for a single.
And yeah, just got that outside edge.
Almost an appeal there in advance from Sally. Didn't realise actually hit the bat in front of the pad.
So Stiglitz is on 8. Reddy's on 5. 21 for 4. Still a ball and an over before the end of the power play.
It straightens a bit, but maybe not quite enough. The appeal gets turned down, and that will be the end of the 5th over. So a quadruple strike from Gibraltar has put Austria on the back foot, and after 5 overs, 21 for 4. This is a look at what's happening right now in Hornchurch. And I was actually listening. Good to see Charlie Hunt is part of the coverage over there in Hornchurch with, it'll be match number 38, I think, about to get underway in about 10 minutes' time. and of course Havering 11. And this is a team, they're the team that have come in at short notice, including our very own Kroom.
Yep.
There were 10 changes last night, and only their captain was able to retain his spot. But I got to tell you this, because this was, let's just say it was a bit of an eye-watering moment. Yeah, so it was only Jamie Green that kept his spot between matches 2 and 3. There were 10 changes. Jamie Green finished the day in hospital after he had a ball hit back off his own bowling, and it hit him in the place where often we find it a bit amusing.
Not amusing if you end up in hospital, though. That's going to be a no ball.
No ball, plus some. Plus how many? Plus 4. Nice shot. Sriya Reddy, she'll enjoy that. Valverde gets the length wrong that time. Goes to the boundary. We'll have to deliver a free hit. Okay, so we're going to try and keep it PG. But let's just say, normally we laugh it off in a couple of minutes and get on with the game. But apparently, and I don't know why I'm laughing, there was a 10-minute hold-up to the game. And he did have to be assisted from the field and did end up going to hospital. So in all seriousness, I hope that Jamie Green's okay.
Is he playing today?
He's not playing. Well, I haven't seen the teams yet, actually. That's a good shot, up and over the top. Good strike. Well, they do say that one door closes, another opens, and Sriya's coming way earlier than she would have imagined, but she's got so long to bat. She takes on a very good bowler here. And excellent strike. Doesn't try to keep it down. Goes up and over the top. Good power play batting. 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot there from Sriya Reddy. And, well, bit of a fight back from these two. But Sriya, she's 13. Run up all 13 after those 2 boundaries.
Yeah, the 3 times Austria have played Czechia in T20IW, as you mentioned, it was Czechia's first ever T20IWs, and they went down by 100 plus in each of those. So 137 runs, 134 and 106.
Yeah.
But I for sure, Czechia have improved a lot since then.
Yeah.
Still think it'll be tough with Czechia, the players they've got out, but we saw them kind of scrap with the bat. We saw a good approach, an attacking approach. So that'll be pretty interesting when those 2 teams meet.
Yeah. They're hanging for a win, the Czechs, though, you can tell.
113 lifetime now. It's well bowled.
Did have a chat to their coach, Venki Margashayam, and congratulating him on the improvement. And he said, yeah, we really want to the running between the wickets, and we're looking at that. And I mentioned about Mimi. He said, yeah, that's Karcher for you. The how they run in Karcher. I think it's more the indoor type.
Yeah.
Karcher running.
Yeah, no, the running is good. Well, this running might not be good. I turn around just in time. It's just, it's running's partly a state of mind, but it's also a bit of technique. So the state of mind I loved. I just think with Mimi's backing up, she was making it very hard to not run. So you still need to have the ability to change direction. It's a simple thing.
Yep.
Do your backing up. By the time the ball's hit, you should be, I call it propping, or just basically stopping.
Well, you mentioned it, as this has been pulled on the leg side. It's close to a no ball. You mentioned it when she was doing it, and it was just about a matter of time when she or her batting partner were going to be run out. That one is...
I think that one's going to be okay if she's standing up. I think it would have hit her in the waist or below. But it's the end of the 6th over, and it's 32 for 4, or 31 for 4. There we go. But yeah, I mentioned, I think it happened 30 seconds later.
Yeah.
It's just to get yourself in a position where you can, then decide to go through with the run or turn around.
Yeah.
Simple. And also things like keeping the bat in the correct hand, the inside hand, so that you can see the bowler easily. You can always exchange the bat in your hand while you're running.
I saw you having a little chat to the Czech team when they were warming down.
Yeah.
Did you mention anything in particular?
Yeah, that's one of the things I mentioned, just little things. But I just said I was very proud of them. I said I think that's the best team batting effort that I've ever seen. And, I love to, obviously the coach is an important role to play, but as a kind of a neutral observer, occasionally I'll people will ask me or I'll have a word. I think all the teams know I want to see them improving and playing their best cricket. And it was mostly just me there saying, well done. You really, really fought in that first game. It's a good sign.
It's fun to see the journey as well. Uh-oh, trouble. And missing the stumps. Well, that was Stiglitz who called Reddy through.
Yeah, it's another one of those ones. If it hits, it's out. And then a bit of the screen set by Ferrari accidentally. I don't think she's in the picture here. Eventually she is. But long after the ball's past the stumps, Austria will take the run.
Stiglitz on strike. And a swing and a miss.
Goes after it. Maybe there's a run there if Sri's backing up and looking for it. But, yeah, Austria, I expect to score up to 97 now. They've got some good bowling options in there. Actually, Stria Reddy's one of them, and Joanne Stiglitz is another. But you'd think they need 100 minimum, probably more like 120 to be competitive against Gibraltar. I've seen that expected score increasing as this partnership has blossomed. Straightens down the line a touch again, but I think maybe just outside the leg stump when it bounces. Maybe not quite coming back enough.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. It's I agree with you. I think it's missing leg, or if it's not, it's pitched outside leg.
Lizzie's fast bowler approach is, what's the word? Nonplussed at the umpire. It wasn't given more consideration. What are you talking about? Hitting middle.
I don't know. As a bowler, I was always pretty conscious as to whether something was close or not, and I just wouldn't appeal if I knew that it wasn't going to be out.
Strategic appeal, smart.
It's logical. I've never tried to bend rules when I've been playing cricket. It's you're playing a sport, you play it fairly. But I have seen there's quite a bit of appealing that goes on. That it's just anything that hits the pads, it's an appeal just in case, mainly from fine leg or mid wicket. So, as soon as it hits the pads, there's an appeal. I just don't like that. It's something the umpire should get on top of pretty much straight away.
Yeah, true. So kind of etiquette thing. Only appeal if you can really see what you're appealing for.
We had a player in the Czech leagues a while ago. This is full toss, been smacked down towards the boundary. Be cut off there. That's good fielding down there. That's Amy Valverde, the skipper.
Another one that's high-ish, but probably just dipping by the time it would reach her at the crease.
A couple of times. He was a very intimidating presence in Czech cricket, but also for his team. He used to be a Bohemian. And there was one game where Phil G was playing, actually, and was, I think, bowling. But we had him stumped. And but he gave the square leg umpire a look because it was your own teammates that. And he nervously gave him not out. And then he went on to hit 56 off 2 overs.
Oh, dear.
And then here at Vinoj, we got one that clearly hit the bat. And he straight away turned around and went to the umpire and said, no, I've got the bat handle's broken. It's a clicky bat. Straight away. And the umpire went, not out. So,
this is how ugly incidents start.
But he did get violent on occasions.
Oof.
And, it wasn't great.
Hey, you reminded me of something. You're going to like this one. As we get a change bowler. Nikki Caruana coming on. She used that breeze pretty well earlier as well. Give me a second. But it's someone that's a bit more infamous than famous in cricket. Cryptic, I know. That one. It's not really swinging for Nikki so far in these first two. But okay. I remember his last name's Gilchrist, so I can look him up.
Okay. Not
Adam Gilchrist.
Okay.
No relation. But his name was Roy Gilchrist.
I know that name.
So Roy Gilchrist played 13 tests for the West Indies in the 1950s. That one does come back a little bit for Nikki. She'll get the call. Do you want to hear about him?
Sure.
I'd love to tell you. He was born in Jamaica. Actually died in Jamaica. Died in 2001. Played 13 tests between 1957 and 1959 for the West Indies. Well bowled. That's more like it. I like the way she's getting it right up there, giving it a chance to move, Nikki. So he was an angry fast bowler. And we all know a few angry fast bowlers, right? But he had a habit, if he was in a bad mood or if he got hit to the boundary, for example, and he was on a tour of India, and he ended up getting sent home. But before that, he had this thing where he would deliberately bowl no balls by about 4 yards and bowl it straight at the batter's head without bouncing. He had a penchant for bowling beamers from 18 yards, as well as off-field arguments. Yeah. And he would do this to intimidate the batter.
Oh, I think
Full
that
toss. That's not quite the beamer. Should be stopped out. There it is. Well done by Raghunath. In fact, they are going to get back.
That's good running.
For a couple. That is good running. I think they saw the throw, so they could have got another one. So, yeah, he was struck for 3 consecutive boundaries, and the batter taunted him. And Gilchrist deliberately overstepped the bowling mark by 6 metres and delivered a bouncer, which hit the batter on the head, dislodging his turban. There's more.
Okay.
Well bowled. In the following match, he did the same thing and ignored his captain when he said, please stop. So during the lunch interval, he was substituted and sent home while the other players continued on with the tour. And so his captain told him, you will leave by the next flight. Good afternoon. But there's more. And there were suggestions he had pulled a knife on his captain during the tour. He later attracted attention while playing in the Lancashire by removing a stump from the playing arena and hitting an opposition batter in the head. So, yeah, he's not good. I don't condone it. I'm just saying. Just coming into the legs there. Caroline will go for 5 in the over after 8. It's 39 for 4. So, yeah, he had a violent temper. But apparently he's one of only 4 bowlers to ever hit the sight screen on the full. So it bounced on the pitch and next bounce hit sight screen.
That's pretty quick.
Imagine how short that ball must have been. There is some doubt about this claim, but it is claimed.
Tomo one that half volleyed into the side screen. I think it might have been the whacker. Just off. That's one thing that's on my list of things I've never seen, but maybe I'll see one day on ECN cricket is a ball that goes over the boundary once it bounces on the pitch. Yeah.
Cameron almost did it in the ECC. Yeah, so all right, Gilchrist. Maybe not quite the sportsman that Adam Gilchrist was, but an entertaining career nonetheless.
I remember watching Colin Croft.
That was awful.
Yeah.
When he deliberately ran into the umpire.
He didn't run into him. He elbowed him in the head.
Yeah. He got called for a back foot no ball correctly, by the way.
Yeah.
Got called correctly. And then he physically assaulted the umpire when he ran in. That's nasty. Don't know what kind of a ban he got for that. Joanne keeps this one out. It's Helen Mumford coming on to bowl. So, credit to these two. They've negotiated this period. Remember, they came in at 6 for 4 after just 11 balls. So now they've already put on 35. They're doing a reasonable tempo.
Going back to that Colin Croft thing, it was the 70s, I think, Vinny. So he probably got a slab of beer and a packet of smokes and told to chill for a while.
Well, I'm going to see what he got for it.
Do you remember the SCG, the hill, the infamous hill? There was a limit to the number of beers you could bring into the ground. You could bring in 24 beers.
Same in Perth, and it was a riot. You can't tell me how many beers. 24 cans per person. You were allowed, and they were still complaining.
Yeah.
When they started making it a rule.
Now I think it's. I'm not sure if it's just low alcohol beer at the SCG, but they even ban you for beer snakes. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think that's great. They think it's a health and safety thing.
It's rubbish.
Yeah. I like when the crowd, different parts of the crowd, they compete with each other, and eventually they form an alliance to try and beat the other side of the ground's beer snake. So
Yeah.
you kind of have this kind of consolidation.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I remember going up to the SCG, and it got sort of colourful up there, where you'll get someone throw like a piece of the remains of some fried chicken, and then everything gets thrown back at them, and there's like a fried chicken, ice, and whatever you can get your hold on fight between a whole bunch of people. It was hairy.
it was called no ball. I think maybe for off the pitch. Second that was after the line. Mumford just losing her length there. And so free hit, and it's hit very well from Surya Reddy. Her batting's come a long way. You can see she's put a lot of work into it. It's a classic shot down by the Scott Page bench. And that'll be 4 more runs to Austria. The fight back continues.
Yes, been a really good partnership, and Sri Reddy looking very handy with the bat, hitting nicely through the offside, just over the top.
Yeah,
The
so
covers. Colin Croft.
yeah, Colin Croft didn't get any suspension
Told ya.
or sanction.
Told you.
And most of the quotes are around about how bad the umpiring was at the time for the West Indian players. Not sorry that this happened.
Slab of beer and a packet of smokes.
A good comeback, though, from Helen. But still 9 off the over. A decent one for Austria. And they are 48 for 4 after 9.
Julian Dawson saying you can bring in 2 500ml bottles of beer or a 75ml bottle of wine into Lords.
Really?
I didn't know you could bring in alcohol.
In Australia, there's no way you
No.
can bring in anything.
No.
They'll check you. And they will just check that you've probably shake your pockets out.
You
to
can't
get
even
enough.
can't bring lemonade or anything. Everything has to be bought at the ground.
Yeah.
Except for maybe
That
water.
Water, I think you can bring in. But then, yeah, they have. Yeah, it's. I mean, I can understand why there's people are less inclined, especially with TV coverage as good as it is today and all the replays and all that, to just watch it on TV. Although there is something to be said about the atmosphere of a game. But this is why I think even with Tests, a lot of people are interested in Test cricket, but would rather watch it on TV than go to the ground. You know, outside these big series like the Ashes or the World Test Championship, or whenever Australia, England, and India are playing each other. But anyway, this partnership continues to blossom for Austria.
I wonder how many people will be at Lords today.
I think it'll be sold out. No
Yeah.
doubt. Yeah.
The English have no skin in the game, though.
It's their game.
Yeah, sort of.
That's good length from Caruana. Temps ready into the big cover drive, and she misses out. Yeah, I wonder, I mean, the English supporters, the two teams I hate the most are Australia and South Africa. So, good luck picking a team.
It's again well bowled there from Nicky.
Yeah, well, Alex pressing the buttons. He's got a bit of
He's
English heritage, and he said, yeah, come on, South Africa. Oh, South Africa, big underdogs as well, let's be honest. I mean, they got there despite never playing Australia, England, or India.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's okay. Here's my thoughts. Not that they're worth much, but on the World Test Championship, I like the idea of it. Right? It's tough because tests just take so long to play. It's like fumble from Ferrari allows a single. I'll bring up the 50 for Austria here in the 10th over. But I think instead of a 3-year cycle, they should make it a 5-year cycle. So you could have an early 2020s champion and a late 2020s champion. And so have the ability for all the teams to play each other.
Yeah.
Ideally home and away, but okay, at least for them to play each other. And have that structure. I think one of the biggest things is that it's still up to the countries to organise their test series, and they negotiate together. There's no ICCs and saying, right, you need to play this. They might say, who you need to play within a couple of cycles. But South Africa have gotten here, gotten to the Test Championship without playing Australia, England or India. And not just that, during their South African T20 competition, domestic, they sent a third 11 to New Zealand and lost those 2 tests. And they literally had players that had never played tests before. Their captain had never played a test before because all their players, they wanted to promote their T20 competition.
Yeah.
So, and then it's funny, they still made the Test Championship final despite that.
Isn't it? Do you just get a certain number of points, or is it allocated compared to rankings?
Yeah,
or?
it's to do with all matches are created equal a little bit in their World Test Championship. This is the end of the over, by the way, and at the drinks break, end of 10, it's 54 for 4. Austria recovering after those early wickets. They were 6 for 4 after 1.5 overs, but in the next 8 overs, they have managed to put on 48 runs without losing another wicket. There's a look at the European Cricket Hindi channel. You can follow it on, you can join it, I should say, on Telegram at European Cricket Network Hindi. It's all the players, player info, match reports, and that kind of thing, all in Hindi, Hindi language for anyone that's interested. So I know that Shobhan, he did a bit of a translation of that for us yesterday. He speaks a few different languages, and I don't know how much Hindi James Baisley plays, who's a big bash player in Australia, but happy to have him as part of the ECN family. Quick look at the Tour of Czechia. Today's the first day of the T20IWs, and we have 3 days of T20I cricket before we head to T10 action starting on Saturday with 2 days of the ECIW and then 2 European Cricket Series next week. So I don't think there's any kind of ranking as if you beat this team, it's worth a different amount. It's just whoever you play. So if you're clever and you avoid, like South Africa have, playing, I'll say it, better teams, they found their way into the Test Championship final. But yeah, 5-year cycle, I feel, then you'd be able to conceptualize a little bit more because, a 5-year, half a decade. I think back, we talk about the West Indies teams of the 70s, 80s, and for example, the Australian teams of the 90s. And I feel it would be worth a bit more if it was for, say, the first half of the 20s, the second half of the 20s, the first half of because you'd remember them more. Yeah. Otherwise, they kind of get lost in the wash.
Just looking at Arjun in the chat talking about US grounds, and you can't bring anything in, including food or drinks. I know they've got tailgate parties at the start of NFL games, but he said, I've seen $25 cups of beer at an MLB ground for 200 mils. I'd avoid beer, especially American beer, at $25. That's $125 a litre.
Yeah, well, they've got you locked up, same as airports.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go?
Yeah, true.
This is where the old contraband comes in. But,
you got to sneak it in. Yeah.
So I'm told.
I'm sure it happens.
Anyway, Mumford's going to take up the attack here in the 11th over. And Sriya has played a really good innings so far. She's top scored for Austria. Going to take on the 2 here, and they'll get it again.
It's Mumford, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, we've just got the 1 Mumford in this time as Megan is sitting out. But I think she'll be pretty satisfied with her 2 wickets in her first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Stiglitz, 17. Shreya Reddy, 25 of 33.
Yeah, she's batted really well.
It's exactly.
They think about it. But, I mean, Sriya works really hard on her cricket. She's been part of the Blue Crew quite a few tournaments now. She was in Portugal earlier in the year. Actually, last year. Yeah, she was in France. Every moment she gets, she's trying to practice.
I've seen my name spelt many different ways, but not quite with a WH at the start.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I love it.
My first name spelt wrong as well, too.
It's going to be a no ball for height. I was going to say Sriya practices a lot. I don't know how many of those she practices against. It was like a shoulder high full toss. Mumford just getting the length wrong. And he's hit and a free hit to come. Yeah, people like Huda check because they think that's what your last name sounds like.
Yeah.
Like Huda Man.
Huda Man. Yeah, no, it's a Czech name, so that's just what it is, Not spelt that way.
It's the Who. Anyway, free hit. Free miss, though. As Kamarati misses out. I think she's feeling pretty relaxed out there now. See, off to a good start. Oh, that's an amazing nutmeg of Mumford. This is the old edge of the pitcher that does Mumford. Have a look at this. Gets the ball back. This is goalkeeping. It's a nightmare, really. Can't happen.
That's another full toss. Well on the leg side. Just be a single.
Yeah, done well. They've kind of pushed the field back here, haven't they? And the thing with those 4 wickets, and yeah, it was a bit of a disaster. I'm not saying it wasn't. But the thing is they didn't use up a lot of time. So they're still rolling in time, these two. They're up to 60, 114 is expected now. And again, the old hit and run. Well, it's going to get through Sally. This would have been a very close one, I think. As Ferrari, she moved like a red Ferrari there, didn't she? Let's have a look. This comes in. Would that have been out? I think so, you know.
Close.
The throw was a bit offline, but umpire would have had to have given it as well. That's the thing. That's the full toss, whipped away into space. Again, should be 2 here. And they will get it despite the efforts of Amy Valverde Benatar out there. That's the end of the 11th over at 63 for 4. And the good comeback continues for Austria. And the longer they go in this innings, the less those 4 wickets will matter. They've still got Malika Mahadiwa, who's a pretty handy middle order bat to come next. It's a bit of insurance. But they'll want this partnership to go deep into the 20 overs, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Look, it's been a really good fight back from Austria after a disastrous start. But let's have a look here. Bowling figures. And well, it's Amy Valverde again with that 3 for 21. But Lizzie Ferrari's bowling well as well. Just 13 coming from her 4 overs and picking up a wicket. But no wickets after that.
Yeah, Austria showing a bit of resilience here, and they could have easily folded with that start and been bowled out for, well, who knows, 20 or 30 the way things were going. But yeah, the rearguard actions come. It'll be Nikki Caruana to continue. Has 11 off her 2 overs bowled so far. This is hit, bit of bottom hand. And again, they think of the second. They're going to take it on. I think they've spotted, you know, with Lauren Shepherd, with their throwing ups, not particularly strong. So if she has to throw from the outfield, they feel like there is one on the arm there.
It's amazing how you can pick out fielders, and you can just, even it doesn't matter where you put them. Quite often as a captain, they just seem to become a ball magnet. This is it nicely onto the leg side.
That's Rosie Riley out there. She had one of the all-time great. So I'm not surprised that she's fielding out there. She had one of the all-time great direct hits last year in the CE Cup, and yeah, he basically hit one stump from about 55 metres away. So that was a good moment for Rosie. Will there be some more Rosie magic this year?
It's fun. We're having a should have been put away. A bit of a loose one there from the bowler.
It actually came down and made it a bit of an awkward shot to judge, but she still got something on it, gets a single.
There's been just a lot of pronunciation things going on. Phil has worked out, or he's explained how my name's pronounced and how it's spelled.
Yep.
And then Phil has said my name's pronounced G, just in case.
Thanks, Phil.
And then Adjuan has come in, Tesserand.
Yeah, we should know how to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Tesserande?
Tesserand. No, but look, it's he's actually spelled it. Mine has 3 syllables. Tesserand.
Yeah.
There you go. It's right there. Tesserand. So everyone's explaining how they Maximo's
Pretty
3
easy,
syllables as well. Oh, just don't think she's in too much trouble there. I think she got back pretty quickly.
Yeah, this has been an interesting one. She kind of makes a meal of the dive back, but heaves herself back in. Let's have a look here.
Ooh.
Yeah, just gets, I think that bat's down there.
I think so.
There's down.
Yep.
So, but even the way she went back wasn't very graceful, but it was effective from Sriya. It doesn't need to throw it away here. Still 8 overs to bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just pick off the hittable ones. And she does clip away to leg. They got a bit of protection there, but mishandled out there. Raghunatha couldn't handle it, so they will get 2. Continues to grow this partnership now with 64, and after 12 overs, it's 70 for 4.
Yeah, as mentioned, a good fight back after a disastrous start. Caruana just going 6 and over, still 8 overs left. What do you think they can get to, Vinny?
I mean, the 121 is expected, but maybe it could be more than that. if it goes perfectly, let's say that they can pick up, I'd say you could pick up 8 and over with these two, and taking on the bowling, 8 and over from here, 8 to 64 is 134. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. But I even think if you offer them the 121 right now, they'd probably take it. They're going to have to bowl and field very well, but you can see that Austria, they've recovered to now be 37%. We do know the supercomputer had a thing for them. They actually had them as favourites despite their lower ranking. But also, I think you look at the rankings and the fact that Gibraltar have only ever played Estonia, Croatia, and Czechia. That's all they'd played heading into this tournament. Now they're playing Austria. So they're the only 3 teams that played.
That's
so
definitely a step up for them, I think, compared to those 3 other sides. But it is really good to see Gibraltar back here and Austria here for the first time against the Czechs. So Stieglitz will be facing, and the new bowler will be Raghunath.
Yeah, Raghunath had an interesting couple of overs before. She's going to bowl from the Zalmak end, what are you calling it?
Zamek.
The Zalmak end. And then this end, I forgot what you
Well, I think we're just calling it the top end. It's probably, I think it was the Banks end at one stage, but I'm not really
I still
sure.
think the golf course end's probably fair because the other one's the non-golf course end. Terry makes a good point that there's golf course on 3 sides, but not on the Zamek end.
Yeah.
Explain to everyone what a Zamek is.
Zamek's like a mansion house. So it's a chateau in France, or a mansion, and basically there would be lords around who would live in these areas, and that would be the lords of the area. There are actually 2 Zameks in Vinoge. This one's it's not specifically Vinoge. We're on the outskirts of Vinoge. It's Stenica, I think it's called. And so it's basically the landowners have a big mansion house, and there are heaps of them. I think they're one of the highest densities of castles in the world here in the Czech Republic. Bowler comes in again. It's going to be a wide, no ball, in fact.
No off the pitch there. So this is a thing, and it was mentioned in the chat. No Unira Blag available for Gibraltar today, so they're kind of down a bowler. So we're seeing a bit more of players we might not see so much of in other circumstances. So it's been a very impressive fight back between these two.
Yeah, it's been good.
From these two.
Just going back to the Zamek talk.
Yeah.
There's Zamek, which is like a mansion house, and there are Rad, which are castles. So Pražský Hrad is Prague Castle.
Yeah.
Whereas there are Zameks all around Prague, all around the area, which are more like a mansion house. But in France, they would call it a chateau. But some of the chateaux in France, there's Chateau Fort, which are like the fortified ones. But then you look at Versailles, and that's a bit bigger than a mansion.
Still on a free hit here. Raghunath after the no ball came wide. Reddy does hit it. Hits it pretty well. Big chase required out there. Handled and thrown back in, but not before they get 2 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again. 75 the score. In fact.
So last night we went to stand-up comedy. I know you couldn't make it, unfortunately.
No.
Next week they'll probably go again.
Yep.
I'm not here, but
I'll try to make it.
Yeah. But one of the best bits was from the host about learning Czech. And famously, it's quite a difficult language for English speakers to get a grasp of.
Yeah.
But he said that he moved here, and the Czech government offers free Czech lessons. So it's, I can't remember how many weeks it is. It's like 4 weeks or something. But it's intensive. You've got to go every day. Not allowed to miss a class. That's the thing. But it's free. Big swing and a miss here.
Could be a little edge, I think.
Was there a little edge?
I think so. Sally's not very happy with herself.
Let's check out the replay here. Must have been a little one. It wasn't called wide. And so Stieglitz survives. You can just tell from the reaction it was a little edge. So that one goes down. Never easy, those little edges for the keeper up to the stumps.
Yeah, so the free intensive Czech lessons?
Yeah, so, but the thing is, if you miss a class, then you have to pay.
Oh, okay.
And it's about 400 or 500 euros
Yeah.
for this course, okay? And so the guy was saying, so the guy's originally from Scotland. He's quite a good comedian here, actually. He normally hosts the night. Don't think so. But
Oh, yeah, it's Grant, I think.
yeah, it's Grant.
Yep.
Yep. He's a very good host. But he said that in the beginning, he said there were 25 people in the class, and by the end, there were 3. He said what that said is 22 people would rather pay 500 euros than learn Czech. And he said there was one American guy apparently that just basically flipped the table. What? And then the teacher just put the table back up and carried on like nothing happened. Does that happen all the time? He says, yes, well, not the first time. Yeah, so yeah, it is quite tricky. Even it has sounds that we don't really make in English. So sounds that are quite distinct from each other. You're born with an ability to hear so many different sounds, but your ears, when you learn your native language, they tune into certain sounds.
Yeah.
And so you can't really turn that back on.
It's like in South Africa with I can't remember what the language is spoken by Bushmen. I think I'm not sure if that's a term that's still used, but with the clicking, hossa, is it hossa, tossa, something like that. And there's a clicking sound if you've ever heard it. And
Koza.
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. 13 overs down here, 81 for 4, Austria. With these two batting now for, what's that, about 11 overs, 11.1 overs. Yeah. I actually studied linguistics in university, and that was quite fascinating because even how you'd notate some of these languages, and so you'd study other languages because you learn that even though languages might have evolved differently, but they share similar traits, and then some that are different. So, for example, a lot of the clicks, there's different types of clicks in African languages, in certain African languages, and you'd notate them differently. So this click would be an exclamation mark, and this is how you say this word, whatever, and then you'd have to have almost like a key to what you're saying. So this click is this, and if you had a little star, it might be something else. But I remember thinking, I remember this article about the Kung tribe and the exclamation mark, then Kung, and I'm like, what's a capital exclamation mark? Because I wanted to put it on the start of the words, and because it was the start of a paragraph as well. But yeah, it's fascinating. I'm quite interested in language, and I suppose learning Spanish over the last year and a bit now, more seriously, I've tuned into kind of different strategies that can help. I've read a few books on how your brain works and how you process language, and different strategies. There's pros and cons to many, and I think maybe I will try and apply that to Czech at some point down the road. It'd be fascinating.
It could be worse. You could be living in Hungary.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, that's the only one that I think. It was you that told me though in Polish the letter Z is only worth 1 point in Scrabble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a great kind of fun fact.
Hi to Chris Smith in the chat. Good to see you. We've got probably lots to talk about Wolves, but I think we'll skip it for now.
Just spotting. There's no way. There's a guy that I've been talking about a few times on commentary. I just got a message from Tina, and apparently Pranav Dhanawade is playing in the ECS Hornchurch. I had no idea, but I'll tell you in a moment. But he is the guy that has scored the highest ever score in cricket. A bit of a fumble here.
Cricket? Highest
ever score in cricket. In an individual innings. Have a guess what it is.
Well,
have it. I'm just there's no more clues.
So is it Hanif Mohammed?
No.
I
didn't say first class cricket.
I know cricket, but
he scored 499.
Yeah, he did.
Brian Lara scored 501.
Yeah, that's
in the
right.
First class match.
Yeah.
No balls.
So it's how could that be possible?
Alex has got it.
What?
He scored 1,009 not out for KC Gandhi High School. and that it's a. I'll give you the short version.
Yeah.
I just need to reply his message first.
Why?
So he must be in England now. So he did this as, I think, how old was he? He did it as a 15-year-old
Yeah.
in a school game in India, which was a perfect storm of things, such as the other teams, all their older kids having exams.
Yeah.
But so they sent kids that were a bit younger, kind of like 10 to 12-year-olds. That's in the air momentarily. It should just be one. It's in the Riley zone. And so, and the field, on one side of the field was like a 35-metre boundary, I think, as well.
Mm.
So he scored 1,009 not out. And the previous best score was 628 not out by an English schoolboy in
Jeffrey Boycott.
1899.
Jeffrey Boycott.
Well, that game would have had to take about a year if he was going to score that many.
Yeah.
I'll just get one here. So yeah, the game in question, I'll try and find it for you. But yeah, so apparently he's going to play in the European Cricket Series. I'm going to have to find out where, because I'm keen.
He does realise there's a time limit now.
Well,
He's
he scored it pretty quickly. He scored it trying to find the exact link. He scored off 327 balls. Well hit, actually. That's a good strike. It finds the gap. It finds the boundary. Shri already into the 40s now, into the 14th over. Austria, 94 for 4.
Yeah. So, again, good recovery. All these facts are coming. Chris Smith coming out with only 15. One side opposition,
Yeah.
31 to 52.
That's it, the game. So they bowled first. They bowled the other team out, Arya Gurukul, for 31.
Yeah.
Then they bat. They passed the 31.
Yeah.
They build a healthy lead. They build a healthier lead. They build a lead of 1,434. At one point, but this is all about what they were doing, chasing the record, basic individual record. I mean, Akash Singh for Casey Gandhi English School, he scored 173 opening the batting. The number 3, Suresh Patil, scored 137, but Danawadi scored 1,009 at better than a 300 strike rate. I feel for some of these bowling
Yeah, I was
figures.
just thinking that.
Salunki, the opener, 20 overs, none for 284. Poor Tejas Misa, 6 overs, none for 142. And then second innings, they bowled him out for 52,
Yeah.
Including a lot of ducks. only 2 batters actually scored. The rest got ducks.
I would have gone home.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. I think at the time there was a bit of a discussion about the team wanted to walk off, and they were persuaded to stay because of the significance of the record.
Sportsmanship.
Yeah.
I remember playing a game where it was 38 degrees and it had been like that for the whole week, and I went out and did the toss, and like I walked out and the grass was crackling under my feet. That's how hot it had been. It's baking. This is in Sydney, and the opposition captain won the toss and looked at me and said, "We'll bat." So it was horrific. And but then those conditions stayed, and it was 42 degrees the next week, but it had been baking, and we batted and batted and batted and batted, and they just wanted to go home.
I can tell you, Pranav's batting right now in Hornchurch as well.
It's the same.
He's 28. It's the same guy. 28 not out
Yeah.
of 13 balls. No, he's one guy I can guarantee he will never have the highest score of his life on ECN. Like, even if you, by some sort of miracle, hit every ball for 6 and somehow face every ball, which you probably can't even do. And most you can get is 360.
Was he out for that 109?
No,
1,009?
they declared. Could have kept going.
Really?
That's a pretty good strike. It's going to get through the fielder. Again, a powerful hit to the leg side. This time, Stiglitz, as Pius, goes to the boundary.
59 sixes, 129 fours, strike rate of 308.56. Wow. Yeah, he's got the entire scorecard. If anyone wants to to have a look. Thanks, Chris.
It's a good look. Well, unless you're playing for the other team. But they're a part of history, I suppose.
Yeah, just the wrong part of history. Was there a team the other day that got bowled out for...
The team got back for 2
Yeah.
in England. We've had goes, of course, famously. The only ever single figure total that we've had was goes. They bowled out for 6 in their first game. But such as ECN cricket is, the next day, and that was their first game ever, the next day they won. They beat Sweet United, who would go on to win a European Cricket Series. 101 for 4. 5 overs left after this. Stiglitz pushes, doesn't beat the fielder. This time Riley with a bullet. Throws it back to Lauren Pius. There we go. Tina alerting me to that.
So,
Last ball, the 15th over.
it's a good ball.
It's a
Through the
good
keeper,
one.
though.
It's good running, though. I mean, now's the time to hit the go button. They've still got Mahadiwa and then others to come in if they need. But, yeah, Austria, they've brought up the 100 during the over and look, for a long time, they get nowhere close to that. 15 overs gone. It's 102 for 4.
Yeah, really good comeback from Austria. You can see they're a good side. See here, this is what's happening tomorrow.
I'm actually off tomorrow. You and Phil G are going to go through the action. I am probably going to do a few things. I might play a bit of squash. I'll definitely be tuning in and seeing what's happening. It's quarterfinals day in Hornchurch as well, so I'll have half an eye on that as well. But yet here, Gibraltar, Austria, the rematch. And I suppose we'll see which way this one goes. But I feel that's a critical game as far as who's going to walk away with the trophy. And then Austria versus Czechia in the afternoon. First time that those two teams will meet in the series. You can join Danny and Phil. Same time, same place. 8:15 a.m. GMT, which is 10:15 in Central Europe. And it's 1:45 in India.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good game. Sun's out here. It's looking lovely. And well, it's cool in the bin, though. I like it. It's I had a feeling that this might be quite a bit of a sauna, but the door's open, the window's open. There's no way I could see if the door wasn't open, but it's actually pretty nice in here.
Yeah, actually, it's not so bad.
I wonder if it's insulated. It's just been turned on the leg side. I know there's a power switch, which is optimistic because there's no power to the ground. They've gone back for 2. That's good
Building
running.
for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's well done. Just look at Surya Reddy's career figures as well. And, you know, she isn't necessarily... Well, she's a bowler that can bat a bit. I think that's the way you'd normally think of her. But she's put in a really good shift here. I mean, her previous best score in 27 T20Is was 11. She's on 41 here. And that'll be a no ball, I think, for a bounce off the pitch before the stumps. Second bounce as well. Checking out the replay.
Yep.
Ligaya is the new bowler here.
What that shows me about Trio is firstly that she's she can bat, but she's resilient in the sense that she knew exactly what she needed to do. She's got a skipper out there who probably had a word in her ear as well.
Yeah.
But she's just applied herself well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's been sensible stuff. I mean, they've been attacking without being over-attacking. Same thing with the running. They've been ambitious without being kamikaze between the wickets. They've pinched a few extra runs to the outfield when they felt that the throw wasn't going to come in quick enough to create any danger.
Phil's got this little obsession now with our day intros. So he did one the other day, which was quite fun.
You're one with a bit of attitude.
Yeah, I have to work something out.
Pranav finished 35 not out in the game over there for Gagan. Gagan scoring 162.
He's about 970 short of his best.
He's also doing the keeping. I don't know if he did the keeping in that game for his school.
Don't think he remembers. Wouldn't have lasted very long. So.
No, he didn't do the keeping in that game. But I even think he met Tendulkar and all this kind of thing when it happened. And that's the thing, though. I think maybe with ambitions, he'd go on and play for India and all this. But it's one of those. It's a situational thing. That doesn't necessarily going to do it against, not small children.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, obviously, must be a decent play. I mean, Gargan are a good side, and he's turning out for them in the ECS in England. We'll have to tune in. There's a full toss from Ligaya. Stiglitz puts it around the corner. Sets a big task for the outfielder. As Ferrari does get there, they'll get another 2. Sriya, oh, she's going to come for 3. And again, it's excellent running. Spotted the throw was offline. And Sriya will come back for a genuine 3. Helps out our captain with an extra run.
Yeah, it's good good awareness. I think she saw Sally chasing it. Actually, she'd gone before that.
But I think it's she ran knowing she could abort if she wanted.
Yeah.
She ran, had a look at the throw, and it's kind of almost like another type of backing up.
Yeah,
Where she
absolutely.
backed up, and when she saw throw was off, she just went through with the run. Excellent awareness from Sriya Reddy. Yeah, she's going to test out the fielder.
Oh.
It's Shepherd over there. But Rosie Riley's got her covered. Again, they are going to come back for 2. I mean, this score, it's up 140 expected now. That's a dream. After they were 6 for 4. It's an unbelievable turnaround. I think everyone had written them off already. 2 teams had never met in a T20IW match. But it's been a brilliant partnership. Partnership, by the way, it's gone past 100 now. It's worth 106.
Yeah, that's very good batting from these two. Both deserve 50s.
Goes again, this time up in the air. Riley comes in, can't make the catch, and they'll run away for 4. So Sriya Reddy knocking on the door of a maiden half century at the T20I level. She moves to 47.
Yeah, and all the momentum is with Austria at the moment, isn't it? That's it's something that I'm sure they'll take into their bowling innings.
Well, definitely. I mean, Gibraltar, they're kind of at 6s and 7s trying to work out how they're going to break this up. I mean, Riley kind of hunts for the catch, but when she didn't get there, it was a very difficult stop.
Look at the supercomputer, 73% now for Austria. They knew it knew something we didn't.
Still, I still think this is a chaseable target. Whatever they make, Gibraltar bat well. Last bally over. Takes it on, up in the air, and taken. Well caught there by Nikki Caruana. And so Sriya will just miss out on her first ever T20I 50. She deserved it, really, but she'll fall for 47. Legea with the big breakthrough. The partnership is broken at 110. It's 116 for 5.
That's a really good catch coming forward. So it did go pretty high in the air, but really nice catch. Wasn't quite set either. Just took it down at knee height. Really nice. And a great innings there from Sriya Reddy. Not happy with herself, slamming the bat down.
Happy, not happy. Saying, actually, I didn't do any damage today. Maybe that took a bit off the bat.
I think it might have, you know.
I think it did. I mean, you could definitely see she was trying to up the ante. I'm not sure if that damage was on that ball, but yeah, Caruana took it kind of at the bootstraps, didn't she? It's a bit of fun there. Legea enjoyed it as well. She will come up with the big wicket. And she's saying, I was so close. To be honest, I would have loved to have maybe just kind of knock 3 singles, then go for it. Because she really did deserve a T20 50. Yeah. But hey, now she knows she can do it. You know, she's another option you could put at the top of the order. She almost was opening, even though she was batting number 6.
The fact she did it right in front of her captain as well is going to help. Stiglitz was on 39, but I know that the first person she's going to thank, I think, when she comes off is Sriya Reddy. So, is it? Luke was just asked what kind of quiz Phil's doing tonight, and Phil hasn't answered, so I'm going to answer him. So, Phil and I are in a thing called Quiz Group, which is a collective of people who do quizzes around Prague. We do it in several venues, and he's doing a general quiz tonight at a place called Oak, which is a little place. It's not huge. It does
a huge breakfast, as I said earlier.
Fantastic breakfast and brunch.
All right, see into the over, so Pius is going to come on. Stiglitz will move to 40 here, and her highest score in 44 T20 internationals is actually 42 not out. So you would say there's time for her to potentially bring up her first T20 international 50 as well. And again, she deserves it. It's sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story. I mean, that 47 from Sriya Reddy, it feels like it was worth more than that, just because of the situation she came in at. 6 for 4. Malika goes up and over the top, just creeps over Rosie Riley. They'll get 1, think of 2. They decide it's not quite there. But Malika's a very good player. I mean, I saw her improve in real time at the first ever ECCW in 2023. Became a real key component of their middle order. Very good at kind of hitting and running. Just a very well naturally coordinated hand-eye athlete.
So Stiglitz on 40. And Just swings and misses at that one, but it's going to be called a wide. They'll take an extra one. We'll bring Mahadiwa back on strike.
Just heard they're likely to get maybe a time penalty for running over here. But the thing is, this is why it doesn't really matter. Do you know what the penalty is in ICC cricket? Is you're only allowed one less outfielder.
Oh.
So that's it. And they don't even have the max at the moment anyway.
So
you're allowed 4 outfielders outside the power play in women's T20 cricket. It means they're only allowed 3. But I think at the moment they've only got 3 out anyway. So a bit of a redundant penalty. I mean, I suppose, I wouldn't say they've dawdled through their overs. You know.
no,
It's
I'm surprised that there's issues.
We're at about we're about an hour 20 in this innings right now.
It's not as though any of the bowlers have had huge run-ups. There've been a few extras there. So Smith's out for 66, 146 for 5 apparently. Thanks, Chris. Still too many for South Africa. No, kidding. But that's a big wicket for South Africa.
So yeah, you need to start your 20th over by the 85-minute mark. But that also there's potential allowances in there. This one gets past the field, but they'd already decided they're not going to run. And yeah, 85 minutes including time between overs and time for strategic discussions is what it says. So they've probably got 6 minutes to go until the 85-minute mark. And at that 85-minute mark, that's when you're only allowed 3 outfielders from that point. But like I said, they're not using the full allocation at the moment anyway.
Well, that's a little appeal, not out, says the umpire. Luke saying, pity you can't get a flight in time, but have fun, Phil. I'm doing a quiz next Thursday, if you like. Not this Thursday next week, so you've got plenty of time to get over here, Luke, down under.
Umpire said there's a little edge on that. That's why he turned the appeal down. Stiglett's on 40 at the moment. Pius, strong approach. Bottom hand, little flick away from Stiglitz. She'll get 1. And that's all she'll get. But she will retain the strike. She moves to 41 within 1 run of her highest score in a T20 International. And the score is 122 for 5 after 17. I can't believe I'm saying that, actually, after the opening where we had that dramatic 4 wickets for 2 in 6 balls across the end of the first over and the start of the second.
I can't quite believe that Joanne Stiglitz hasn't hit an international 50.
Yeah, well, I suppose it also depends where she bats. I know even though she's very capable, she often will bat in the middle order, maybe sometimes a bit too unselfishly. But yeah, under her watch, a lot of these other players like Mahadiwa, who's out there right now, have grown in confidence and ability. You see the run rate increasing after that disastrous start. Go back to Helen Mumford here in what will be the 18th over.
Been a few wides, Vinny.
Yeah, there's been a few. Checking, let's go on wide watch. There's been 24 extra balls. I mean, about 1.5 and over, I guess. In the air. Oh, drops. I got to say that Joanne's very lucky to get away with that. I'm not even sure that she gets any hands on this. Well, we had a bit of a caught and bowled incident yesterday. That time the hands are coming. Oh, too easy, wasn't it? As Mumford puts that one down. Can't blame the fielders either for that one.
No.
She was the fielder.
I forgot about that. Julia Dawson's going to be in town at the end of the month. So good to catch up. I think Phil and I are both going to catch up with him.
Oh, fantastic.
Going to meet another blue spanner.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, Europe, I suppose it's more possible to have these little trips.
Yeah.
Right, 124 for 5. You'll appreciate this. Well, before the last wide, and at the end of the last over, it was what I got told is the Lou Bega. You know what the Lou Bega is?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Yep, everybody in the house. So come on, let's jive.
Where's the
2,
4?
3, 4, 5.
Where's the 4?
Well, say the score. How would you say it?
Ah, genius. Never thought of it.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Leonard, I got to say, I commentated a bit with in the Netherlands last year. He said, you got to get the Lou Bega. And so I noticed it every time. It happens so often, actually.
Well, it can't happen that often, can it?
Often
It
enough.
did happen yesterday, and you mentioned it, I think. I
Yeah,
was
it might
listening.
have been. Yeah, yesterday, or might have been day one as well.
Lou Bega. What's happened to Lou Bega? Is he still alive?
I never tell you that was one of my most disappointing Christmas presents I got one year. Was the CD, the Lou Bega CD.
Isn't he German? I think he's German.
I have no idea, but I can tell you track 1 was predictably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know what track 2 was? It was a song, and I'm not joking, called 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No way.
It was like the follow-up.
But that wasn't his big hit.
Yes, it was. Mambo
No.
number 5. Was.
Mambo number
Yeah.
Mambo number 5. It wasn't
Yeah.
called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, sorry.
Mambo
But
number
yeah.
5. Which is also a cover.
But, yeah, he is...
I think he's alive.
Yeah, let's hope so. He's German.
Yeah, as I said.
Yeah, you're right. Will be called a wide. Mumford trying to get out of the over here. And Austria looking for this 140s. It's game on.
Jay's in the chat. Jay Sin.
Hey, Jay. Hopefully you're well.
Come over to Prague.
Yeah. Jay, you
It's
would
not
love
far.
Prague. Prague's a good one.
We'll make you welcome.
Hit down the ground. In fact, that could get through. A lot of work for the outfielder. Oh, that's the old boot fielding. It should be looking for another one here. Yeah, they will. That's excellent running. That's awareness from Joanne. She's been out there enough. In the end, the ball ended up in, I think it was Shepherd who ended up with it last. And we know that she probably wasn't going to throw in a bullet. So they do get 3. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it's 130 for 5 after 18 overs.
Yeah, really very fine scoring from Austria after that start. So competitive game this. I can't pick a winner.
Yeah, so I got to admit, I didn't mind the song, but it wasn't the greatest Christmas present. It was called A Little Bit of Mumbo. And what else did it have?
Did you listen to it? I can imagine you being into Lou Bega.
I mean, I like the O sound effect. That was pretty good. I like Mumbo number 5. There's another one that's called I Got a Girl.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find some of his other hits and say that in inverted commas.
You know who tours fairly often here in Prague is Hadaway. We used to, at least. And I can imagine Hadaway coming in and playing What Is Love and then just everyone leaving. Because that's a song.
Yeah.
Remember What Is Love? Baby
Yeah,
No
of
Herbie?
course.
Yeah.
Don't Hurt Me No More.
Yeah. But, yeah. It was like the Darryl Braithwaite thing I think I might have told you about how he's a pop star or rock star in Australia. He's played in a band called Sherbet, had a solo career, had a huge hit with a
Darryl
song called
Braithwaite's
Horses.
great.
Yeah.
And, of course, he sings How's That?
Yeah, of course.
Which is still played around the world in cricket circles. Stiglitz, by the way, is closing in on the 50. She's already gone past her previous highest T20I score. They were thrown into the deep end big time. Stiglitz and Sriya Reddy. They've come good. And I said this in the beginning. I know they were disappointed with the amount of wickets, but they didn't waste any time. And look, they've had all this time to make up. They've been productive. And it's better than making a handful more runs, but then chewing up 6, 7, 8 overs.
Yeah.
So then you're really limiting your upside. I know it could go wrong. I know you can get rock and rolled.
I thought you're breaking into a Lou Bega song there with 6, 7, 8.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, must be in my head.
Going back to Darryl Braithwaite.
Oh, yeah.
He had a big hit with Horses, become a bit of an Australian classic. Didn't write it.
Great song, right?
Great song. Anyway, so my nephew's at a Darryl Braithwaite concert, and there's he plays a song, and this guy next to him just turned around and just gone, "Play the Horses."
Yeah, of course he did.
And that was it. I think you could see that just his soul drained from him. Yeah, known for one song.
I'll give you a couple of other good Darryl Braithwaite ones off the top of my
Oh
head.
yeah, Summer, One Summer.
One Summer. as the days go by.
As the days go by, all from the same album.
Go on, Nate. You want a pinch or two here. And after hustle, gets there. Excellent running from Stiglitz, who comes back and is on 48.
She's a bit tired, I think.
I'll give you another story about Joanne. I don't think she's got it on her bat right now, but in the ECCW last year, I noticed her grip needed to be pulled down on her bat a little bit. So I said, I volunteered, and I accidentally broke it. It was a bit of an old one. I split her bat grip. So I promised her that I would get her another one. So when I went back to Australia over Christmas, I bought a bat grip to give to her. But of course, it's the first I've seen her.
Yeah.
First we've seen Australia in the season. So I actually did present it to her this morning. A nice bright yellow one. So at least she's got that maybe in her bag.
So she's batting. She's batting with a broken bat grip.
Well, maybe I'll take credit for how well she's batting.
Yeah.
I think she had multiple grips on. So
Okay.
just the last one came off. And she'll move to 49 here. Mahadiwa playing her role as well quite well, running hard and just trying to turn the strike back. Still a ball to go in this over. 139 on the board.
Yeah, it's a decent total, very defendable total. And we'll see if they can get to the 150.
But yeah, that's a fairly long time between me owing her a back grip in December. But she said, no, just give it to me next time you see me.
Yeah.
I said, do you want me to try and put it through some of the other Austrian guys or whatever? Well, Mahadiwa wants a piece of it, gets a piece of it. She'll get a single. And that will be the end of the 19th over. It's 140 for 5 after 19. What a recovery from Team Austria, now favourites. But I will say, I mean, this 140 to 150, to me, it feels a bit more like a par total between these two teams. I think you saw Gibraltar, they bat well, they run well. Technically, they're very adept to handle the Austrian bowling. Austria have a different kind of attack as well. They have a few more slower options. Yeah, it'll be a really interesting second half of this game.
I mean, they hit 160 against the Czechs. So, I mean, I know they do bat quite far down, but will they struggle against this Austrian bowling attack?
I think the Czechs bowled really well to them, if I'm honest.
agree.
You know, yeah, that's all I really got to say about it. I think it's going to be a close game. Amy Valverde is going to bowl the 20th over. Remember, she took 3 wickets, triple strike in her first over. That was back in the second of the innings. But all eyes on Stiglitz, who's the non-strikers in right now on 49. First, Malika Mahadiwa will be facing up. Austria winning the toss, electing to bat. Certainly didn't go to plan. But they have backed themselves out of a tight spot. And it's anybody's game here in match 2. Here's Amy. Cracking shot. This is what I mean with Mahadiwa. She offers a lot. They're going to think about 2. And, well, it's very unselfish stuff from Stiglitz, who could have been run out on 49, but scrambling for every possible run. That's the kind of player she is.
Yep.
Even though I know she'd really love a 50 for herself, but the team matters more. She felt she could squeeze another run, and she did.
Yeah, look, she was trying to motor. She's probably a little bit tired.
I do want to see her get back on strike, though, without running herself out.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, she will. In fact, that goes through Barton. That could be 4 buys. You know, he's going to hold up. No. Yes. Yes. It's going to be 2 buys. But Sally actually went too far there. Sally does have what I would term the stomp method of keeping, which it's not in the textbook. But anything below the knees, she's just offering the pads. That time she just misjudged it, went a little bit too far. Look at Jo. She's struggling. She's batted over 18 overs now. Big swing and a miss. Well, surely Joanne must know she's on 49, right?
Or maybe not. I don't know. Some batters count, others don't.
I feel I'd want to know if there were 3 balls left in the innings.
Do you reckon the teammates want to shout it out to you?
I mean, you should.
No.
In this situation.
No.
Well, yeah, but otherwise she might
I don't think
not
she'd
try
care.
for it. I want to see her try for
honestly don't think she'd care.
We're going to run here. So now there needs to be an odd number off this ball for even to have a chance. Because okay, it's one thing you don't want to put them off, but you got to put them on. You got to try and get them on strike. I think you run no matter what here.
I don't think they're aware.
Well, let's see.
Some batters do count. It's a nice shot.
Oh, it's a really good shot, but she's going to come back for 2. Again, she's too unselfish. Could you get 3 maybe?
No.
So it'll be 2 runs and she won't see any of the strike.
It'll be a wide, they'll run one.
Oh, that's miracle stuff. All right. Well, take the cheeky little red inker unless she gets run out here. Still good shot from Mahadiwa, but too good. Last ball coming up. Hit hard, fielded cleanly. Ooh. They will get 1. So Austria end up with the perfect break, 147 for 5. It really was a 2-phase kind of an innings. You had the first 11 balls where Austria lost 6 for 4, but the rest of the innings they score 141 for 1, and well, statistically at least they're looking in good shape. I tell you who maybe is looking in the best shape is Joanne Stiglitz, who has run her team into a very good position. There are 2 players that really deserved half century. Stiglitz finishes 49 not out. Sriya Reddy went for 47 slightly earlier on. But they're the 2 batters that turned things around with that partnership of 110 to set up this score of 147.
Yeah, fantastic partnership between Reddy and Stiglitz. And yeah, you're right. It's turned things around. All the momentum, I think, going with Austria as well, as Shreya there gives Mahadewa a bit of a hug. And I'm sure that Joanne will also thank Shreya Reddy for her partnership. So this was first up. Great first over. Fantastic delivery to dismiss Priya Sabu. Very next delivery. That was an LBW. That was Emma Kirkman. And then it was 2 and 2 or 3 and 3. It was a team hat-trick, I think.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was such a weird one, wasn't it? That actually would have been plumb LBW, but it hit the other foot on the rebound and came back onto the stumps. And then the chop-on came from Bharadwaj. But it was almost like every cloud has a silver lining. And even though it was all zen there for Amy, and then was even happier when she was able to hit the leg of Andrea Mazepeda there to get her for a golden duck. The turnaround would come, and it would be Joanne Stiglitz, the captain, and Sriya Reddy batting 5 and 6. That would dramatically change the fortunes of the Austrian team.
Yeah, look, it was that partnership, but really good hitting from Shreya, whose previous top score in international cricket was 11. And didn't look like it. She really applied herself and was hitting the ball beautifully over the top. Got a few full tosses, which she punished. Hit quite a few boundaries in her 47, and it was just that partnership that really pumped up that score. It was a good catch to dismiss her though. It's Nikki Caruana who took a good low down catch in the end.
You said what's the best they could do, and I kind of topped them out at around about 130. So they did even better than I thought that they could. I talked about 8 and over for that last 8 over period, but they hustled, they bustled, they got the runs on the board. Yeah, they were able to actually score. What was that? They actually scored 77 in the last 8 overs. So more like 10 and over.
Yep.
9.5, 10 and over in that period, and that gets them up to that score of 147. That was bang, 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 bang in the first couple of overs. Ferrari, let's not forget that absolute peach to get Priya Sabu. They hit the top of off stump, and then Amy Valverde Benatar with the triple strike in the second over. So the top 4 made only 4 between them. But Joanne Stiglitz going so close to her first T20I half century. It was only her own unselfishness which saw her deprived of the opportunity. 49 or 56 for her. 47 for Sriya Reddy, and her previous high score was 11 in T20I cricket. So a brilliant effort from Sriya. Again, just shows all the work she's been doing on her batting and her bowling for that matter, as Mahadiwa played a nice little cameo towards the end. 3 for 26 Benatar. Well, she was brilliant once again, but just couldn't find that extra wicket to break that partnership. Finished with those figures 1 wicket for Ferrari, but it was the ball of the day, I think, was the one that got Priya Sabu. And Ligaya, the other wicket, she was able to break that stubborn 5th wicket partnership, 110, when she had Shreya Kamanti Reddy caught at cover. So we'll take a break. Gibraltar, I think they feel they can chase it. I think Austria feel they can defend it. And that's normally a sign that you've got a really good match on. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second innings. Here, you're watching Match 2 in the ECN Central Europe Cup, T20IW.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Vinoj, just outside Prague in Czechia, where we're getting ready for the second innings of the second match of the day. It's the last action we'll see in the CE Cup in Czechia here on a beautiful sunny day. It's going to be the Austrians coming out defending a score of 147. It looked very, very unlikely at one point where they were 6 for 4 after 11 balls, but a very good 110-run partnership between Joanne Stiglitz, the skipper, and between her and Sriya Reddy has got them up to a very competitive score. Gibraltar requiring 148 to win. I do think they have the batting to do this, and I think it's a bit more even than the supercomputer is feeling. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny Hudacek with me, and Danny all set for what could be a very gripping second innings.
Yeah, look, absolutely, and sort of just resurrected that innings after a disastrous start, and I think Gibraltar have to bat well against, especially against a bowler like Sriya Reddy, who's having a good game, but we'll see how much depth the Austrian bowling attack has, because Gibraltar do have quite a few good batters in their lineup. Just want to remind, anxious to avoid, that they don't have to limit the extras to 15 or less. I thought he said. I thought he meant the runs per over by 15 or less. Sorry, I didn't quite read that, but you're right. I think that again, too many extras bowled by Gibraltar. It's been a bit of a plague so far in this tournament.
Look, I think Gibraltar's got a very strong batting lineup, and they could certainly chase this down. Technically, I think they can handle it. We only saw the top two earlier, but remember, you got Lizzie Ferrari, who made a half century in the series last year. You've got other threats there. I've actually listed Noel Legaya at 3, then Ferrari, Rosie Riley at 5, Raghunath 6, but second one, umpire has a think about it. Says no, that's okay. They've been reasonably lenient on the wide, so I don't mind that. There's no real strict interpretation. It's a lot of umpire judgment with wides in T20Is compared to the T10 format.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the IPL randomly the other day, and they do have the same sort of line, but I'm not sure if it's just an indicator or if it's actually something which is set in stone in the IPL.
It's more an indicator as far as that goes. I feel it puts a lot of pressure on the umpires, where their feelings are determining the decision. Their feelings might be different to the other umpires' feelings. It's driven away pretty well by Amy Valverde. She'll come back for a couple. Now, these two ran together very well earlier on when they put on that big partnership against Czechia.
Yeah, totally agree. And they did put a bit of pressure on in the field, but just took everything they could possibly get. Just looking for little overthrows and little extras. Sure they'll continue that. I wonder how tired they'll be though after batting throughout those 20 overs earlier.
Nice shot. That's a little back cut. That's actually a shot Caruana plays very well. That time was Amy Valverde Benatar. But yes, Sriya should be feeling good. I'm sure she's a little bit tired after her innings, but she's a very talented opening bowler. She can swing the ball around. It's kind of built for bowling. Her body type's very very wiry. That's quite a pacey delivery that gets through Amy as well. So a very tidy first over from Sriya. Continues her good game. And Gibraltar after 1 are 2 without loss.
Yeah, good start for Austria, but again, no wickets down for Gibraltar. Just some comments about women's cricket here. Love the women's game because I learn more about it with each game from Luke, and also that anxious to avoid saying reality. Women's cricket is excellent, and I agree. I mean, what we're seeing, and I love the fact that ECN is covering these games, is that we're seeing the improvement in real time. I mean, the Czechs are a case in point, but also with other teams around. I was lucky enough to go to Corfu last year to cover the Greece against Spain, and seeing how good Spain are and also in Jersey as well, seeing the women's game in Jersey. So it's really something which is, I mean, there's a long way to go to get to the level of other sort of more established nations. But in Europe, I think it's a really good good scene at the moment with women's cricket.
Mahadiwa gets over number 2, pitches up, first one's hit. And well fielded there. Pramita Ganesan in at cover. Yeah, I totally agree. It's a long road. Everyone's on their own journey, individually and collectively as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I know is that a lot of the players we're seeing here, they're so committed to improving. And that's something that it's starting to bear dividends. It's a good ball from Mahadiwa. As Amy plays and misses. She's found it hard to get going here so far. Got to be a little bit conscious of the rate. You know, it starts basically 7.5 and over. Still in the 7s, but you got to be careful of that creeping. The other thing, I suppose, is typically the opening bowlers are going to be some of the harder bowlers to score off.
Yeah, they'll get a little bit of swing. I mean, there's a bit of a breeze, but also we saw the ball swinging around, ducking in or swinging out slightly. I saw that beautiful delivery early up that they got Priya Sabu. That was gorgeous. Sort of one that sort of cut off the pitch with the swing.
Nice looking shot. This time looks to be in the gap. Kind of is. That's Joanne Stiglitz, who I saw her in the break. Let's just say she looked like she batted the whole innings. She was kind of hobbling around. She was trying to find a coffee from somewhere to kind of keep her going. But, she loves that mid-off position. She feels very well.
I think it was Samir that brought her the coffee. I know he had a couple of coffees in his hand. So.
Joanne's a great story. I mean, she was here last year as an umpire in the Central Europe Cup. And that was just after she actually played for Austria against Czechia in Czechia's first ever T20IW matches. They were in Austria, though. This is a very tight opening from Sriya Komati Reddy and Malika Mahadiwa. Only giving away 2 runs each.
Yeah, it just puts that pressure on, doesn't it?
This is a push and run from Caruana, so she will retain the strike. Another tight over, though, and Gibraltar 5 without loss after 2.
Yeah, good start from Austria. But they'll need to get this tight, just get that, to squeeze things as far as the runs go early on. But, well, they're only 5 from the first 2 overs, but it is a better start than the first 2 overs from Austria. With it, they've already lost 4 wickets, but it was a good comeback from them.
Quick look at their standings. Early days, of course, but each team will play 4 matches in this CE Cup T20IW. And Gibraltar had the win against Czechia this morning. They'll either go 2-0 here, or be 1-1, and either way, it's wide open. These are the critical matches, I think. When you look at the fact that Czechia have never won a T20I, you would say it would be hard-pressed for them to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And so then you look at these 2 teams, the other 2 teams, and they play in this game and they play tomorrow morning. They're the 2 matchups. They're back-to-back. It's a very Nikki Caruana shot there. Leans on it, uses the pace, and it won't quite go for 4, but not too far off. I've got to say, I probably would have the 3rd back there. I just think it's a boundary hitting area for Nikki Caruana. If you actually saw her wagon wheel when she scored her 50 earlier, first ever T20I 50, a lot of runs are in that quarter of the ground, kind of bottom right of screen.
She does push it into that area very nicely. I think they're putting someone back there now.
I mean, I'd probably still have somebody in, but I'd have someone out as well. I just think she didn't score too many runs in front of the wicket at all. So you can probably borrow maybe a mid-wicket here, for example. Maybe a backward square.
Yeah, exactly that.
They're all going there, but they've plugged that area pretty well. Priya Sabu fields it, comes up firing. Should be annoyed, doesn't grab it the first time.
It was something that I like doing as a captain, is putting a slip in pretty much at all times, because it stops that little dab shot, because there's that threat of being caught. So even without a 3rd man, you've still got something there for the batter to have in their head. Or slightly mishit, didn't quite go through with the shot.
I think Amy's feeling a little bit of the scoreboard pressure here. She's 3 off 10 now. She's trying to force this one. Fortunately for her, it gets away from the bowler.
Still a long way to go, though, and still, I mean, I can imagine that that these two will have probably one over each after this, if that, if they're not, they don't hold them back.
It's good pace. Sri's definitely been working a lot in her bowling. I mentioned whenever she's on the tour with the Blue Crew, she's trying to find the nets.
Yeah.
Just get a ball in her hand and bowl, or put on the pads and have a bat. She's very, very determined. You can see that there's a kind of fluency about her action, an extra yard of pace compared to when we've seen her before.
She's got a bit more height than quite a few of the other female cricketers you see.
Well, hit and run, they go on contact. It just shows you how quick these two are. They end up making it easily.
So, scores on 9.
So Phil G, he said, saying goodbye to Luke. Luke's away for a while.
He's getting some physio done. So he's going to limp away to the physio. Hope he's...
Lucky Joanne's
all
not
right.
with him, because she'd be trying to steal the appointment. Oh, that could be
close.
gone. You know, it's his out. It's a very good piece of fielding. And Austria have the breakthrough. Again, these players have worked so hard on their fielding. That was a pickup. It was a swoop. It was a direct hit. And Gibraltar have lost their first wicket. It's Amy Valverde Benatar run out for 4, and it's 9 for 1.
That's a fantastic bit of fielding. We've seen quite a few shies at the stumps. Let's have another look at this one. So just pick up and such a quick release. Fantastic. Couldn't have done any better.
Yeah, have a look at the swoop. Beautiful swoop in. Have a look. She has a good look from down on the ground. Does the fielder, and it was a magnificent piece of work. Andrea Mazepeda swooping in and hitting the target. 9 for 1. Have a look at it one more time. And they didn't do too much wrong with the running. It was just, we talked about it, the perfect piece of fielding.
Yeah.
And it came and it delivered. Good early strike for the Austrians. What a difference a couple of hours makes in this T20 International.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and a good start after just a sort of a cautious start, I guess, from Gibraltar. They do risk that quick single. It was definitely on, but until it wasn't. So, one wicket down. New batter. And at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so we haven't seen anyone outside the top 2 yet. It's going to be Noel Legea who comes out at number 3. Again, plenty of batting in this Gibraltar lineup, but they've got to go at the pace. Already the run rate's crept out over 5. Pretty good shot here. He finds the fielder, though. This could be out as well. And we'll have to wait. Where the stump's broken with the ball? It's given out. Well, there we go. She did seem short of her crease. It's 2 run-outs that create 2 wickets. This will be an interesting replay. But Emma Kirkman, she grabbed the ball. I was just a little bit worried she'd broken the stumps with her body or perhaps her legs, but the umpire had a good think about it. In the end, maybe they had a bit of a conference. They decided it was clean. Let's check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think you can see there. She might have... Oh, you know what? I'd love to see this one again.
With her leg?
I think she steps on the base and the bail's already maybe off there. It's pretty inconclusive.
Can't really tell. You can't really tell
To be
if
honest,
she's got a foot on the base or not.
Maybe we'll have a look at this angle. I mean, looks reasonably clean here.
No, she's got foot's away from the stumps. Really.
Yeah, I mean, the foot...
No, it's nowhere near the stumps.
Yeah, so I
think
guess
it's a good
it is
take.
clean. I just have a feeling that back trailing foot might have flicked the rubber. Remember that the stumps the base goes back behind a fair bit. But anyway, I mean, it looks clean enough. The umpire has to call it as he sees it. He thinks that it's gone. So 1 brings 2 very, very quickly. Legea should be so disappointed to be run out.
Diamond duck.
Yeah, never faces a ball. Check it out here. I think what made it even weirder is then she hit the stumps and then knocked him the other way as well. But there's a good take on the run from Emma. 9 for 2. Ferrari joins the fray. And so, yeah, 4th batter that we've seen for Gibraltar now. Yeah, Legea, that's rough on her because she waited all day to bat. She would have had the pads on for 20 overs, never batted in the first game. And she finally gets a bat. She's run out without facing a ball. Diamond Derek.
That's going to be close as well. Not out, says the umpire.
Joe has a good think about this. I think it was just going down the leg side. We'll check this out in the replay. Just have a look at the swing here. The wind takes it, see? So I think for me, even though it's hitting, or it impacts in line. I think it might just have been sneaking down the leg side.
So the teams are in a similar position. At this stage, they need a good partnership to Gibraltar. It's a nice
Ferrari's
looking shot.
fun to watch bat as well. She's got a little bit of a swashbuckle about it. And even the way she kind of eased that one through the offside. All right. Well, similar starts in a way. I mean, Austria lost early wickets, 4 of them. Gibraltar have lost 2 now. Let's see if Gibraltar can recover. Hit, but guess who? Priya Sabu, who just pulled off that run out a moment ago. He's there to make another stop. End of the 4th over. It's 10 for 2. And yeah, the fielding. I mean, that Zapita run out was brilliant. The one-hand pick-up and direct hit, and then Priya Sabu again, clean, gets it back to the keeper. Emma does very, very well on the move to grab it and hit the stumps.
It makes you think twice when you get, 2 really good run-outs, especially the first one. But it makes you think twice as a batter whether to actually take on the fielding.
Definitely.
So it's
Definitely plays on your mind.
Yeah. See a couple of players on the other field. There's, of course, the Banks field. This is the Scott Page field here in Village. There's the Banks field, which is it's got the flags around.
And something going on in the other field?
Yeah, I think just a bit of practice. I'm not sure who that is. Looks like one of the female cricketers. Might be BCC Queens.
It's always great to see activity up here. It's probably around about, what would you say, 30-minute drive out of the city? 30, 35?
Yeah, about 30 minutes from the centre. Yeah, it's not too far.
It's great to see everyone so enthusiastic about improving their cricket. You can definitely see it with these 2 teams.
The bowling.
Yeah, Austria. Remember, I'm trying to find the exact rankings, but Austria are 60 in the world, taking on Gibraltar 34. So, okay, we talked about the fact that Gibraltar, they've only played a limited amount of games, and that's true. But for Austria, I mean, they could potentially get a big boost in their rankings here with good results.
Still a long way to go in this game, though.
Well, bounces away from Emma Kirkman. Yeah, it's early days, as you say. Another direct hit this time. Won't count for too much.
They can't stop hitting the stumps.
That's true.
Well drilled, this Austrian
I know
side.
Marcel has got the reins, and he's a great character in Austrian cricket as well. He's saw him in the warm-up, and yeah, he said he's excited to be here. Of course, it's the first time the women's team have played at this ground. And I found that quite surprising, but then I kind of had to just keep thinking, well, Czech, you haven't been playing T20s very long. In fact, they've only been playing for a year.
Yeah.
And Austria weren't part of the CE Cup last year. It's great to have them this year, and I'm sure many more times.
For sure. We've seen the Austrian men's team quite a few times. It's been CE Cup's been going since 2014, and Poland I think won the first 3 or 2 or 3. We've had Malta here. I think Switzerland have come as well. Luxembourg a few times. Austria, of course. It's been good. Probably suffered a little bit in the last couple of years for various reasons.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's been a transitional period as well into full internationals in 2019, but then also I think with the 2020 and the Corona, threw everyone's programs out the window.
Yeah, it did.
To even the idea of having international cricket back then was very, very difficult because of the restrictions of moving between countries.
Yep.
That's why we were able to get club cricket up and going first. Last ball, the 5th. Pretty good one. Well handled as well from Nikki Caruana. But Gibraltar need to get a wriggle on after 5 overs. They are 13 for 2.
Yeah, it's still very similar to what Austria were at the time. Here is the ECC.
ECCW,
women.
yeah. And, one of the reasons this is our favourite tournament of the year, it's the last one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good way to finish the year, put it that way.
Yeah.
And we've expanded into 3 divisions this year. I know that there's plenty of countries who would still like to get in there. I mean, it's kind of a miracle that it exists at all, given the resources available. But we've gone from 5 countries in year 1 to 10 last year to 15 this year. I'd still like to see more in there.
Sure.
Again, whether we can make it work, maybe we can add another team per division. That'd be great. But we've got 3 weeks in Cardamom to finish the year.
Is it going to be promotion relegation?
Yeah, that's the idea. Assuming it stays 5 teams each, but the idea is that and actually in this, well, Austria, for example, played in the Challenger last year. Jersey won that. They've gone up to the Premier Division, and it was Italy that were relegated from the Premier to the Challenger. But I've got to say, Italy have been playing some really good cricket.
Yeah.
They swept the World Cup qualifiers recently at home, won all 5 games. That's the one where Germany came second. They were 4-1. And so I think Italy, you'd probably have to have them as favourites for that, for that Challenger division. As it stands right now, it's a long season though. Austria are in there, Germany are in there again. And Czechia, well, they were in the Challenger last year, but they will be heading up the emerging division this year. And Cyprus actually slot into the Challenger division. But I got to tell you, in that emerging division, keep an eye on Sweden. Sweden played some very, very good cricket in the World Cup qualifiers recently. Okay, T20, and it's a slightly different game, but we haven't seen Sweden all the way since 2023 play T10 cricket. That's good running once again. They hustled through for a second. Yeah, but Sweden were very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're divided into those 3 divisions, the same as with the men's, with here as well, with the Challenger and the Premier, and also the ECN. That's a nice shot. That'll be 4. Very, very nice shot. Bit of a full toss. But no, I think it's a really good initiative, and it's always good to have even cricket. And when you're getting the Czechs last year, I think were just a little bit out of their depth, and very much out of their depth. But it is good to see them play against more experienced sides. But as far as an even game goes, it's probably not as exciting.
Well, chip up. Oh, it would have been an amazing catch. Hadia Siddiqui now almost creates a run out. Would have been out 2 ways. It's dead. Ferrari survives. A little chip up. She does dive forward, gets 2 hands to it. Checking out the replay. Great effort. But then comes up firing. And you'll see this would have been out by a long way had this throw hit the stumps. Again, Kirkman couldn't do too much about it. The throw went wide. But let's talk about Sweden then. Let's get to the end of the 6-over power play, and it's advantage Austria here. 20 for 2 after 6. But Sweden beat Spain recently in the T20 women's qualifiers. They also beat Jersey in the last game. Sweden beat Jersey 128 to 110.
I've seen both those sides. Well, not quite Jersey, but I've seen a lot of the Jersey players up front, and I've seen Spain, and they've both got some very, very good young talent. So that's a good victory from Sweden.
So, I mean, Sweden, bearing in mind they're in that 3rd division, the emerging division, with Czechia, Malta, Greece, and
Bulgaria.
Give me one more.
Bulgaria, no? Estonia, Bulgaria.
There must be missing an obvious one.
I think
Croatia.
Croatia. Okay.
Croatia, yeah. I think Sweden probably early favourites for that. Just I think they've started the season so well, and they still so long to go.
Yeah.
But I know it's a different format as well, to be fair. And Czechia, they'll have Farwa Baba, I think, qualified by that tournament. That makes a big difference for them as well.
Yeah.
That should be good, though. Yeah, so the idea is, the winner goes up a division, and whoever's bottom, they go down a division. So plenty to play for. Priya Sabu gets the bowl here in the 7th. Starts with a wide as Ferrari lets it go outside the off stump. So now, have a look at that rate required. It's gone out to 9 and over. So now bearing in mind, you'll probably get, let's say you're going to get, your bank on getting 1 extra and over.
Yeah.
Well, let's say 2. Let's be generous. You still need to be going at better than a run a ball off the bat. So you still need 7 and over that you hit. And Caruana and Ferrari not quite going that rate early. Well bowled by Priya Sabu. Happy to play it with a straight bat. They won't get a run here. Such a dramatic turnaround in this game. You would never have picked it if you just watched the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, they were in all sorts of trouble. Were Austria, but there was that good partnership between the skipper and also Shreya Reddy. That's a nice shot out past point. Should come back for a pretty easy 2.
And have a look at what the supercomputer was saying. when Austria lost their 4th wicket in the second over. Because, yeah, they didn't hold out much hope at that stage. And now it's Gibraltar that are on life support.
Yeah, 5% for Gibraltar now. That's pretty amazing.
Could throw that one, by the way, even though it ends up hitting Lizzie Ferrari. Austria did start slight favourites. Supercomputer liked something, and
Yeah.
so far it's kind of showing AI is dangerously smart.
Well, it's been good bowling. You've got to say it's been pretty tight bowling, but it's the fielding that's really put Gibraltar under pressure with those 2 run-outs, and now they're just sort of second guessing each other themselves a little bit. Like this one, straight back to the bowler, but yeah, not running the same way they did in the previous game, were they?
So even though 6 for 4, the supercomputer didn't count them out completely. It gave them 10%.
Yeah.
I think the lowest they got was maybe 8. So 8% at one point. And they've worked their way back. But Priya, I mean, she's keeping it straight. She's getting it hit straight. And she's doing her own work with the fielding. So Austria very disciplined so far. I mean, you're going to get 4 decent overs out of Andrea Mazza-Peter as well. She hasn't bowled too many bad balls. Again, you can just see how much work they put into replicating their bowling actions and getting that accuracy. So far, we've only had 1 single wide in this innings, and that's a key difference, I think, compared to both, let's be fair, to both Gibraltar and Czechia.
Yeah.
Just 1 single wide in almost 7 overs.
Well, it shows you what discipline does. When you just don't give a batters anything. And right on cue.
And the jinx is complete. I've got to say, I was on the bus back. I had the day off, remember, a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I went out down to Karlovy Vary. Had a lovely time down there. We walked through some fantastic parks. They got some great hot springs down there.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, they have all these, it comes out these taps and everything at 70 degrees sometimes. And it's nuts.
Did you taste it?
I didn't taste the water, but I know that they do say they used to prescribe it medicinally. End of the 7th over here. Sabu goes for 5 in that one. It's 25 for 2. But I did have, you'll like this, I had a beer which is brewed from the water.
Oh, okay.
They had it at the place where they have this main hot spring. It kind of looks like a bit like a shopping market, but it just it shoots up inside. It's kind of little, it's like an atrium kind of thing. And so yeah, I had a beer, and I didn't really taste any difference between that.
It wasn't a
and different beer.
Krušovice, Krušovice, I think.
No, it's a specially brewed beer with the water from the hot springs. So it's like a very
minerally.
Yeah, minerally is probably the word.
I've got to say that it's not very nice. I've tried the water from that, and it's very sulphury. Yeah,
it's got all sorts of stuff in it. I mean, where it comes down, you can see Well, they actually talked about the history and all that. It was quite interesting. I was looking at the history and how they used to have these kind of basically wooden pipes to try and distribute it. But there's also the calcification in the pipes and all that build-up was crazy. Yeah. Hello to Finlay's Chickens. And Finlay's saying hello just because I didn't see the chat for a little while. But I'll say hello back to you now. As this is Barnbudge coming on. Well, there's that gone. Just looped over the keeper, and in fact, it will get past Preetha Ganesan. It'll be a long single in the end. Yes, Finlays, I see you. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Adi and Tessarande as well.
By the way, talking about brewing beer from that water, it's the Czech Republic. I'm not surprised that they're brewing beer from pretty much anything they can get their hands on.
Yeah. So I brew beer from other beer.
Yeah. The other thing that's famous there is Bekarovka in Karlovy Vary.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of across the whole.
But it's from Karlovy Vary.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Karlovy Vary, also known as Carlsbad.
Yep.
That's the German name for it. And yeah, I think it's taken a bit of a dip because tourism is a huge thing. But I think since obviously cheap flights and these kind of things, a lot of people flying for holidays now, and they used to maybe take a drive, and so they still get a fair bit of German tourism. I'm pretty sure as
They
well.
used to get a lot of Russian tourism there.
Yeah, that's
was-
another thing that's taken a bit of a hit,
Yeah.
I think, over the last few years for obvious reasons.
Every time, Carey's out, apparently. Thanks, Chris. 192 for 6, the Australians. One of the things when I always mention to students about Karlovy Vary, the first thing they would say is Russian town, because of the Russian tourists. But it's I don't know about a luxury resort. It's a spa town, but some of the hotels are absolutely stunning in that area, and it's built as a valley with the stream running through it with the springs, and it is a beautiful place. Of course, one of the biggest film festivals in Europe.
Yeah,
The
it's
Karlovy
very
Vary
famous.
International Film
Very famous. Had all kinds of stars
Yeah,
down there.
it's a good place to visit.
Oh, it's a great ball. Goes straight through the gap, and good tank by Kirkman behind the stumps as well. How did this miss the stumps? It's about the length, trying to draw the batter into an error coming forward. Ferrari left the gate open. The ball drove in, but luckily for Ferrari, she survives.
Yeah, so still going pretty slowly here for Gibraltar. They're trying hard. Juicy
Might be a
full
little
toss.
bit, well, it's been caught,
I
think they want the no ball here.
Well, it's pretty close, but I don't know if there's no replays, are there?
Yeah, Ferrari's not happy, but let's have a look. It was the slowest delivery, so was it coming down to a waist or below? That's the question. Umpires already made their calls. I
thought
can't
you
see
moved
how it
forward.
changes.
I thought you moved forward, but maybe I'm wrong.
Not
no,
really.
Not really, no.
To be honest, I know it's coming down, but to me, it's doesn't feel right. Put it that way. You look at where she hits it. She hits it from chest high. I think that's a no ball.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You know, it's one that could have gone one way or another. And I can see why Lizzie's so disappointed. She's saying, "Hey, what's going on?" I think if you had the benefit of the replay, you call that. But yeah, you can see she's not happy. But there's nothing, obviously, that can be done with the technology as far as this goes. But I think if you're not sure, you call them a no ball. Let's take nothing away from the catch. It was very well taken there. Guess who? It's 3 already. He seems to be everywhere at the moment. 31 for 3. He has gone completely off the rails for Gibraltar here. But I got to say, that one, you call it. I don't think anyone can have too many complaints.
No. It was dropping maybe, but was it dropping off? And it was hit pretty high. Oh, that's going to be close.
Just
Not
missing
out.
leg, I think, this time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that as a bowler, you should never be bowling it even close to that high.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
it's a funny way to get a wicket, but I don't think Gibraltar are laughing. Bharadwaj will cash in. She might say it was all part of the plan.
Bowler comes in again.
Well bowled by Bharadwaj. Goes for 6 in the over, picks up a big wicket, and it's 31 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so I actually went past the Grand Pup Hotel, which Phil G's talking about in the chat, saying that that Casino Royale was actually filmed there, or some of it was filmed there, amongst many other films.
A friend of mine was in it. He works at the Globe, where I do my quiz. I've known him for years.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Mike, who reminds us constantly that he was in that film. He handed, I think he took James Bond's coat.
Did he?
And didn't have a speaking role, but he's been an extra at a few things.
He had a doing role, sounds like.
Yeah.
Had to do something?
He's also in Eurotrip.
Is he?
Yeah. He's one of.
That's one of my guilty pleasures, Eurotrip movie.
That's fun. That's shot in Prague. If you have a look at it, you'll recognise every part of that.
Really?
Except for maybe the beach, but everything else, you'll think, oh, Venice. Oh, that's near Charles Bridge, or the Louvre is actually
The Vatican.
the Rudolph Inham.
Was
Is
it the Vatican? I'm pretty sure.
How many places could pass
Yeah.
for the Vatican in Prague?
True.
But no, that was all shot in Prague, and he was in what's his face's Vinnie Jones's.
The bus when they're
He was in
Manchester
he
United
was a
fans.
hooligan. He was a
hooligan.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a dramatic game. We've killed the supercomputer now. I really think she would have no chance at all. Priya Sambu coming back to bowl the 9th over here.
Gotta say, I kind of agree with it. It's been good tight bowling.
It was 10 and over. But they haven't got anything near that so far. That one's called a no ball. But I tell you what, this will probably make Lizzie even more angry because this one probably isn't as high as the one she got. Let's have a look at it.
She gave you a stare, by the way.
I mean, to be fair, that one is clear. Lizzie's one was weird in that it was dropping to an extent, but the umpire has to calculate how much it's dropping. And the thing is, if you're not sure, you normally do a non-decision. That's just human nature. So umpire had some doubt, and so just kept the arm down. Free hit then.
Ooh.
Oh, that would have been out as well if it had hit. And Rosie Riley survives. Potentially can get off the mark here. And good pick up and throw. Hadia Siddiqui is pretty close to hitting the one stump.
That would have been again, that would have been a miracle run out. But the way things are going for Austria at the moment, I wouldn't have put it past them. So 33 for 3. And
Riley pushes, almost runs herself out. But these, with Gibraltar, these are the kind of risks they have to take to keep the score ticking. The other thing is, though, it is a bit of a funny one because margin probably does matter here as well because we saw the men's CE Cup get decided on net run rate.
Yep.
So Gibraltar, even if they don't chase this down, they want to get as close as possible and then maybe they can turn the tables tomorrow when they meet Austria again.
It was a fairly comfortable win against the Czechs, but the Czechs did make a good game of it, and so that run rate. But we'll see what happens tomorrow afternoon when the Czechs play Austria, and see what the result is there. But you're right. I think the net run rate might come into it. Oh, what have we got now?
Another flying friend in the bin
I
here.
don't think it's a fly. It's disappeared now. It's probably under you.
Don't say that.
Looked like a wasp.
Yeah, it's Caruana who's going to still continue to try and keep somewhere close to the rate. But I suppose the thing with Nikki, she's been a kind of a bowl. What she'll play what comes to her today, but hasn't really been able to force the play or force the scoring.
Yep.
If you look at her scoring rate the first game as well, so she bowled well to her. You seem to be able to keep her quiet.
Cummins is out, by the way.
Jeez.
It's 199 for 7.
Don't judge pitch till two teams bat, though.
No, I'm not judging anything.
Let's see. But yeah, I think South Africa, they'll be thrilled with the result so far. End of the 9th over. And the score 35 for 3. Priya Sabu's been pretty tight, going for only 9 in her 2 overs so far.
Yeah, it's looking good. So, let me just see. It is a wasp. Or is it? Yeah, it is a wasp.
It's not a very stingy wasp, is it?
It's a black wasp. This is the
that good or
blackest.
bad?
I'm not sure. I've never seen one before. Look. It's right. Looks at a bee. No, it's black. That's
I don't feel too scared by it.
Yeah, wait till it buzzes your head. It's I think it's trying to get a bit of juice.
We've got a few ants in here, I've got to say. Considering we're inside, but we are very well protected. I've got to say, give me this all around Europe, I'd take it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Considering some of the weather we've had to deal with. Anyway, start of a new over. First one goes down the leg side. I mean, look, 10 and over, roughly, that's what's required. It's definitely not impossible. But it's almost like they need a change of mindset here to kind of take more risks, especially with the running, I think, if you're not hitting boundaries. And one boundary and over and very few dot balls.
Yeah,
get
true.
you 10, probably the odd wide or 2. There's a couple of wides to start the over.
Have a quick look at this wasp. Stay away from me. Yeah, it's a pretty normal looking wasp. But it is dark. It's very black. Stay away from me.
You know that World Test Championship we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
You just mentioned the score again. We're bowled again. I like they've got their angles right as well. They've got the short mid-wicket in there. I'd like to see the cover in a little bit as well. Maybe doing the same sort of thing. Oh, yeah, that thing does look frightening.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, if it's a draw in the World Test Championship final, both teams are declared winners.
Oh, God. Really?
That doesn't make sense to me. I think just no one should win or replay the game.
Participation trophy.
Because if you can't call the 50 over World Cup a draw when it's been a draw, a tie, and then it's another tie after Super Over.
Golden ball.
God, I'm not against Golden Ball, but no, I'd say you need to win the test final to be, otherwise you just have no champion.
That's what this wasp has, some sort of white thing on its legs. It's crawling up the window.
Is that probably the skin of its last victim?
It's doing pretty well because there's a slope on the window, so it's actually going backwards. It's a I don't know. I can't remember what it's called chance for a run out. Gone, I think. Another one.
Wow, they've been amazing in the field. That's 3 run-outs now, and it's another direct hit. Austrians, they are having fun out there. They have come from backs to the wall, and it's that same fielder, Andrea Mazzapita, that's picked it up and hit the stumps. Caruana is the latest to be run out. The direct hit, have a look. Again, pick up, comes up into a good throwing position. Bowler just had to stay and watch, and Caruana well short. So she is run out for 10 in the score, 38 for 4.
This has been fantastic from Austria. I think that's what they've been doing for the last year, is practicing their run-outs, because it's certainly working. That's very, very good from Austria. Let's have another look at this one. It's hit pretty firmly. It was a good pick-up and straight up and throwing. It was just
she just gets in good positions. Well, she knows what she wants to do, but she doesn't rush it. That's the key with those 2 run-outs.
Yep.
So often you see a fumble because you're already kind of spending it before you have it. She had 2 different strategies there with the 2 run-outs, but they were both brilliantly executed. Outstanding work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I've also got a link that Phil G's just sent me to the article, and I know I had Radio Prague here yesterday morning, actually, and it was Danny who had a few words with me, and I think it's a 12-minute story on Radio Prague, but also there's an article, so I'll put the article link.
Cool. Is it in Czech or in English?
It's in English. Yeah.
Your Czech's not that good yet?
Quite bad. Well, a few words.
Pivo, prosím.
But the scary thing is half my vocabulary I'm sure I'm not allowed to say on television.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good old Czech.
Good old Czech. But I mean, it's great that it still exists. They think that so many languages are going to die out in the next 100 years.
Really?
Yeah. Because of globalization, the big one's taking over. Everyone speaks it.
The French are going to love that.
Oh, geez. This is almost another run out. Throw doesn't come back in time. Gibraltar. You wouldn't have believed it if you saw the score after 11 balls of this game. Yeah, so maybe we'll have a listen on the way home.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, hold on. What's a green crown?
Well, actually, I'll explain in a minute.
Okay, because it looks like it's on the trophy.
Well, this one is hit through the offside. We'll get 1. That's all they'll get.
Talking about trophies,
in the
Vinny.
end. A lot of pies out there.
Who must have blown the trophy budget on this tournament?
Oh yeah, the trophy's really cool actually. The CE Cup. Looks like it's missing a side though.
No, I know that.
Oh, do you mean just on the whole ECN tour?
Yeah. No, on this because there's two different tournaments coming.
2 different tournaments
and lots of medals and.
We
things.
have 5 tournaments basically. CE Cup for men, CE Cup for women, ECIW.
I have an open dislike for that CE Cup trophy.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the ugliest trophy.
Is it because you can't drink out of it?
No, nothing to do with that.
It's got one
like
side is missing.
Yeah,
like a backless dress.
It's peeled back, and it's just I've never liked that.
At least it's got you talking. At least you've got an opinion.
Yeah.
Most trophies you wouldn't form an opinion because you wouldn't care.
It looks better than the ones with the plastic handles on the side and things. It's got that going for it. But it's like they looked in the catalogue and said, "Give me the biggest one."
So we will, but because of his shipping, we have to cut half of it off, the backside off. Hey, Steve Muha's green crown though, because he's not a blue spanner yet, but he is a subscriber. So everyone that has a crown next to their name, they pay a few euros a month or a few dollars a month to be part of the. But if you're a blue spanner, your name will stay blue basically.
Gotcha.
And he's a green crown, which I think the colour of the crown tells you how long you've been a crown holder.
Uh-huh.
End of the 10th over, 43 for 4. Gibraltar, they're going to need over 100 in the second half to pull this one off.
Phil doesn't have a crown.
He's not paying.
Huh.
You don't have a crown.
No.
Once you have a crown, though, you stick with it.
I don't even know if I've got... I mean,
you're a blue spanner, I'm pretty sure.
I was a blue spanner.
I think you're a
And
blue
then I
spanner.
wasn't, and then I was again. And then I'm not sure now.
That's the mystery of the spanner gods. Anyway, this is what's happening in London and Hornchurch specifically, with Havering 11 taking on Gagan. Of course, Pranav Danawada, we just found out that he's playing, and he has the highest individual score in cricket history, 1,009 not out. And I think he's made kind of like 15 not out and 35 not out so far, so not quite 1,000.
He doesn't like getting out, does he?
But I know, very
He's
excited.
impossible wicket.
Yeah, true. But of course, now he'd be, I think he's 25 now.
Huh.
So he was 16 when that happened, or 15, I think, potentially. And then tomorrow we're into quarterfinals. So, yeah, plenty of action happening over there in Hornchurch with Charlie on the mic, probably only for another game or two before he slips back into his role with Leicestershire. But it was great that he was able to come down for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Joining the American.
Yeah, the old UK-US combination. Yeah, well, Adian's already read the article. I haven't really had a chance to read it yet, but tell us the highlights if you're watching it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think I've got the link. Safe and sound. Bring International World of Cricket. The International World of Cricket to Prague. Vinoj hosts 3 teams for the Central Europe Cup. Very nice.
Yeah, it has a bit of a story about the history. I think some of the Czech Cricket Academy, a bit of stuff on that. A bit of the umpires. So a bit of from the bin. You can see the inside of where we're at the moment, and a bit about the ECS as well. It's pretty comprehensive. He's done his work there. Danny?
Oh, yeah, he's been down to the nets. Oh, no, it's from the Cricket Academy. But still.
I think, yeah. Oh, they got the nets in there as well?
Yeah, there's a picture of the nets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that it's top quality netting. Well, yeah, the pitch actually got relayed a little while ago, to be fair.
Yeah, it's nice to have that kind of coverage. Again, the English speakers and readers of that, there might be cricket people that might not be aware that Czech cricket exists.
Yeah.
And they might read that and be like, oh, okay, great.
We did have an ESPN article a while ago. When we brought all the world records, there was a guy that came to my quiz. Then we had a chat to him, told him I was, about the Czech cricket team and how we broke all these world records, and he published it. I'll see if I can find that actually.
Oh, beautiful. All right, Subby's back for third over. Good start, but it's a tough one. What he meant to do with that ball is pretty much pitched up on the stumps. It's going to be hard to get away. Austria, I think, have their destiny in their own hands here. Pius scored runs before. She's going to dab this away for one. But, yeah, Gibraltar just stems from the start as well, doesn't it? As far as the lack of scoring that they were able to provide.
I'm gonna post that in the chat as well. It's the day the Czech Republic held 4 world records in cricket.
True.
I do have a blue spanner. That's part of the one I want to check though. So yeah, I don't have a crown.
Thought so. Yeah, Pius does have a T20I 50. We saw it score that against the Czechs last year on the 16th of June.
Again, nice and tight. I like the fact that they've got that short cover and short mid wicket in.
It's kind of game here. They're steamrolling him. Gibraltar. Again, it's just kind of whatever could have gone wrong has gone wrong.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
them since those first 2 overs. Again, Priya, you can see she's very confident. She's repeating that action. We haven't seen Joanne Stiglitz bowl yet. I wonder if she'll be used at some point.
Oh, she's too tired, I reckon.
Maybe. I think she probably will only bowl if she feels like she has to.
Doesn't have to at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, pitched up. Loved the length here from Priya. Really starving the Gibraltar lineup of scoring opportunities.
Interesting. So what's this got to do for Gibraltar going on? Because, I mean, they're going 4 and over.
Yeah, I mean, the game is as good as gone. I think
I agree with you, but
Yes.
I'm just wondering about. Well, they've got the game tomorrow morning, and they've got is it?
Well, if
two
Czechia,
one game.
if Austria can beat Gibraltar tomorrow, the only way that Austria could lose the trophy was to be if they dropped a game to Czechia. They'll still have to play them twice.
Yeah.
Which would be a huge upset, to be honest.
Yeah.
Be a very big upset.
Yeah.
So, these are the critical games, I think 2 and 3. I mean, Czechia, realistically, if they could win one of their 4 games somehow out of this tournament, they would feel that's a huge step forward in their development.
It was a huge step forward with the game this morning, to be fair. I mean, I think they really applied themselves well. I mean, they're not quite the same class as what Gibraltar were this morning, but it was a good team performance, both with the bat and the ball.
Yeah.
But just again, Gibraltar scoring a lot of runs.
The other thing is with the size of this win, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard for Gibraltar to, even if they do win tomorrow, to claw back the net run rate hit that they've had here, assuming that they finish with, I don't know what it'll be. It looks like it'll be a 60 to 80 run victory at the moment. Bharadwaj wheeling and dealing here. We're on dog watch. Do you know that Hornchurch has a dog corner that's been very, very popular?
A dog? There's a...
Well, the whole field,
Okay.
but there's one particular area where everyone seems to be walking their dogs.
We had a lot of dogs in Jersey.
Oh yeah,
It was good to see.
it might have been a wide, but instead Pius hits it and it doesn't get away. There's a Peter, she's prowling around that cover region. It's already pulled off 2 run-outs. Lifted up in the air. It will get over the top of the fielder. Mahadiwa. Not a bad shot at all from Pius. She'll get 2 runs. Doesn't get the boundary that they so desperately need.
Yeah, nice shot. But again, they're pretty athletic in the field, the Austrians as well. I think something which I might not see as much with some of the other teams around Europe. They're quite young. It's tucked around the corner. And just couldn't quite get down there.
Classic jinx by you. I was going to say on the way back, I was on the bus back to Prague, and I caught what has to be one of the commentary jinxes that will go into the Hall of Fame. It was Phil G of Bilal Zama. He again looked like getting out in 68, and then he charged down the pitch and got stumped literally 2 seconds later after you discussed it. Are you trying to jinx him, Phil?
Absolute beauty.
Yeah. That's hit into the gap and should be 2 more here, really. Maybe more, actually. It's still rolling on. It will go to the boundary. Nice shot by Pius. So maybe a silver lining here with Pius getting a bit of time out in the middle. Like I said, she does have a 50 in the CE Cup, scored that last year. And that will be 4 runs out square leg. Like I said, up here, Lauren stays pretty still. Just brings the bat through at the right moment. It's out good, just super fast, especially late in the day.
Yeah, really good looking shot.
Yeah, and then I think Phil was trying to do that all the time. I was thinking about doing it all the time when the Czechs needed a wicket.
Yeah, it worked once. It's a big breakthrough too. Not that it really mattered.
Bit short here, but again, that's the angles, that's the tightness of the field that I think maybe Gibraltar missed a trick. Still think you could have attacked when that partnership was going on. End of the 12th over, 54 for 4. What I mean, so when that partnership did kind of break out with Joanne and with Stria, have what I call a bit of an in-out field, because you can still have outfielders, or you can even have them 2/3 here if you want to try and stop the 2.
Yeah. But
you can still have that fairly close in cover that's a catching position, and it's just no chance of a run when it goes to you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of a position that the Austrians have employed really well here. We saw that in the ECCW as well. So yeah, maybe we call it an in-out field. So you have some that are quite in, and then you have out behind them. So you're basically saying if it goes around, then we're happy to give you a run.
Yeah.
It would be a run anyway if they were on the edge of the circle.
I think that the short mid wicket. I mean, the short cover's great. The short mid wicket, anything that's mishit slightly, any inside edge or anything that's tried to put there. Firstly, it's an attacking position and a defensive position, and really it does stop that whole concept of trying to go for that quick single I like that position in this format. And,
Yeah, definitely.
I think
I think you can go both sides, though. I just think there's value in it. It's well bowled from Sabu, who's bowling out here. Just seeing how many bowlers we've seen in this innings so far. We've just seen the 4, so I wonder if it will be John Stiglitz to bowl maybe after Sabu bowls out. Again, push and run very tight there, Zapita, not letting anything past her.
we haven't seen Zapita bowl yet. either.
Oh yeah, she could definitely bowl. Yeah, she'd be an obvious one actually.
Going back to the dogs, I think we do see a few dogs around this ground, not very often because we're a little bit out of town. And there is a dog park. It's actually very, very nice. Just when you come in there's a driveway coming through, and but Prague is absolutely full of
There it
dogs.
is.
There are just so many dogs.
Great from our crew at 2 Circles. It is dogless at the moment,
It is.
but yeah, that looks pretty cool. I see a lot of those up in Northern Europe actually, in Sweden. I'm seeing them around every corner.
There's a big initiative around Prague to put in these little dog parks. There's one near in Karlin, which is it's a double. There's a double fence, so there's a double gate, and you go in, and then there's a bigger area that's all fenced off, and then there's another smaller area with all the agility, so you can have a. Yeah. But it's really, really nice. There's quite a few of these type of things going on in and open air gyms. There's lots of them around Prague now as well, so it's a really good initiative from
So many
local
cool
councils.
neighbourhoods here.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the 13th over. 56 for 4. It's all just gone south for Gibraltar, but I suppose they'll come back tomorrow. I think we'll get a much more competitive game, if I'm honest, because Gibraltar will have a point to prove. Again, I wonder if you change the toss, would you? Maybe not.
I don't
think it's had too much of a hand in this game. I don't think it's to do with the conditions or anything like that. It's just how it's worked out.
I think Austria bowled pretty tightly for the most part, but they've fielded well and they've just put pressure on. Like the bowling's been straight. They haven't given them that much width. Like that's a good example with that last delivery there from Mahadewa. And so what do you do? Where do you put it? So again, the same thing, just straight. You've got the mid on and mid off, who are inside the circle, of course, and then you've got those the short cover. You've got a regular cover, and then you've got that short mid wicket. It's difficult to get past those fielders. Well, unless you go over the top.
Yeah, goes over the top this time. That'll run away for 4. Nice shot from Payas. She does have a bit of game to her. Has good power. A lot of bottom hand in that. Lifts it up for 4.
Straight all out, by the way.
Wow, okay. I was just going to say quickly, one of my expressions I like is bat for show, ball for dough. And I think that this has been a really good example of just disciplined bowling, giving them nothing easy to hit. Even that, they had to hit what was actually a reasonably good ball, which is risky. Now misses out on this one, just clunks into the pad. That'll be a frustrating result for Payas.
So Arjun asking you a question, Vinny, about the expat community in Prague. So I
suppose we're a part of that community.
We are a part of that community. Is it still the score of the sport? Definitely in the men's game, not necessarily in the women's game.
Yeah, definitely. Short answer, yes for men, no for women.
Yeah. But there are. I mean, it's to do with the academy with young Czech talent coming through, and Czech-born talent as well. So, who might be expats but born here and going through the academy. So of course, Chris and Renata Pierce doing very well with that the cricket academy here. There's also juniors in Brno. I think PCC have got juniors on the go as well. So that's it's all very positive, but that will take time. That's out. So that's kept a little bit low, and another wicket goes down.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Mahadewa. She'll get on the wicket takers list. Little chop on there. Payas battled bravely, didn't she? But she'll have to go. Gibraltar miles behind in this game. 61 for 5.
Yeah, it was. Actually, she played on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Little inside edge there. And good result for Malika. Again, draws her forward into an error. And really bowled very accurately here. It's been a big difference maker. Pius out for 14 and a run of ball. 2 fours in there for her, but she goes as the 5th wicket at 61 for 5.
It's Prabha Raganuth coming in next. She'll join Rosie Riley out in the centre. But it's all gone a little bit quiet here for Gibraltar. It's been a good performance though from Austria. After that, I mean, it's more than a shaky start. It was a bit of a disastrous start, and with Gibraltar well on top. And I think you're right, Vinny. After the second over, it's kind of all been Austria. So yeah, it's
hard to choose a player of the match between Stiglitz and Sriya Reddy. I think I'd probably go Reddy for a bowling as well.
Yeah.
I suppose it's so much better than her previous best as well. Previous best was 11 in a lot of games. So, yeah, I think that's probably the way I'd go on that one, but could equally be Joanne Stiglitz for her rearguard action as well.
Yeah, they both steadied the ship, but I think the captain had a lot to do with it, because if she would have gone, I think they might have folded, but Stiglitz stuck around, and it was a real captain's knock. So I don't know who I'd go for. I mean, Shriya's bowling was good. I think she went wicketless with her bowling so far.
Yeah, still bowled well though.
Yeah, bowled very well. I agree. I would go for Stiglitz, to be honest. Even though Shriya, I think, batted very, very well. I think it was more a captain's thing, because I mean, captaincy is something which I think is underrated in cricket. Where I mean, she's got a fielding angles absolutely right.
Yeah, true.
So I think if you take that into consideration, I think Stiglitz is my player of the match. But it's a toss up between her and Shriya Reddy.
Fair opinion. Is Peter finally getting a bowl? And she's coming on in a very comfortable position for her team. Bowling Riley stuck around for a while, but just found it hard to score. It's 3 off 18 at the moment.
Yeah. 61 for 5. Still 5 overs, almost 6 overs left.
That's the thing, Rosie kind of putting up the shutters here as well, so finding it hard to at least get to the other end. Gibraltar waving the white flag a little bit.
Yeah, not really looking for runs. As I said, I think what Austria have done is bowled straight and very well. And
That's
again,
the thing. You can see with Zapita, she ain't giving you too many bad balls. Rosie this time is going to be run out. And so, well, you can see the pressure building there. Rosie probably doing the right thing, pushing, looking to get off strike. But that's a 4th run out now for Austria. And they have recovered. And right now they have 6 wickets. A 4th run out. Quite amazing. Shades of the 1975 World Cup final, if you remember that one. And that time it's Sabu. Well, she has another run out. Her name, so Peter's involved again. 3rd time she's been involved. Again, got back to the stumps. I know you wanted to see more of that, Danny.
Absolutely.
You see it there at 61 for 6.
See what happens when you don't need a direct hit. You've got the bowler backing up the stumps. It's been very impressive. And look, they've got a bowling plan, bowl straight, which they've done well. They've fielded beautifully, but they've put a lot of pressure on this Gibraltarian batting lineup, mainly through their fielding and just the pressure with the bowling. I think it's very impressive from Austria with this fielding and bowling display. So let us know what you think on the chat. See if that's what's won it for Austria, if it's a partnership, if it's a bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, the partnership actually gave them a chance in the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they had no chance. They could bowl as well as they liked.
But
So,
Gibraltar had with the batting lineup, had a distinct chance of getting. You said that it was about par score, but look at the score now. It's 61 for 6.
I honestly, I would have thought so. I would have thought 140 or so is about a par score. 7 and over. But I mean, it didn't bank on the Austrians keeping the openers principally, but even Ferrari getting out like she did. She's a player that she's very capable of playing a match-winning innings here. I've got to say, I think she's still a bit hard done by.
Yeah, I agree.
This is why I think there are some things I think, because we had so much cricket in ECN T10 cricket, our regulations. Oh, that's going to be hit very, very well. It'll be a big chase, unsuccessful chase. Nice shot by Raghunath. He gets a short ball. Rare bad ball, really, from Sapita. Puts it away for the boundary. And at the end of the 15th over at 65 for 6, I was going to say, we have clear directives in our T10 cricket. If it's anywhere around the waist, we're calling it. And everyone knows that.
Yeah, but we do have a replay as well. And
true.
How many have been called back?
But I think when that's true, and the same thing, we've got procedures to get more things right.
Yep.
In the end, Lizzie gets a rough one. And the other thing is the umpire is now looking for it to be above the waist and has this idea that, okay, waist is all right. It's not really all right.
It was pretty loopy and dropping, but I think that might have been what the umpire had in his head, that maybe it was just dropping.
When you're not sure, you normally give a no call.
Yeah.
Come back to that in a second. Is that going to be...
I think it's gone.
Well, not out is the call from
Really?
Joe Foster straight away. Let's have a...
Not too much protest. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. I mean, I don't think they were ready to bowl.
Ah, that's why. Because I thought you'd taken it pretty cleanly. So,
I think she played the ball, though. Let's have a look.
yeah.
And she's walking. Oh, because the fielder wasn't ready. And so I think maybe it got called dead at square leg. Right? So you see the fielder, because that was such a quick changeover.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready. that I think the umpire spotted a fielder wasn't watching, and so called the play dead.
And call a 5-run penalty. There's a 5-run penalty, Vinny.
But is this for...
No.
Okay,
idea.
what I think it's for, if I had to guess, which I might be wrong, is the fielder walking backwards as the ball's being bowled. But I would love to know what that was for.
Bit rough on the
But
bowler.
normally that's only if it's an intentional effort to deceive the batter, which it wasn't. She's just not watching it.
Well, that's a very eventful first ball from Siddiqui.
There's 5 penalty runs, so we
5
saw
penalty
it.
runs, yeah. But and a missed wicket.
Not often I see something and I have no idea what's going on, but this is... we'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of that.
So, yeah, unusual. Well, 5 runs to the total. They'll like that, Gibraltar. This is turned around the corner.
Because it couldn't just be for bowling before anyone was ready, because you just call it dead.
Yeah. I don't know. You had a chat to the
You
square-legged
can
umpire.
give penalty runs for moving illegally in the field.
Yeah.
That's possible. But Joe kind of let the play go and then called it down. I don't know if the ball counted or not.
No, I don't think so.
Right, in the air,
Oh,
drops. That would have been an absolute hanger for Stiglitz, who hurls herself to a right, couldn't quite hold on to the half chance.
Just a single in the end. Anyway,
Very curious.
let's move on. So it was probably get a good view of this one. No, it just went down.
I'll get to the bottom of it.
All right.
It's puzzled me.
This is hitting the air just in front of the fielder. Awkward. And they'll take a single. Should just be the one. Score moves on to 73. It'll bring Mumford back on strike. He's just on 1. Raghunath on 5. And it's been a pretty good over from Siddiqui so far. This one's just a little bit short. It's straight, just be a single. I mean, a really good disciplined performance in the field from Austria. There's those 4 run-outs, but just putting that pressure on Gibraltar. Again, and this one is going to be called a wide. Just lost a little bit down leg side. So this match pretty much gone. 17.5 over needed, not going to happen. But good performance from Austria. Yep. And apart from those first 2 overs we saw with where they took 4 wickets, Gibraltar, and really ripped the heart out of the top order of Austria. It's been all Austria. That partnership between Sri Reddy and also The skipper, Joanne Stiglitz, got them up to a good score. Here we go with the worm. And you can see that they accelerated. They kept on accelerating that run rate. And it was never quite up there, was it? Never quite up there. So, well,
Right, I'm back.
Vinny's back. What
I'm
have you
back,
worked out?
And it was what I suspected. It was given for illegal movement from the fielder because we could see on a replay the fielder backward point. I'll just call this one in first. Siddiqui for 5 in the over. And
At backward point.
Andrea Mazepita now comes back. Yeah, so there, see? Walked around, walked away as the ball was getting bowled. The result was an awesome bit of fielding.
Oh, yeah.
And dead ball was called because, okay, the rules say you can only be moving in walking towards the batter, or you can be stationary when the ball's running in. Sure. But that's actually an incorrect application because if that happens, and there was, let's say, illegal movement there, then you're meant to call the ball dead, which is what they did. But the 5 penalty runs is only meant to be applied if it's a deliberate attempt to deceive the batting team.
Okay.
And that wasn't a deliberate attempt to deceive the batting team. To be honest, the bowler bowled so quickly. I think the batter and the bowler were ready and no one else was.
Yeah.
So, in my view, that's not a correct application of the law, but I'm just happy it won't really affect the result at all in this one.
Yeah.
Because it comes under the unfair play. I can actually look up the law if you want.
That's all right.
I always like to.
It was just a bit confusing, but that's all I need. But
Yeah,
I'm
but it
sure
was
that other
so
people might-
weird.
Yeah.
So I guess that ball wouldn't have counted either.
It's a shame because it was a wicket.
Yeah, it was such a good catch.
A really good catch. I was confused. I was certain she'd caught it, and then stuff happened.
I think it might come under unfair play, you know. Up in the air momentarily. Mumford will get a single. Yeah, so according to law 28.6, until the batter has received or had a reasonable opportunity to play the ball, no one's allowed to make any significant movement, but minor adjustments such as the field leaning forward or slight repositioning are allowed, as long as they don't distract the batter. And
Well, they didn't distract the batter because it was behind the batter.
exactly. And if in the umpire's opinion, a fielder deliberately distracts or deceives the batter by movement, this is unfair, and there should be 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, I don't think that was the case.
No way. You can't even make a case.
No. Anyway.
Anyway, Gibraltar can use the runs. They're 78 for 6 after 17 overs.
Yeah, it's petered out a little bit this game, unfortunately. So what are we doing tonight, Vinny?
I think we're getting our head out to one of our. I think Beer Geek's got to get a run.
I think so.
The biggest thing to work out in Prague is working out your social calendar at night.
Yeah.
Because it's so accessible from where all the crew are. Obviously, we live pretty centrally as well. So yeah, I think it's beer and wings night tonight.
Well, it could be not out.
Might have got back there.
Did I tell you about this? Let's have a look and put the foot down there.
Just in time.
Just in time. So Zikovets is one of the best breweries, I think, in the Czech Republic. They're very consistent and very good and do experiment a little bit. They've got a Leica range. Like they had Leica Bloody Mary. So it was basically with tomato juice and Worcestershire and Tabasco and stuff like that. So it was basically a beer, but had a Bloody Mary thing, and it was delicious. And there was another one with gin as well, but the latest one is called Leica Goulash.
Ooh.
And it's got all sorts of stuff. Oh, nice shot out on the leg side. Just be a single though. So it's a bit. It's got all sorts of stuff that goulash has in it. I don't think it's got beef, but it's got all the herbs and carrots and things like that are in a goulash. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they have that on at Beer Geek tonight. About 30 different types of beers. Would you be into a savoury goulash beer?
Very potentially. I like to try things. The one I had the other did I mention this the other day? It was called Voodoo Midnight Coke. It's a black IPA. And it's actually brewed with cola beans.
Yeah.
And it was really good. It was also twice the strength of a regular beer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I found that out the hard way after a couple of. They were delicious. Though. I wonder if that one's still there.
Have you ever tried Belgian beer?
Yeah, I have.
I think we might have spoken about Belgian beer.
Taste, like it's more like whiskey.
Yeah, you have a couple and then you find you for some reason it's difficult to stand. So we talked about the world's strongest beer as well, didn't we? I think.
Yeah, we did.
That was
crazy.
That's
we already had this discussion.
Yeah.
in this tournament, actually.
But beer is very important here in the Czech Republic and the Bohemian region mainly. Whereas Moravia, it's mainly white wine and Slivovitza. Slivovitza is a plum brandy, which can be good. It's normally somebody's grandfather that makes the best Slivovitza. The commercial stuff's a little bit rough at times. Yeah.
End of the over here, 82 for 6. Gibraltar, they'll be disappointed they haven't made a fist of this chase, but I think it's got to tip your hat to Austria. They bowled and they fielded it very, very well.
Exactly. I think you're absolutely right. So they're going to be hard to beat in this tournament, I think, Austria. And their ranking after this game, their ranking's going to shoot up a little bit. I don't know how often they adjust the ranking points, though.
I think they do it game by game, you know.
Do they?
I think they do. It updates pretty quickly on the official ICC website.
Okay. That's good to see. Looks like it's Shreya Reddy coming back. Good time to bring her back, I think, with a couple of overs left. And it shows that they really want to continue this domination here. Austria bring their opening bowler back on. Yeah, Arjun talking about baseball and deliberate distraction. It's celebrated.
True.
You a big baseball fan? This is in the air. Just put it down. Made good ground to it, and thought that would have been taken. Did everything right except for hold on to the ball. It's Priya Sabu.
Yeah, it would have been a good one.
You into to baseball, Vinny?
I love my baseball. I actually played quite a good level of baseball after I finished playing cricket in Australia. So one of the few that played A-grade baseball and A-grade cricket.
Huh?
Yeah, I think I really got into it when I... it's going to be 4 runs. I just kept on running, didn't it, from Raghunath. Really nice shot, opened the face. Shreya coming back. Still doesn't have a wicket. It's the only thing she hasn't done in this game. A nice little kind of glide down to deep third.
Nice shot.
For 4 runs. I was going to say, when I started following Toronto Blue Jays, my sister-in-law's from there, and I really got into baseball in a big way. And I was always fascinated. Cricketers and baseballers are fascinated with each other's sport. So many similarities.
I know that Alan Border was a baseball player, I think, from memory.
Yeah, and the Chappells,
The
big
Chappells,
baseball players.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, we had a baseballer play for us in Australia at one stage. What an arm. Like, there's such a difference.
Oh, yeah. They make fun of cricketers' arms. Because the thing is, when they're warming up, they're really piffing it.
Yeah.
Even in warm-up, because you've got the glove. It's
Yeah.
completely different.
We do have an American playing for Vinarati now. First time ever.
Ah, really?
So, yeah, he used to play, I think he played minor league baseball as well.
Is that right?
So, yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be selected for the games coming up, but gun fielder, apparently. You don't run on his arm. Stephen Muha talking about Slivovitza, a wonderful Slavic delicacy. Yeah, sometimes. Or hangover. It's, it can be pretty potent. Made from plums, plum brandy. There comes Shreya again. And talking about specialities, Czech specialities, have you ever tried Borčák?
I don't think so.
It's the young wine they have in September.
All right.
So it's the good one you get in Moravia, and they ship all the rubbish up to Prague because Prague is Pražák as they call them. But it's still fermenting. So you when you get it, they won't have the lid on. They close the lid when you get it, but you need to open it pretty quickly. Otherwise, it'll just explode. And it's interesting. It's kind of like fruit juice, but it's still fermenting in your stomach.
Wow.
So it's
So
nice.
you become part of the process.
Yeah, you are part of the process.
I love it.
Yeah. But the hangovers are heinous. It's no joke. I'm sure there are similar things in other countries. I'm not sure what they're called, but it's a young wine. But yeah, Moravian white wines, not bad. Not bad at all. Czechs think they're one of the best white wines in the world, but that's local propaganda. End of the over.
Yeah, last over of the day coming up, 89 for 6. Gibraltar, can they make the 100? Seems a long way off at the moment. No, Austria, they've come to play here, and they've still got 3 matches to go. Tomorrow, they have to do the double. Remember, there's one team every day that has to do the double. Today it's Gibraltar. Tomorrow it's Austria, and on Friday it will be Czechia.
Yeah, I'll have the day off on Friday, so I'll watch that from afar. And stuff I need to do. Take care of the dogs. As I said, the dogs will come out with us to Big Egg tonight. We'll have a good time. Can't give them any wings though. Especially the Fear the Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll go near those. I love my spicy things, but they show you how hot it is. Goes 1 fire emoji, 2 fire emojis, 3, 4, and then 8.
Yeah.
With the Fear the Reaper. So Peter gets a bowl in the last over of the day.
They had the Godzilla as well. I'm not sure if that was above or below.
That might, yeah. But I just remember the fact that it jumps from 4 to 8 is highly concerning. Well, I do have the day off tomorrow. Maybe I'll dig in.
You don't want that as recovery time, though. Oh, this could be gone, I think. And it is. Another wicket goes down. Nice take by the keeper.
Yeah, Kirkman's kept really well, I think. She was quick to anticipate that one down the leg side. Just popped up. Might have been off the glove. Might have been edged onto the body. Emma, she continues to improve every time I see her. Let's have a look. What did it hit? Off the edge.
Looks like the back of the bat.
Yeah, I don't know if it was hit twice. It was a strange one.
I'll see it with this one.
Maybe it was just threw the shot too quickly. Let's have a look. There, and then jumped up again. I think it actually went arm to bat. If I go side on again, then I think I've put the pieces together now. I think it might have hit her arm and then hit the bat in the follow through. Here, there's the arm. And then look, then it bounces onto the bat and just loops up.
Unlucky.
Kirkman did very well to take the catch. So, Raghunath did hit a couple of 4s in there. I thought she played some nice shots, but she's out for 11 in the last over of the day. It's 89 for 7.
And a good wicket taken. You're right, a neat catch there by Emma Kirkman.
Yeah, Adian's got a question. Does that mean if you're having that young wine, does your blood alcohol actually go up as you metabolize it rather than down?
I don't. It's look. One of the things here is that the blood alcohol for driving is 0, which I think is really good because it doesn't give you that temptation, and there's no way you could judge it with broadchuck. I've seen people just fall asleep and wake up the next morning in the middle of the park while having broadchuck, and it's a temptation you don't need. But I'm sure the blood alcohol does probably go up. It is a strange one. Tokai, as mentioned as well. Hungarian Tokai. Have you tried Tokai, Vinny?
Don't think so.
It's nice. It's sweet.
We've left food chat very late in the day here, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's,
We're talking about food. It's not it's a liquid food.
okay, well, it all comes under the same banner, though.
Yeah. Now, Tokai is interesting, and it's very good, done by Hungarians and Slovaks as well. Tokai regions partly in Slovakia as well.
Well, plenty to try. He'll be in Hungary later in the year. But here, last ball of the day, Austria. They have set a cracking pace here with a big win over Gibraltar. This will seal it. Knocked away. Sally Barton will finish with a couple of runs. So nice way for her to finish. But in the end, it's in a losing cause. The margin will be 55 runs. Austria recover from a disastrous start to win match 2. The final score, Austria 147, Gibraltar 92. Gibraltar go 1-1 on opening day.
Yeah, look, a bit of a mixed day for them, but well done to Austria. I think, again, it was that partnership between the skipper in Johan Stiglitz and also Sriya Reddy, which got them up to a good defendable total. And then the pressure was on from basically the first ball for with Austria, just keeping things tight, keeping it simple, and just some fantastic fielding. 4 runouts in the innings, including, I think, was it 2 or 3 of them were direct hits. The first one was an amazing underarm direct hit, and it just put pressure on the batting of the Gibraltarians, and they couldn't recover. They really couldn't hit it out of the square for a lot of it. So well done to Austria for a big win.
Yeah, and so, well, the Battle of the Reds, it is the Austrians that come out on top. But don't forget, they'll get another chance. Gibraltar tomorrow to avenge this defeat. And that becomes, I think, the most important game of this tournament now, the way things are running. Because if Austria win that, even though they've only played 2 games, I think they're very, very hard to beat. Because they'll have 2 matches against the Czechs after that. So it all starts tomorrow. Phil G will be in for me tomorrow. Danny will be here again starting at 8:15 a.m. GMT, which is 10:15 in Central Europe, and 1:45 in India. Well, it was swoop o'clock, wasn't it, for Zabita, who hit the stumps there. Brilliant piece of fielding. That wasn't the only one. Priya Sabu with a couple of runouts on her own. And it was the fielding and the bowling pressure, I think, that just put Gibraltar behind. But unlike Austria, they weren't able to get themselves that big partnership to put them back in the contest.
Exactly right, and it was just through very good cricket from Austria. That was a little bit unlucky for Ferrari. That one's possibly a no ball, but generally this is another run out. Again, a direct hit, fantastic fielding, just a quick pick up and throw, and look, it was a fantastic effort, I think, from Austria in the field. Nothing really going right for Gibraltar. Good spirit there between the two sides. First time we've ever met actually in a women's international.
And it was really exciting. We just didn't know how they'd match up. You know, I had a bit of a feeling, and it's probably fair. I think for me, Gibraltar, you know, they were more familiar with conditions, the pitch, they're coming off good runs. I mean, they had everything set up, but I mean, this is another one. Again, perfect basics. Austria, they really drilled that down well. But I do think, you know, you could turn the tables tomorrow, and Gibraltar certainly are capable of beating Austria.
Absolutely.
I still think there's not too much between them. This was the weird one where it was eventually called dead ball, but then they must have thought it was willful, or either that, or I mean, you can read the law a couple of different ways. But that was 5 penalty runs out of that, not just a missed wicket. But we saw Raghunath liked her batting towards the end. She got one that kind of jumped up onto her bat, and Emma Kirkman took a good catch behind the stumps. It was all academic once again for the Austrians as they closed out the win by 55 runs, keeping Gibraltar to only 92. So a very, very comprehensive performance all round. And if you just exclude the first 11 balls of the game, it was one-way traffic, wasn't it, in match 2? In the end, Gibraltar get done. 4 runouts in there among the 7 wickets, and nobody making more than the 14. Run a ball from Lauren Pius. Extras, probably could be a little bit better from Austria, but a lot of those came towards the end. I think that when the game was on the line, they kept it pretty straight and narrow. 12 to Lizzie Ferrari. She's been unlucky to be given out of a high full toss in there. She was the second top scorer. And also we saw Caruana reach 10, but no one was able to go at a decent strike rate. In fact, no one in the whole innings went at better than a run a ball. Looking at the bowling figures, real team effort there. They used 6 bowlers and nobody went for big runs. Wickets for Mahadiwa, as well as Sheetal Bhardwaj and Andrea Sapida. We didn't even see Stiglitz bowling. So, yeah, Austria showing good depth with the bat and with the ball in their opening game.
Absolutely, and looked very impressive. So looking forward to seeing them again in the first game tomorrow. This is the match summary. And you can see there, right at the top, it was Amy Valverde with the 3 for 26. She took 3 in a second over. And also wickets for Ferrari and also Lafia But John Stiglitz with 49, Australia ready with 47. Really, that partnership was the key with the batting for Austria.
I actually think it'll be interesting to see what the rankings look like if they're updated by tomorrow, and see if that has any effect on the rankings, with Austria going into that game ranked at 30 and Gibraltar at 30. Sorry, at Austria at 60 and Gibraltar at 34. I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat. Great to have you with us. Steve Muha looking fantastic there. Phil G again, thanks for coming in for me tomorrow. Now just think about Noelle Legea. I just saw her come up then. But Legea had the pads on for the whole of the first game. And then she came in and got run out without facing a ball in the second game. So, poor Noelle Legea. Let's hope that she gets a bit more of an opportunity tomorrow. Big thanks to everyone. I know we're on K-Watch. So K-Watch is, we're looking how many K subscribers we can get, how many thousand. We jumped another K yesterday, up to 459,000 K. And the other thing with K-Watch, we get told from the K-Watchers how long it was since the last 1,000. Apparently it was 5 days, only 5 days.
Really?
We picked up 1,000 more subscribers.
That's
so
fantastic.
We'll stay on K-Watch tomorrow. Thanks to everyone who's been with us today. You can turn over to Hornchurch as well. That's still going, as the quarterfinals will be done will be on show tomorrow, actually, in England as well. A final reminder about our social media, European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com, including the brand new calendar feature. Check that one out. But for now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN on behalf of Danny Hudacek and the whole team. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We're back with more T20IW action tomorrow here in the ECN Central Europe Cup. For me, it's hasta mañana, and enjoy the best bits of opening day.
See ya.
Body my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body.